You keep talking, man.
You got my name on the bottom
shut
banner,
the fuck up.
on the ticker. I don't know why.
Huh?
You got your Cash App, which is cool, but it just say my name. I don't understand why. It should be me, you, and the Neteru.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here.
So I've been getting to it, it don't stop, we stay ready to go. I'ma take my Titans with me wherever I go. Don't forget about me, don't forget about me. I know y'all playing games, this ain't an arcade. Late night debates hit like a buffet. Yeah, feel as though we on me, wanna talk, yeah. And talking too fast gon' get you sparked, yeah. My team sourced up as long as you know. My hitters hit your hitters if they pseudo. They ask how everyone know what my name is, cause I stay 100 on the same shit. Yeah, history and logic going so hard. I built this from the bottom, made my own start. Yeah, wake the neighbors up, we be going so hard. I love this game, I gave it my whole heart. Yeah, V12 in it, it got horses. My phone ring, they want sources. Unload the clip on, turn them to corpses. Heard I'm trying to copy my recipe, that is hopeless. Yeah, hood luck, think that hating gon' work, tell them good luck. Titan gang or don't bang, throw your hood up. Gang, we got the knowledge on tap, could get you hooked up. They like A1, look at all this wisdom we done cooked up for the community. Coliseum of Arguments. You know, I know I'ma take my Titans with me where I go. So don't forget about me, don't forget about me. Y'all playing games, this ain't an arcade. Late night debates hit like a bar.
Yeah. All this knowledge on the flow. I've been golden from the go. Let these pseudo scholars know. Baby, welcome to the show. Yeah, show you how to flex with a strong point. Wait. Show you where the facts and the stats and the proofs point. I've been grinding leases in the late night. Wait, standing on the stage with the main light. Enlightening. Philosophers, scientists, historians united. Warriors of logic who want the smoke, get excited. Bring your primary sources, don't get ignited. Slide on my prompts, look it up, read a book. Never going back to the dumb, take a look. Woke, not broke, we run the show, sport the glow. Titans in the league, watch the intellect grow. Coliseum of Arguments locked at the door. Welcome to the show, floor full of lore. I'm the GOAT, with the flow, there's knowledge on the flow. I've been goated from the go. don't be late to the debate. Never see myself falling. Picture me falling off back to ignorant and stalling. Got the citations loaded in order, crossing every intellectual border. Hey, I could've never seen a day. All this knowledge on the flow. I've been goaded from the go. Let these pseudo scholars go. Baby, welcome to the show.
Yeah, man. You know who it is. It's your boy Oli. We in the building. We back.
What up, fam?
You in the Neteru. We got my man's Humble on the stage with us. What up, Humble?
You already know what it do, fam.
Oh man, I'm just trying to get to this information. Tonight we're gonna finish going over what we went. We started going over the other night, man. I let people up kind of early and they took us off track. And so we didn't get as far as I wanted to. So tonight, we're going to step into the question that sits right at the meeting point between history, symbolism, religion, and human interpretation. This presentation that I created tonight is called Me, You, and the Neteru. Now, we ain't coming at this like somebody who already know everything. I'm not coming into this like I'm some type of mind that you can listen to, and that's why I got Humble on the stage with me.
Most
I'm coming into this with investigation. I'm coming in to this to talk about Kemet, the Neteru. We're gonna talk about gods and symbols, ancestors, spirituality, and ancient wisdom. They usually do one of two things when we start talking about this. People either romanticize it so much that it becomes untouchable, and they dismiss it so fast that they never actually examine what the evidence is saying. That's why you told me, Quantum, you got to look a little deeper sometimes. And I agree. So tonight, we're asking a cleaner question. When do the Neteru actually enter the historical record? Not when do people tell later stories like we've been having here lately. Not when do the myths become fully developed. Not when temples or priesthoods give us organized theology. But the first question is simpler. Where do we first begin to see the symbols and the images and the figures and the patterns that later become what Egypt understood as the Neteru? And that's the lane tonight. And this matters because ancient ideas do not always appear fully formed. When you start looking at these things and we start thinking about them, we got to understand that we have a system, but these systems started small. So we're going to see when those symbols came into place, when those ritual spaces became important. And then we're going to try to attach the names, and the names become organized within larger systems. And Humble's going to help us map all this out. So tonight, we're watching the rise and fall of a system, and we're going from the symbols to the structure, from the image to meaning, from local signs to national religious identity, from earlier artifacts to later theological development. And then we're going to be careful when we're doing this, because this is where people mess up. A falcon doesn't automatically mean horse in every period. A symbol does not automatically equal the name Neter. A later myth does not automatically explain an earlier artifact. So that kind of backward projection is how people turn history into fan fiction with bitter jewelry. And so we're going to try to stay away from that lane, because the goal tonight is to be disciplined at what we do. Because if the Neteru are going to be understood properly, then we have to ask how they developed, how they were recognized, how they became an attached attachment to what we know as power and kingship, how they became attached to regions and different centers of culture, and then finally how they became attached to the religious systems and the things that we know today. And that's what the investigation is. This is me, you, and the Neteru. And Humble, you want to say anything before we get started?
No, sir. Go ahead, get it in, Brody. We here with it.
Bet we're gonna start with a video so everybody can
Modern
understand.
culture often treats the animal-headed figures of ancient Egypt as a cast of fantasy characters or literal supernatural beings. In reality, the people of the Nile Valley engineered a sophisticated active technology, a symbolic language designed to explain exactly how existence functions. That worldview was born out of intense environmental observation. The pre-dynastic Nile Valley presented a stark, unyielding physical reality. A narrow strip of life-giving, predictable river cycles was bordered by an absolutely dead, desolate desert. Observing the annual flood and the reliable rising of the sun led early Egyptian thinkers to conceptualize reality's origins. They described a primordial condition called noon, an undifferentiated, formless, and chaotic expanse of water that existed before anything held shape. Out of that formless state came order. The Egyptians called this structural principle Ma'at. It represented truth and justice, but primarily it was the strict condition of proper cosmic relationship that allowed reality to persist. Ma'at was locked in constant friction with its exact opposite, Isfet. Isfet represented the ever-present threat of disorder, falsehood, violence, and the disruption of the natural cycles. For the ancient Egyptians, human action and cosmic stability were entirely codependent. The maintenance of order was an absolute existential requirement, because without constant intervention, reality itself would collapse back into the chaotic waters of noon. This timeline shows the development of chemic thought, starting in the pre-dynastic era. Following the actual historical appearance of these symbols, long before the familiar myths were written down, reveals a system in constant evolution. We find the earliest recognizable evidence of divine forces and social organization carved into objects like the Narmer palette. These intertwined animal forms and highly organized registers of figures demonstrate an early effort to codify power and impose structure onto a chaotic world. To read this iconography accurately, we have to look at the functional traits of the animals themselves. The falcon operates at extreme heights, possesses supreme vision, and strikes with absolute authority, making it the exact mechanical equivalent of human kingship and sovereignty. Tracing these religious systems requires observing exactly when and where a symbol enters the historical record, rather than assuming it existed fully formed at the dawn of time. By the Old Kingdom, isolated local symbols had evolved into massive competing cosmological systems. Different theological centers developed their own frameworks to explain exactly how a differentiated universe emerged from the primordial waters. This family tree shows the Heliopolitan model, organizing the cosmos as a genealogical descent. From the initial formation of Atum, reality differentiates downward through successive generations, ending with the earthly conflicts and inheritances of Osiris, Isis, Seth, and Horus. Meanwhile, the Memphite theology approached creation through intellect. The figure of Ta represented order manifested through sheer cognition and articulation, conceiving the universe in the heart and bringing it into physical form through speech. The living pharaoh stood squarely at the center of these cosmic frameworks. His political and ritual authority served as the vital, functioning bridge between human society and the divine forces. Egyptian kingship and cosmology were completely integrated. The throne was a cosmic technology engineered to hold Isfet at bay and physically maintain Ma'at on Earth. That strict requirement for order applied directly to the individual. The Kemetic person was a composite of multiple distinct elements, including the Ka, Ba, and Ren, and surviving death required preserving the precise relationships among these components through ritual and memory. The famous weighing of the heart scene is a detailed schematic of this survival process. We can read this functionally. Anubis acts as the supervisor, administrating the physical scale, while Thoth serves as the objective recorder, documenting the final measurement. The heart of the deceased is evaluated strictly against the feather of Ma'at, the standard of truth. Any imbalance results in immediate consumption by Ammit, representing the total erasure of existence. The declarations of innocence recited during this trial focus heavily on theft, falsehood, and disruption. Ethics in Kemet meant proving you maintained the structural integrity of reality, rather than simply obeying the arbitrary commands of a dictator god. As political power shifted, so did the theology. During the New Kingdom, local cults were elevated to imperial dominance when their home cities became the political capitals of a massively expanding state. The local deity Amun merged with the solar Ra to become Amun-Ra in Thebes. The resulting temple institutions, fueled by military conquest, accumulated enough land, wealth, and political authority to rival the pharaoh himself. The system did experience severe disruptions. During the Amarna period, the pharaoh Akhenaten attempted to restrict traditional cults entirely, centralizing all religious authority around a single solar disk, the Aten. That massive centralization failed rapidly. Almost immediately following Akhenaten's death, the empire restored the traditional, decentralized network of Neteru. The Kemetic worldview was highly resilient because it remained flexible. Centuries later, the Greco-Roman rulers introduced Serapis, proving the system was an adaptable, living framework capable of negotiating shifting demographics and new imperial powers. This completed timeline shows the 30 major Neteru spanning millennia. They were never a static pantheon. They were an interconnected, evolving system weaving together nature, myth, human observation, and political power. The true philosophical achievement of ancient Egypt lies in their core recognition. Reality, society, and human life persist only through active balance and structural alignment. Modern inquiry continues that exact investigation through the framework of quantum onlyism, where Kemet asks,
we'll stop that right there because that last part is for the end of the show. So I'm gonna put my slides up here real quick so we can start this conversation. But before we do, what's up, Neteru? We got Neteru Williams on the stage. What's up, Neteru?
How you doing, man?
What up, fam?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. We're doing
What's
all right.
up? How you doing, Humble? How y'all doing, man?
We doing good, brother.
Doing good. I want to say thank you for joining, and we're gonna try to get through this. And I'll stop periodically, see if you got anything to say. Other than that, me and Humble gonna try to knock this out real quick without any interruptions. Is that all right?
I'm learning. I'm here to learn.
And I want to thank each and every one of y'all in the chat. Where you at? Shout out to all my Titans and everybody that's fighting to be enlightened. Remember to watch for the snakes that's striking and the dogs that's biting. And we're just going to get to this. So this first slide I got is the rise of the Neteru. From symbols to systems. That phrase is important, from symbols to systems, because is that me? I think Meta, can you mute up real quick while you ain't talking? I think you got an echo. Well, it might be
I'm muted.
Okay, that might be you, Humble. Got it, yeah. Early Egyptian religious systems have been part of our everyday life for years. So we ain't gonna start with the complete Egyptian religious system that we know is already sitting on the table. We starting earlier than that right now. We're looking at the long development from early symbolic imagery into organized religious meaning. At the top of the slide, we see a timeline moving through the major periods of the Egyptian history. We got the pre-dynastic, early dynastic, the Old Kingdom, first intermediate period, Middle Kingdom, second intermediate period, the New Kingdom, the third intermediate period, the late period, the Ptolemaic, and then the Roman. Humble, if you can you touch on some of those dynasties? Mainly right now, the pre-dynastic history.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I'm over here talking. I thought I was unmuted. So the dynastic period, hold on, let me get down here. So the dynastic period is the period before the unified kingship of Kemet, right? So when we talking pre-dynastic, which I'm going to get a little into, but when we talking pre-dynastic, we're pretty much talking Kemet before Kemet, right? So we're talking Taseti, Tamari, pretty much the parents of what we call Kemet. When we're dealing with the first dynastic age, of course, a lot of people know we're coming out of the pre-dynastic, out of the Nakata period into the first dynastic when, that's Narma and his descendants. The second dynastic, third dynastic. The interesting things is this is when we see a lot of the innovation on Kemet. This is when we really see Kemet start to come together as a solidified nation. When we get into the intermediate periods, you know what I'm saying? We got the Hyksos, we got the Persians, and then later on down we got the Ptolemaics. In between those intermediate periods, we do have a couple periods where Kemet regained the throne, regained control. The natives of Kemet regained control over the land of Kemet. And so, from the New Kingdom, third, late period, and then we get to the Ptolemaic period, which the Ptolemaic period and the Roman period really run hand in hand, because during this time, the Greeks and the Romans weren't looked at as two people. Back then they were called the Greco-Roman people. And so they were just providence over there in quote unquote what we call Europe. So that's a pretty quick rundown of this timeline that we see up here.
Bet. See, that's kind of letting us know right there that we're not just going through a flattened history of Egypt. Kemet wasn't just one single frozen thing. It changed, it developed, it absorbed, it reinterpreted, it reorganized. Names rose, symbols shifted throughout those times. Local powers became national powers, and some figures grew in importance, while others were kind of absorbed into the larger systems that we see. So usually when I hear people talking and they say the Egyptians believe this, we also have to pause. That's what you always tell me. Like, you got to think about, we have to think about which Egyptians, what period, in what city, under what political structure, in what ritual context, and with what evidence. Can you talk a little bit more about that and why it's important? Because you always tell me that when you be talking like.
And I'm going to get deeper into this, after Brother Quantum, done with his joint, and I'm going to come in. Of course, y'all know I ain't never going to be too long. But one of the main reasons I say is because as we see this timeline, right, we have pre-dynastic, then we have Old Kingdom, and we got the Ptolemaic. And those are just three kingdoms that I'm pointing out at random just to give an example, right? Pre-dynastic Kemet, when we dealing with topics such as the Neteru, the Neteru were looked at way differently and they function differently than they did in the New Kingdom. In the New Kingdom, the Neteru function way differently than they did in the Ptolemaic period. So when we're talking about the Neteru, it's important to know what kingdom that we're talking about, because then we can actually talk about the Neteru in their perspective context. Like, so for an example, and I'm gonna land my plane with this, if we're talking about pre-dynastic Kemet, right? Then we would talk about Impu in relation to the jackal and how that was a thing in Nubia first. You see what I'm saying? When we're talking about Osiris, then we know that we're talking about the New Kingdom, the leading down to the Ptolemaic period, things of that nature. When we're talking about, I apologize, when we're talking about Osiris, we're talking about the Ptolemaic Kingdom. When we're talking about things like Amun-Ra, right? That's where we're getting to like the New Kingdom, things of that nature. So it depends on what time period we're talking about, so we can actually extract the correct information about what was going on during that time period. You muted, Brother Quantum.
Yeah, my bad. Thank you. When we look at the central question on the slide, we see it says, when do the Neteru enter the historical record? That's the question that we're going to start with. And if you notice how careful that question is, it don't ask like, when were the Neteru invented? It doesn't ask which god came first. It doesn't ask which later myth explains everything. It asks when they enter the historical record. And that's real big. That's what Humble be talking about, because when people like me or people that's might not be as interested as they should be in the topic, but they want questions, they want answers. They ask questions by jumping all over the place, and they might not even know that they're jumping all over the place. These dynasties lasted what? How many years did these dynasties last?
It depends. Each dynasty lasts different times, right?
No, I mean all of them in all.
Oh, over at least 3,000-4,000 years.
That's what I thought. So that's why we have to ask the question. That's why I feel we should ask the question like I asked it. When do the Neteru enter the historical record? So can you touch on that?
Most definitely.
And if you want to bring your slides up, Humble, whenever you're ready, just tell me and we can put them up there, because we don't have to just stick to my slides.
Oh, yeah. I want you to get your stuff. I ain't got no long slides. I ain't going to do no long presentation. But, I want to get through your slides, and then we do my slides. And that way we don't confuse the people. You feel me? Because if I bring up my slide, for example, then we just going to have to go down the whole thing, because it leads one into the other. You feel what I'm saying? And so
let's get into your deck first, because you do have the information and we can work from there. And then we'll go back to mine, because my slide deck is really for visuals as I go through.
Gotcha. No problem. Hold on one second.
Down real quick.
All right. And you could pop mine up, but mine's already sharing. So hold on one second. Let me make sure my joint blown up. All right. Here we go. Okay, family. So first thing first, I want to start. The Neteru are not gods, right? I'm gonna read this really fast just so we can get a concept of what I mean when I say the Neteru are not gods. Also, I got some scholars up here. If y'all want to check them out, Jane Osman, an amazing Egyptologist. Then we got Eric Homon, right? Another amazing Egyptologist. I just want to read this really fast. To say the Neteru are not gods in the modern Western sense of the transcendent beings who stayed outside of creation. Rather, as James Osman characterized them, as they are immanent forces. This is important right here, family. The reason this is important because y'all often hear me say eminent forces or eminent things cannot interact with non-eminent things and vice versa. So the very fact that they looked at these things as eminent forces, which means forces that are within our reality, right? That right there give you the clear distinction on why these things are not gods. Let's keep reading. Eminent forces constitutive of cosmotheistic universe. Drawing on this framework alongside Eric Honan work, scholars demonstrate that the Neteru functioned as fluid manifestations, natural laws, and cosmic principles rather than static anthropomorphic anthropomorphic deities, right? Now the brother asked me the other day, like, oh yeah, well, we was dealing with my eye, is that anthropomorphic? And the reason I had to say no to it being anthropomorphic is because when we're dealing with my eye, we know we're dealing with natural law. We're not dealing with an anthropomorphic deity. Let's get into it. It said this perspective corrects the long-standing translation error that has mischaracterized Egyptian theology as primitive idolatry. Instead, by viewing the Neteru as operative powers and aspects of singular divine reality or cosmic order, ma'at, we see that ancient Egyptians approached the sacred not as something separate from nature, right? Which we see in the religions, right? What they say in religion, his ways is not our ways, his thoughts is not our thoughts. That's not how the Kemetic people seen it. They seen it as immersed in the fabric of the cosmos itself. You see what I'm saying? So that's the first concept I want my family to understand. The Neteru, which is the plural form. Of course, we hear a lot of people say Neters. Well, in Kemet, there is no S's to make things plural. The plural is the U. So it will be Neteru, not Neters. And so the Neteru are not gods, right? They are manifestations of natural laws and cosmic principles. That's the first point. Next, I want to go to the Saharan roots. Brother Quantum played the video, and unfortunately, the video touched on the pre-dynastic, but it pretty much started right at the end of the pre-dynastic roots leading into Kemet. When we actually look at the culture and the anthropology of Kemet, and definitely when we're dealing with the Neteru, we see that it go way farther than just 3100 BCE or 4000 BCE. In fact, it reached far back as 8000 BCE. So yes, we can track the Neteru as far back as 8000 BCE. Let's get into this, family. The foundations of the Nile Valley spiritual was rooted in an intimate, observable relationship with the natural world. Y'all, that's going to be a core theme, family. And the natural world, nature, right? That's going to be a core thing when we're dealing with the Neteru and when we're dealing with Kemet, right? The Nile Valley civilizations in general, we're going to always see them dealing with nature. As the Sahara underwent radical climate desolation, human populations concentrated densely along the narrow ribbons of the Nile. Okay, so now they're letting you know that the people, right, as the climate changed, the people in the south moved closer to the Nile. So this is letting you know, this also answers the question. A lot of people, well, where did the Cometian people come from? Where did the Kushite people come from? Where did the Nubians come from? All of them came from inland Africa. And they migrated to the Nile River because that's where all the water went. You see what I'm saying? After everything dried up in the desert. And as we see right here, they came from pastoralists. Everything dried up. They had to find the Nile. So this is where these groups of people came from along the Nile. This is way before they were called Kemet, Nubia, Kush, and all of this. They were just pastoralists, right? It's a in this pastoralist and hunter-gatherer milieu, nature was not viewed as mechanical system governed by blind physics, but as animate and sacred tapestry. So they didn't have technology like we did today. They didn't have telescopes. They didn't have the ability to look at a proton or, measure the doubles. They didn't have that. So they can only operate within nature based off of the observable senses they had, which meant this is why they were so immersed in nature. One of the another things y'all hear me say often, family, is the fact that the people of Kemet worked with the Neteru. And as we see, even before Kemet, these people worked with these systems. You see what I'm saying? With these natural systems. They didn't worship them. Let's get over here to Henry Frankfurt, right? As Egyptologist Henry Frankfurt notes, the kingship and Greek gods, this is a book. It's a Tennessee Egyptian minds perceives no sharp boundary between nature and society, which means they blended the two. This is another point I always make, another great point I always make. Family, we must remember the Kemetic people didn't separate spirituality from society. Spirituality and society was interconnected. Early inhabitants watched the underlying power of the sun, which they call Re, the lethal efficiency of the apex predators. This is where they get the animals, the lions, sackback, things of that nature, and the living, giving surge of annual induction, right? This is the Nile overflowing, right? They recognize that these natural forces possess distinct behavioral traits that mirrored unseen forces. You see what I'm saying? And unseen cosmic laws. So they were looking at their environment and they were seeing things in their environment that brought forth life, right? And these were people who understood the inner workings of the seen and the unseen. And so they understood what they were seeing was the result of the underlying unseen mechanisms, right? Let's get into it. So how did the Neteru, and this goes to Quantum's first question, how did the Neteru first become, come in history, right? How do they first show up in history? The first times we start to see the Neteru in histories is through totems, right? Once again, this is pre-dynastic. So 4500 BC to 3100. So this is the time period right before Kemet start, right? During the pre-dynastic period, environmental observations were codified into clan emblems. So before these were kingdoms, right? These were pastoralist clans, as I said earlier, right? And so the pastoralist clans, what they did was they took a certain object from the environment, right? So the bird, so the falcon, the crocodile, the feather, the ostrich feather, you would see these in totems first, right? And so it's they were codified into clan emblems, right? So you had the clan of the bird or the clan of the falcon. You had the clan of, the bull, the clan of the crocodile, things of that nature. And sacred markers. It's a regional cultures across both southern Nubia and northern Egypt utilize animal totems and wrap. It's a animal totems and wrapped in cloth standard, known by the term Neteru. This is the first time we see the term Neteru to designate a sacred space, right, and political identity. So during this time, these tribes, right, who had sacred totems of animals, right, they were calling the sacred totem of animal a Neteru. This is the first time we see this in history. Let's get to the archaeological milestone, right? Archaeological milestone, such as the Kunsul incense burner. I know a lot of people, they hear that from Jabari a lot. He used that as a great source for showing how old Kemet really is. But let's get it from the Kunsul incense burner 3300. Go ahead.
Real quick.
Go ahead, boy.
So now you just said that they understood this totem as an aspect of what they was trying to symbolize. And this
the totem was a symbolization of their clan. Yes.
And this was early.
Yes. This is way before Kemet.
I want people to understand that what that means for that question. Are the literal? Did the people back then think they were literal or not? If the first showings of it was just that, then we know what they was thinking. No,
Yeah, these are just the totems
me.
are just symbols of the nature that surround them. The totems, they didn't think that these totems were divine beings. They didn't think that they were gods. The totem literally just symbolized their clan. You see what I'm saying? So
Right there.
let's get it right. So 3300 BCE from Lower Nubia province, tangible evidence that core symbols of divine kingship and falcon imagery. Right, we see the falcon here. Now, why is this important? Because we see Heru in history way before Kemet. There's people out here who say, oh, well, they just made the Neteru up. No, they didn't just make the Neteru up. We see how these things were starting to become and develop way before Kemet. And when we start to see Kemet, we see how these things that are developed, right, are literally developed into the culture, right? Passed down into the culture. We have to understand this as well. Ta-Seti and Ta-Meri are the parents of Kemet. So when we're dealing here, right, 8,000, 4,500, we have to understand that during this time, we're dealing with these ancient names, Ta-Seti, right, which is just the region. And then we're dealing with Ta-Meri. So this is way before Kemet. And so Ta-Seti and Ta-Meri had this information way before, and they are the ones that during the famine or during the climate change, they were a group that settled along the Nile and brought this information to the Nile. They didn't copy nobody information. They brought the information they already had to the Nile. So it's from the Lower Nubia provided tangible evidence that core symbols of divine kingship, falcon furs. Now centers before Egypt formal unification, these early emblems served as shared spiritual language, marking objects, and or territorial imbued with divine power. So before Kemet, these things served as early emblems, right? Shared spiritual language. Why is this important? Because I always remind my people that Kemet wasn't some set apart culture that didn't interact with anybody. No, Kemet was a part of the Nile Valley culture, right? And so within this Nile Valley culture, they shared sacred language, they shared markings, they shared territories. And so when people, and mind you, this is trade as well. So people be asking, okay, well, how did these people get this information? How did these people? Through communication up and down the Nile. Mind you, this was a shared system. This wasn't an isolated system. Let's get into it, family. All right, so 3100 to 2686 BCE. This is when we get to the first unification, the first state unification of Kemet, and the first codification of the Neteru. It says when a political unification of Kemet occurred around 3100 BCE, local clan crests were elevated. Listen, family, they were elevated into universal cosmic principles. An invention of hieroglyphic writing standardized the Neter symbol. So mind you, if I can go back really fast, right? And 45 to 31 is the first time we seen the totems, but this is the first time we seen them use the term Neter. 31 to 26, this is the first time in writing we see the Neter symbolized in writing. It's the standardized the Neter symbol, and the priesthood began formalizing state-sanctioned traditions and temple compo communities. It's a simple compo community and temple orders, right? So here is some of the Neteru that they already had way before Kemet. They had Anpu. right? People know Anpu as Anubis. Now, why was Anpu Netta? Because jackals patrol desert fringes at dusk, and they became the archetype for the guardian of boundaries and embalming. So basically, jackals had a keen sense of quote unquote, or what they believe, of the dead, right? Because they walked around at dusk, because they was always hovering around carcasses, things of that nature. Anpu became a guardian, or a if we even want to say a guide, right, through the underworld. Then we have Shepmet, right, or Apetamek, right? In Nubia, they was known as Apetamek. As Apetamek came down into Kemet, we seen Apetamek turn to Sekhmet, right? The power of the heat of the lion embodies fierce, protective, fiery protection, solar energy, and divine judgment, right? So we see how they had something for the dog, they had something for the lion. Then right here we got Heru. Most people know him as Horus, right? And so soaring high with unblinding vision, the falcon symbolized the sky, transcendent perspective, and divine kingship, right? Just as the video brother Quantum put up. So we also see Heru being, symbolized way before Kemet. And then we have Ma'at, right? Represented by the single ostrich feather. So before Ma'at was symbolized by a woman with an ostrich feather, Ma'at was just symbolized by using just the single ostrich feather, right? And say she served as the pre-existing structural blueprint of truth, balance, and cosmic order. So these Neteru existed before the kingdom or the dynastic period of Kemet even existed. Let's get into it. All right. So here, right, 2686 BCE to 2181 BCE, we start to see the systematic theology and pre-existent order, right? The Old Kingdom synthesis. By the Old Kingdom, royal theologians organized these forces into complex creation myths. I'm going to read that again, family. By the Old Kingdom, royal theologians organized these forces into complex creation myths. This goes back to the question that Quantum asked me earlier. Why is it important for us to understand what time period we're talking about, or what dynasty we're talking about when we're talking about topics like the Neteru? Well, as you see here, right, in pre-dynastic, the Neteru were used as totems. For clans, for identification of clans, right? When we go down, right, in the state unification, this is when we start to see them embrace a little more, right, of of nature, right? We start to see another transition, or elevation, so to speak, how they would use it, the word elevation. And then when we get to the Old Kingdom, we start to see another elevation, right, with creation myths. So if we're talking about creation myths, then we're talking about the Old Kingdom. If we're talking about totems, then we're talking about pre-dynastic. And, it goes that way. We're going to get back into some more. So what it say? Creation myths and cosmic philosophies. Creation was ex nihilo event, rather than it was imposition of structure upon pre-existing chaotic potential, also known as noon. What is noon? Noon is pre-existing chaotic potential, right? It's the potential to be, the state that holds possibilities, right? They had a concept of this. A lot of people would say the great unseen force, the great unseen seen force is what they would say, because it's the thing that brings everything else into being. Let's get into it. Ma'at. It's the essential to this structure framework was Ma'at, the embodiment of cosmic order. Again, Ma'at is central to this framework. So when people were saying, and it goes back to what I was saying earlier, right? people work within these systems. And so the very fact that Ma'at is the central framework of the Neteru system lets you know you can't work with the Neteru unless you are operating within Ma'at. You see what I'm saying? The video also talked about that too. If you're operating within Ma'at, you cannot operate within Isfat. If you're operating within Isfat, you cannot operate within Ma'at. So this concept was understood. If you want to work with the Neteru, you have to first understand and work with Ma'at. Let's get into it. It's a truth, balance, and equilibrium. As scholar Demetrius Meeks observed in daily life of the Egyptians gods, the gods bring order to pre-existing chaotic potential, noon, anchoring it with Ma'at, which serves as the sustaining breath and food of the divine community, right? So as we're seeing them work within nature. They're identifying nature. They're identifying how elements operate within each other. How do they interact? You see what I'm saying? Let's get into it, right? So now we get in here to the 25th dynasty, right? 2055 to 656 BCE, imperial synthesis and Kushite restoration. So this is also important, family. Brother Quantum had up there intermediate periods, right? When Kemet, when the people, of the Nile Valley came back and became back in control of Kemet, it's important to note they didn't just restart, the Neteru thing all over again. They didn't go to any new systems or anything of that nature. What the Kushite people did was they restored the balance of Ma'at. Let's get into it. The classical pantheon reached its full maturity during the middle kingdoms, accumulating in power cultural synthesis. This unity was demonstrated during the 25th dynasty, 744-656 BCE, when the Black of Kush ruled over the unified Nile corridors for Jebel Barkel and Karnak, or to Karnak, right? So Jebel Barkel, this is Karnak here. And so when the Kushites took back power over the Nile region, this is the part of the Nile region that they ruled. They ruled from here all the way down to here, all the way down to Karnak, right? Let's get over here. Rather than introducing foreign traditions, the Kushite rulers actively restored monuments, renewed classical rituals, and honored the ancient Neteru. They viewed themselves as direct guardians of ancestral traditions. Direct guardians, which means, and this is why it's so important to understand why the Nile Valley held such a shared system, because once the Kemetic people, right, were kicked out, or and we had intermediate periods, when another group of Nile Valley civilization come and then they retake the throne of Kemet, right? What happens is they already have a culture to put in place. So they don't need to put any foreign cultures in place. This is the benefit of having a shared cultural system, right? So
Hey, brother.
Uh-huh.
Can I ask you? I'm sorry for interrupting,
Go ahead.
but because this fits right in with what you're saying. So to restore, uh, like literal, is war, right?
Yes, they had to go to war to restore Ma'at.
Yes. Okay. Continue.
Okay. Yes. So this is why Shekmet, if I can go back, Shekmet, right? So a lot of people look at Shekmet as a evil Neter or a destroyer Neter, right? But the whole purpose of Shekmet is to return the land back to order, return the land back to Ma'at, right? And so Sekhmet whole purpose is to get rid of Isfat, because if you have Isfat, then you can't have Ma'at. When we dealing with the intermediate periods, right, the Kemetic people or the Nile Valley civilization looked at foreigners ruling the Nile Valley as Isfat. And so the only way they can regain Ma'at was they had to unleash Sekhmet, which is the protector of the land of Ma'at. So that was a valid question, brother. That was a valid question. So it say they view themselves as the direct guardians of ancestral tradition, providing that the spiritual system born in the deep prehistory of the Nile Valley remained a living, breathing reality across millennia. So this is, again, I said this before, the benefit of having a shared system is that even when your kingdom, so to speak, is taken over, you can have brothers and sisters come to your aid and restore the original spiritual system that was there after kicking out the foreign invaders. So what the Kushite people did was they brought back the Nile Valley civilization. They brought back the Nile Valley spiritual system after kicking out the foreign invaders. All right. Now, these are some books that I recommend, right? Kingship and the Gods. And these are just some to just get people out there jump started if they want to go and do their own research on where should I start with the Neteru, or where should I start with Kemet, or how should I even begin to start viewing Kemet, right? I think these are some great resources for the family to go pick up. You got Ancient Civilizations of Africa. You got The Daily Life of Egyptian Gods by Demetrius Meeks. And so this is my presentation, family. Brother Quantum, you got anything you want to add, my guy?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for that. That was just a summation of the importance of people understanding when they start doing research. And so some of us trying to find my slides. Let me keep back. Oh, they didn't add. Because some of us don't understand that long time period. That's the biggest thing that stands out to me when I first look at this. And then you picture the root civilization of what transformed into the complex Kemet.
Right.
But you talked about them first people and that totem that they had. And it told exactly what that totem was and what those people thought of that totem. I don't know. Can you pull that back up one more time? Because that was real. That was real. Like, I put my slides up there and stuff, but that was real important, and I'll show why.
All right.
Because that question, somebody asked it to GDN.
Snacks, I got you.
GDN asked somebody. Shout out to the chat. It was Immortal Dragon Review, and GDN was talking, and GDN asked him.
That's your literal. That is crazy. That's a crazy question, GDN Capone.
Well, I think he was just asking Immortal just to see what Immortal's view was. You know how people is. They had their view, but they just want to see what somebody else say. Because there's been an argument amongst the community. But this right here should give, well, I ain't going to say should give you. This right here gave me something to stand on when they ask, are they literal or not? To me, they are not literal. When we talk about something in the physical. Now, you want to know why? Now, explain this again, Humble, because this is actually what I always thought that they believed.
Go ahead. Oh, explain this right here? Okay.
Yeah.
So, during the pre-dynastic period, environmental observations were codified into clan emblems. So when we got the totem, so the totem is a symbol of what clan you're a part of, right? The animal on the symbol The animal on the totem is the Neter. It denotes sacred space and political identities. So instead of it being a pantheon, right? You had the Heru clan, right? Which they looked at the falcon as their sacred totem animal, and then you had the Anpu clan, right? They looked at Anpu as their total clan, their totem clan nature. Then you had Ma'at, then you had Hathor, then you had, you see what I'm saying? When Kemet, go ahead.
So this is just saying like teams today.
Yes.
This was just a team. They wasn't saying that these things was literal deity beings. They might have looked at them at some type of reference, but they knew that these things was nature. That's why they called them Neteru at that time.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Just make sure.
They did not. All of these totems did not come into one group until the unification of Kemet. That's when they all came into one pantheon, quote unquote, if we want to call it a pantheon. This is when they all came under one pantheon. You see what I'm saying? And the reason they came under one pantheon is because the Nile Valley became truly one civilization. Instead of a bunch of mixed clans, the Nile Valley civilization became truly one civilization. And so these totems transferred, right, from the totems to as I could show you here. Hold on one second. As I could show you here, they transferred from the totems to the actual embodiment of the personified forces. You see what I'm saying? So Heru changed from just being a totem to an actual embodiment of an energy. Right? Same thing with Anpu, same thing with Sekhmet, same thing with Ma'at. Go ahead, Quantum.
So now that leads me to the next question. So when we're seeing them evolve, is because the generations are passing and people are coming up with new ideas about these things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so we see kind of a transformation. For me, it wasn't a transformation into these things becoming something else. It's just the symbolism changed, but the function of what they was at first never really changed.
Exactly.
And if it did change, it wasn't the initial people who changed it. The initial people was looking at it was people who came after them who put their own under him. So we see this was going on even back then. If that's what was going on. Once we're going through my slides and stuff, we're gonna see, because that's why I'm looking at the symbolism. Because right now, I don't even think it's suggestion anything religious when we talk about pre-dynastic things that we find. It ain't talking about nothing religious. That thing that you read before, and that's, I want to stand on that slide one more time. That slide said that these people had clans and they named their clans after different animals they seen. Yeah, we the Falcons. I mean, and this makes so much sense. Not only does it make sense, this is what archaeology has found.
Yep. This is what archaeology have found. Anthropologists have found this. Cultural analysis. People who actually analyze specific traits in certain cultures, they have found out that before the Neteru were in a grouping, in a pantheon grouping, they were used as identifiers of certain clans. In the academia world and in the Afrocentric world, this concept that the Neteru were totems first is a prominent concept.
Immortal Dragon says the top of the totem was the divine being. The being was also a literal thing in life. See, this right here, Immortal, this is why I be having problems when people say that, because that could only be your interpretation because you want that thing to be divine. But we actually see that if they're literal, why would they want them to be divine when they know that they're just literal things that they may be looking at for different reasons? Mainly
Right.
because what they was talking about, the site of the, and this clan was saying that they was the top clan. And maybe the other clans actually agreed with it because of what this clan was doing. And so we can watch the falcon and see a falcon go to his nest and see how a falcon is living. And so maybe they was doing that as opposed to saying that these things was some type of supernatural divinity doing something that wasn't in nature. If I'm thinking that you mean divinity when you say the traditional.
Exactly.
Hey, Can I piggyback off that real quick? Because he made that was nice. Um, would you agree that the Neteru is 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 advanced as far as scientific, mathematics, all in one, as far as dealing with the universe, space, and time?
Listen,
That
we would get nothing out of the Neteru if we don't understand that that was symbolic. We will never
right,
get nothing out of it.
right. I understand that. I totally agree. I totally agree with you on that. But as far as the Neteru, when we observe it and think about it, it's speaking outside some like the symbolic is speaking outside of the realm of time. You know?
So to understand this better and to understand why this is not why these things were not literal, is because again, like me and Brother Corner was talking about, these are aspects of nature, right?
Right,
And they
exactly.
started off as clan names. So they didn't start off as something that was worshipped. The reason
Uh,
they were even picked as totem in clan titles is because they understood the importance of these things in nature. You see what I'm saying?
so
So this is
that's why
why,
I'm saying it was advanced. Like
yes, advanced,
right
yes,
now, no,
but literal,
like right
no.
now, like right now, our brothers and sisters is dealing with religion. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? Anthropomorphizing God. You know, God walks, God talks, God. But our ancestors understood the nature of things. Because if we think about the nature of things and we put God in the concept, God is unforgiving because nature is unforgiving. You know,
Mm-hmm.
nature. You have tornadoes, you have tsunamis, you have that.
Mm-hmm.
Nature don't care about what's going on. It's just on to another day.
Exactly.
So
And that's why the concept, really fast, brother, because you
I
said something very important. That's why the concept of my act is very important, because nature is going to do what nature do. Are you in tune with nature, that so that
exactly,
when nature do what it do, then you can move accordingly. You see what I'm saying? It's all about
exactly.
if you paying attention or not. That was profound, brother. That was profound.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we got
because it's more like when we take spirituality like real life. We take spirituality like it's more of a worship thing nowadays.
Yes.
We don't accept spirituality for what it is of nature and balance and things like that. You know, because if all the texts of biblical texts say that God is within you,
Mm-hmm.
temple, temple, where your temple at? But I'm not
Go.
trying to get off the subject, but I really appreciate this conversation, man.
No problem, brother.
yeah,
No problem. Hey,
real
listen, we
quick. We got
appreciate you being on the panel.
Steve Cabello in the chat, he say the person or person carrying the energy or being possessed by the Neteru is literal and physical, but the energy itself is not literal until it's functioning through a physical person. Shout out
Hey, come on
Steve.
up. Can you read that on the screen and show me where you see anybody getting possessed by any totems?
But totem is
On
like
your
a
on our
totem is
screen
like a
that we got on our
totem is
screen.
like a Tekken, right?
A totem is a clan identifier, right? So if y'all know
It's like
anything
a
about
Tekken.
It's like
a
a
tech,
school. If I go to
Yeah,
school, my daughter go to school at Hefner, they the Vikings.
yes,
Or you
that's what
got
a totem
somebody that
is.
go to school over here. That's they. So they put these things to identify. And I don't know if this clan was closer to the Falcons and they had more Falcons, and this is why they identified it, because it was more, and the other clan had more of whatever animal they had on they, and that's how they identified it. Were these the animals that were easiest to observe in nature? I think saying that they divine and that they worship these things is totally out of line with what these people would be
yeah,
standing for and
I
stuff.
agree.
When you think about just what a totem is and me knowing the symbolism of it. That's why I say we'd never get nothing out of them if we don't understand that these people were smart enough to know that these things didn't have any divine power like that. I
Mm-hmm.
don't believe. I could be dead wrong.
But
That's just my
but
observation.
I can I can add is that where the misunderstanding comes from is of the symbolic of the animal is transferred and picked up by like a pharaoh or a person with status, and he'll call himself Haru or Aman and things
For the
like that,
kids,
and he'll put the
kids that's
nectars
lost.
into his name. He'll put the nectars in his name, but that person is literal, but the name of the deity that he's speaking on is not literal.
Yes. And
You see,
so when we dealing with these things, right? Like Brother Quantum was just saying, he made a great point. It's much like the Native Americans over here, right? There was a buffalo tribe over here. There was a turtle tribe over here. There was a fox tribe over here. And these
Yeah,
animals were the
I was gonna
insignia
get to that.
of those tribes. Over here in Kemet, it was the same exact way. Now you have to remember, like I was saying earlier, these tribes, right? They were looking at nature, and it's just like if I can give an example, it's just like the Chinese martial artists studying animals to figure out new techniques for martial arts, right? The mantis. You wouldn't
Yeah,
say that martial artist was worshiping the mantis. No, he was studying the mantis, right? He was trying to understand the mantis.
yeah,
He was trying to understand, and to do that, humans understand to study something, you must become one with it. You see what I'm saying?
yeah.
So even here, they understood. For us to understand nature, we must become one with it. So why did they identify themselves with Haru, the falcon? Right? Because they believed they had to be vigilant like the falcon. They had to be wise and see all like the falcon. How?
and
Because
if a
this
kid
helped you adapt and change with time.
But
and
but
if a
but
kid get lost,
you also
kid get
gotta
lost
put
and they
in
want to know
that.
where the kid at, the kid's supposed to go. The kid can say Haru, and they'll know that kids belong over there with them people, and they can get
Mm-hmm.
like, listen, man, it's way more than just that. I can't believe. I don't know. I'm having, like I'm saying, the more, you know me, humble. I try to make it as human as possible when
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at these things, because I don't believe that in the first part of it, the pre-dynastic, when we looking at it,
Mm-hmm.
the symbolism wasn't for anything else but identification,
There you go.
not no deification. I think that
There
came
you go.
later.
That's
Steve
facts.
Steve Calabrero Caballero, shout out Steve. Shout out the platform over there, Paradigm Shift. I'm gonna be a part of that over there. I got a tournament they got Worldview Wars, a little tight little debate platform format that they got going. I'm gonna be a part of that. So I've been interacting with these guys. But he say, so are you saying that no one carried and or still carries the Neteru? Now listen to me real quick. I'm gonna answer this real quick because I can, and then I'll let him answer it. For me, when I see Neteru, I see nature. So when I think about nature and I think about existence, then I have to think about time. And I understand that we all are a microcosm of nature. So yes, we do have Neter, or that thing that they say is Neter or nature within us. That's how we work. Those are the things that we're looking to identify, have identified some of those things. Do I believe that there's some great power where there's a Neter power in me that could be greater than the Neter power that is in Humble? No, I don't. I believe that's when we come to our individuality and we start exposing ourselves. But as far as some type of supernatural Neter that takes over or possesses, no, never have, never will be.
I actually want to get to,
Great.
if I can, I want to get to what Brother A1 is saying in the chat, because he said something profound, right? He said, same thing with the zodiac signs. We don't think yours the bull is a god, right? Which means, right, we don't think that Taurus, right? When we talk about zodiac sign, Aquarius, Virgo, Taurus, Scorpio, those are not gods. Those are just constellations. We know those are not literal things. Those are just personifications of the cosmos, right? It's the same thing with the Neteru. These Neteru, these things are not gods. These are just label personifications of nature. How these people live, what these people did, how these people operated within their land masses. Also, this brother right here, and I'm gonna let you get it in, brother. This brother right here brought out a great, another great example, right? Just like the bison in America, the bison was a sacred animal. Why was the bison a sacred animal? Because the bison provides sustenance for life. And so this is how tribal people operated. They looked at things that provided sustenance for life and they venerated it. That's all.
I don't think they think they was gods because they could kill those things. And I don't think that's why I don't think they would think that those things were divine or anything, because those things were, for me, was symbolism for mapping out different parts, and that's just for me. Like I said, that's the only thing. That's the only way I'm gonna get anything that makes sense out of it. Taurus the bull, Osiris in the sky, the three. Like, we know them ain't real people. That ain't a real person up there. I know Taurus ain't a real bull up there in the sky. It looks like a bull. We can draw a map and map the bull with the stars, but that's not a real bull.
Hey,
Steve
but you said, Humble.
Oh, go ahead, brother.
You were speaking on the totem and keeping Mu'at and things like that. You know, in layman's terms, if, like, here in America, you know what I'm saying, we have signs, we have recognition, like symbolism is who we are, and they call it game. But those are
Yep.
I got a short little video I want to play too.
Go for it. You got it. Pull it on up.
Those are tribes. You know what I'm saying?
While you pulling that up, we're gonna go ahead and get to.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship? You want the smoke? You want the unfiltered action? Then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
All right,
Yeah, man.
family.
It's your boy Cody. This
Hey,
is me, you, and the Neteru. Humble had a video he was about to show. My
really
bad. Go
fast
ahead.
before I get into this video, I want to apologize to brother Mater Williams. You was speaking. I wasn't trying to cut you off, bro. I just want to let
Oh, you
that
good,
know.
man. You good. You good.
I also want to address Steve in the comments. Steve asked a great question. What is the head? What do the headdress symbolize? Right. What is the significance of the headdress? Right. Like for example, my eye, things of that nature. The headdress in Kemet is a status object. Right. So it signifies royal status. Right. So you might see the priesthood wear headdresses. You might see the queen wear headdresses, the pharaohs wear headdresses, the viziers wear headdresses. So if you was around wearing headdresses like that, then you were somebody of importance. This is Elder Infodigi family. I would encourage anybody later on in time. We ain't gonna watch the whole video. We just gonna watch this part. But Infodigi Jehudamaz, right? Black people need to get this. Go pop this up on YouTube and watch this. It's only an hour and 30 minutes long. Once again, if you just get introduction, you just want to learn more, you want to refresh, this is a great source right here. We gonna click this and we just gonna give his breakdown. We just gonna get his breakdown about some of the Neteru. Primarily Heru. Let's get it, y'all.
And I break down real concepts, like for example, when we say that every living king was Shemsu Haru. Now you say, come on, bro. The king is a bird. A pigeon. What's up with that? There's a person who doesn't understand nature. I said, no, man. The hawk, the falcon, and the eagle.
Hey, can y'all hear this? I can't really hear this, and I don't know why.
Extra layer of skin.
No, I was
low.
wondering if it was playing. It's low in the motherfucker.
I don't know why this is so
No
low.
rivalry in the sky.
Hold on 1 second.
Their vision is so keen they can spot a mouse under a leaf from a mile, hovering a mile in the sky, and they're 99% accurate. They're pilots.
Yeah, I don't know why. This is so low. Hold on. That's crazy work, bro. Can we not? No. Can we not increase the volume on the things we listen to up here?
Yeah, it should be a speaker. It should be a speaker on their Humble. If you go to the screen,
yeah,
don't no speaker pop up for you.
I'm talking about over here. Is it coming through low over here?
Baba Aphrodite, a real one.
Yeah.
No, if you playing it on your screen, it should be
Hold
on the. You should be able to turn the audio up and down. I don't know what you're sharing. If you're sharing your screen, can you turn your screen?
Calculate the speed in the
it's loud.
Light. As a fish is going this way, he's going this way, 70 miles an hour. Dives down, turns in under the water, and comes up 98 times, 99% of the time with the fish.
Hold on 1 sec. I wanna take it back a little bit. Oh, I don't like these things. So he's describing what's so great about him.
And so now, if you understand this power,
hey, try to mute up and see if it get louder, Mater.
Skin that goes over their eye and they can see directly in the sun. No other creature can do that. They have no rivalry in the sky. Their vision is so keen they can spot a mouse under a leaf from a mile, hovering a mile in the sky, and they're 99% accurate. Air pilots are imitating falcons. They can calculate the speed and the bend of light as a fish is going this way. He's going this way, 70 miles an hour. Dives down, turns in under the water, and comes up 98 times, 99% of the time with the fish. People, they're still trying to calculate that. And so now, if you understand this power that the falcon, the eagle he has no rivalry in the sky. He perches and has his nest on the highest mountain or the highest tree. Now, so if you understand that because you live in the country and you understand that, and the brother came up to you and said, I'm a mighty falcon. You'd be like, yeah, you got it. Especially if you've been.
So what he's going over, and I don't know why it was so low, but what he was going over is why the Kemetic people looked at the falcon. If y'all see, he actually the reason I want y'all to go check out this video is because he actually go over all of those figurines, which are the Neteru in the back, right? He go over Ma'at, he go over Sekbek, he go over Heru, he go over Jehudi. And so right now he's explaining why the Kemetic people looked at the falcon and revered it the way that they did, right? Because they saw how much of a magnificent hunter it was. They saw how high, right, it perched up in the skies. What he said, they got the highest when they sitting on the mountains. They sit above everybody else. They fly the highest. They fly the fastest, right? And so the Kemetic people seen this, and they say, look what amazing job life did. Look at life. Look at the amazing things life can do. And they venerated that. And so as he was saying before I paused, I don't know if y'all can hear, it was kind of low, but he said, now, when somebody walk up to you, right, and they say, man, like Quantum got his owl, right? And I walk up to Quantum, and I say, man, you are all seeing, right? You are just like that owl. That make you feel good about yourself. You're like, yeah, I'm doing my thing. So the reason they had these totems of these amazing animals is because of the power that came with the animal. Not no spooky stuff, but what the animal was able to do in nature. Right? Exactly. So when you walk up to somebody that was in a lion tribe, right, and they say, man, you mighty. They say, yeah, we exude in that lion energy. You see what I'm saying? So this is why they was doing what they were doing. And once again, I'm going to refer back to the video. I'm going to take it down now, but I'm going to refer back to the video. Go check that video out, man. Amazing video. But I hope that just gave the family just a little bit more clarity on why the Kemetic people or why these people chose to use these animals as mascots, so to speak, if we can use that word, right? Because if the word told them, we can use mascot.
A depiction.
A depiction of
that.
Yeah.
Because we also can say the cat too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because the cat, and brother Tuhudi touched on it a little bit a couple of days ago. The cat and the mongoose is alternative enemies to the serpent.
Yeah. You know what's so funny? We in America got this what they call suspicion. And they say, it's about the cats, the black cats, cat run across your feet, black cat run across your feet, you get bad luck. But they don't know cats was good luck. Mongooses were good luck.
That's and why I always say
really fast, because this is important. What made the mongoose so revered in Kemet was the fact that it was immune to venom. It was immune to the snake's bite. And so they looked at it as something that overcame hardship. They looked at it as
And
something that, you know, when it get knocked down, in the latter words, when it get knocked down and get right back up. You see what I'm saying? Toughness, resilience. That was the symbol of, you know, so yeah, man, you on it with that one, Mater. Go ahead, get it in, Mater.
and then the cat reflexes is 8 times faster than this
Oh yeah.
serpent. So you know, it was. See, I tell people when they say black cat, a cat just as black as you. You know, just as black as you. So when we speaking on nature itself as far as animals and the
Mm-hmm.
depiction and the totem pole, we also have to take touch basis on the worldview of totem pole,
That's a fact.
because it didn't just within Kemet. See, we are misled that we people forgot that it was once upon a time there was no other race on the planet,
You better get into it,
and
Mater.
and there's no blade of grass that we haven't walked across, bro.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
You know what I mean? So they want to put us in one little box, Africa, but then want to distort the map to the point where Africa is in a whole different region than America.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then when you get to the totems, because then when the totems, what we talking about, the camel and certain other animals didn't migrate in Africa. It was in America.
Mm. You know what's interesting about that? And you know, I hate to bring up the religion joint, but that's another, you know, when you look in the Bible, they say Abraham was walking around with camels. But
That's
then
false.
they say Abraham was supposed to live 2000 BCE. He was all up in that time period. And then when you look up the domestication of camels, you find out they wasn't even domesticated then.
No, but then you got to understand the donkey. The donkey wasn't crossbred in the BCE or
Mm-hmm.
AD. You know, so
Mm-hmm.
those are totem because donkeys is considered dumbfounded,
Yes.
but they are great protectors.
Mm-hmm.
They are protectors. You know, you keep a donkey in your within your livestock, they gonna kill something.
Oh yeah.
So
Man can't
so
reproduce. What do you say? Look, they'll protect something out there.
but then when the totem pole, see, because it's a widespread. When I want to understand the Neteru. I want to learn from you, brothers. I want to
Mm-hmm.
study and everything. But it's from my understanding, it's not it just don't stay into Kemet
Not at all. Not at all.
because you have pyramids everywhere,
Yeah.
and you
But
got pyramids older than the ones over here
yeah.
than in Africa.
Yeah. And see this right here, if y'all, I'm gonna blow myself up real quick. If y'all see this crest right here, family, you see the Niti Tapi on one side in the blue, and you see the Neteru in the green, right? The Nisi Tapi, this is Blackfoot Native American. These people native to this land, right? Naturalist system. You see animals, right? All through there, right? These wasn't gods, but these were them paying reverence to what they saw that was important in nature. Same thing over here with the Neteru, right? You got Jehudi, you got Ma'at, and you got Isfet down here, right? This Jehudi represents intelligence, wisdom, knowledge. You can't, there's no tangible thing for knowledge. So instead of them trying to explain what it is, give you a 30-year course, they came up with a concept called Jehudi, right? Same thing with Ma'at. There is no tangible thing for the thing that holds everything in the universe together. There is no tangible thing for balance and reciprocity and justice. So instead, they came up with a concept and called her Ma'at. There is no tangible thing for chaos. We can't point to chaos in a bottle and say, look, that's chaos. No. And so they came up with a concept of chaos.
Yeah.
Same thing over here, right? You got wisdom. You got Esquattle, wisdom, right? And then you got the balance of all things, right? And then you got the disharmony. And so that's all these are symbols of. These are just symbols of explaining to you how to live life. These are certain aspects of life. The thing that kills it is when people try to spookify this stuff. Now, I don't mind people getting a little bit esoteric because, we can't have the exoteric without the esoteric. But when people spookify this stuff, right? Oh, yeah, these were gods and this is the power of that. And these people walked across the planet and did it. No. And this is why brothers like myself, brothers like Jabari Osaze, I'm going to land my plane with this. Brothers like myself, Jabari Osaze, brothers like Brother Ashe, we get on the defense about Kemet because people misinterpretations of Kemet. People literally all day long when I'm on my home planet, Bigo, come check me out, family. Come check me out over there on Bigo Live. But all day long on my home planet, people sit around and tell me, well, you believe that my aunt was a woman who walked the planet. Family, you will never hear me say that out of my mouth. But because when you look for my aunt, you can see her as a woman with an ostrich feather. They assume this is what you believe my aunt looked like. They don't understand symbolism. And it makes sense they don't understand symbolism because in their culture, they're a literal culture. So in their culture, in the Christian culture, and the Hebrew culture, and the Muslim culture, things in their culture are literal. If you ask a Christian if Jesus was a historical person, they'll tell you he was. If you ask a Muslim did Moses ever exist, they'll tell you he did. These are literal. They don't understand symbolism. So this is why they then try to come and impress their literalism onto ancient cultures like Kemet, like the Nisi Tapi, things. They even do it with Mesopotamia, right? They'll tell you that Tiamat was a dragon. And anybody know anything about Mesopotamian culture know that Tiamat represented fresh water.
Yeah, water planet.
But they'll stick with the myth and they'll make the myth real. No, she was some dragon serpent being, and then they'll tie it into the Bible. Yeah, you see, even the Bible talk about Leviathans. Like, come on, bro, you wilding, you tripping.
See, what I say is like when you look at Malat and you look at the measurement from your heart from a feather, you know what I'm saying? When you really like, we can go into esoteric, when you really think about like the test of times and things like that, a lot of that can't be measured. Only thing can be measured is who you are as a person.
Mm, you better
You
teach.
know, that's why your heart is measured.
There you go.
You know, so but then they take all of that out of concept and be
Hmm.
like, oh, this is a winged bird, a woman with, and they get been measured. No, you don't understand
Hmm.
the things was is really saying that the whole judgment scene. They use the whole judgment scene to this day.
And
So
we
you
got
know, it's
courthouses in all 52 states.
but then within your presentation, you touched on the rapid.
Hmm.
You know, when did religion really start?
Mm.
We made that up for them to have something to believe in because they jealous of us of how we go about nature. It's not
Mm.
worshiping, you know. Oh, we want to be like them.
Yeah.
So guess what? They killing our ancestors and what the Coptic Egyptians had to come up with Serapis, the Apis bull, you know, with you know the term, but had to come
You
up
know what? You brought
with
up an interesting thing. I'm looking up now. What was Europe doing in 4000 BCE? Let's give them 4000 BCE. What was they
but
doing
but but
4000
but
BCE?
but we can't rely on that because if when we go back to science and things like that, and then you got these Egyptologists, they don't even, to be honest, don't know how old the pyramids is. They don't know. 1 minute is 3,000 years, 4,000, 6,000, 8,000, 10,000. They don't know. But then at the same time, they come up with it's a lot more pyramids around here, around this world, older than these pyramids. So it's like it's like we in a nutshell, and they constantly trying to hide our identity. They don't want us to find the truth of the matter of the things of who we are, and so we can get our identity back, so we can have our culture. They don't want that, man. That's why I constantly study. I constantly listen to my brothers. I constantly when you say things, I don't just take that. I go and I look it
Mhm.
up.
Exactly. I appreciate that. I appreciate you for
You know
saying
what I'm
that.
saying? And
Yes.
then my thing is when if you showing your slides, I may have seen your slides or whatever. However, you know what I'm saying. But it's reassuring me that I know what I know.
Yep.
So
Yep. Yep.
if I say something about Muad, oh, I'm regurgitating on what Jabari or whatever, whoever or the
Hmm.
expert saying. Wow. When I did my due diligence and look and did my research, and I'm still at the same point. So
There
we
you go.
all regurgitating. So that's
Yep.
where these people with religion, they all you just regurgitating the things that you don't, no, we not, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all stuck with their religion. You stuck with a God, two different, three different gods.
Hmm. Hmm.
That's like with Omar. I'm like, man, let's change the topic. I was
Yo,
waiting on
oh,
you to hit.
funny, bro. Hey, listen, I threw a topic out there for y'all. He ain't even want to do that.
Man, I told you, I just wanted a simple topic.
But you know,
Was was
see,
was was
brothers,
was
real,
was
real fast, 'cause
Jesus
this is important,
talking
bro.
about?
So brothers like that, right? And I respect my brother Omar. That's still my brother Omar. But brothers like that, they get a kick out of disagreeing with you. You see what I'm saying? And so, hey, listen, when you step up and punch them in the chest, if they don't respond, bro, you gotta leave it at that. They ain't respond. Go ahead, brother Quantum, you back?
Oh, hey, bro, I'm not no scholar within Kemet, but I do learn and I do my research, and I got pushback, you know.
That's
But
why
at the
y'all,
same
brother,
time,
real fast, because that's important what you just said. You just said you ain't no scholar, right? I'm on
yeah.
YouTube now and I'm in the building. Hold on, real fast. This is important, brother. Hey, that's part of my role here in this community, right? My brothers, by the time I'm done and gone, my brothers ain't going to be able to say they not scholars no more. By the time I'm done and
But
gone,
then,
my brothers going to
yeah,
be talking
yeah,
about how much they research, right? How well spoken they are, how they can formulate their arguments, how they can get their
right.
points across. This is why Brother
I
Humble
understand
Mystery
that.
is in the building. You feel me? I don't like to
I
hear when my
understand
brothers
that.
say they not scholars because it lets it to me, you're putting yourself below everybody else. You got the
It's
same
not. Oh,
resources everybody else got right now. You see what I'm saying,
I
family?
understand that.
And so
Yeah,
my job is to teach you how to use those resources, teach you how to get to those resources,
yeah.
give you the path to look. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I appreciate you, Mater. Just because of what you said.
I'm not no scholar
When
as
we
far
show
as
you stuff,
Jabari stage,
hold on, Mater, I
but I
got
can
you. Hold
hold my
on, Mater.
own.
Because of what you said earlier, when we show you stuff, you just don't accept it. You actually go and do your research on it to see what you get out
Yeah,
of it. I
no doubt.
respect it. I respect that. And look, y'all hear me say it all the time. Listen, man, when I'm off these lives, hey, I ain't just chilling. Brother Quantum hear me all the time say it, man. Hey, listen, I'm out here looking. Hey, I'm researching something. Brother Quantum hit my phone. Quantum, what you hear in the background? He hear people talk. Hey, what's that? Some philosophy going on back there? Hey, what's that? The Animal Planet going on? I'm always researching.
Yeah,
You gotta stay
that's
ahead of
what
the
I'm
curve.
saying.
I just wanted to say that, family. I'm gonna mute my mic. I'm gonna land my
I'm
plane.
going.
Go ahead.
I'm going. First thing I'm gonna do, but then, but real, genuine brothers of the work of 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 bringing back our identity as far as melanated brothers. It's not gonna be disingenuous. You know, I don't go up under no tradition, but within my ancestors, as far as within Kemet, I'm more leaning to that way because I see, I want to see where we went wrong at, where we started at, the greatness of it. I want to put that into like, where do I go from here? You know, because I know for a fact you, me, we can't get Kemet back. We can't get those years back. So we have to take what our ancestors showed us and left us and take it further. You know what I'm saying? And do our due diligence with each other and not to be biased and just I'm lying to you. You know, I don't believe in no religion. So when it comes down to Kemet, it comes down to religion at sometimes, the way people come at it. But then when you go with the Abrahamic faith, they push it. They like this is all God Almighty. But what about your ancestors? Like they didn't matter. So this is the number one D God. Come on, man. We can't do this. We're not doing no type of service to our people if we just one track minded and then we here y'all go, here go y'all God. Here go the new God. Come on, man. Come on. You
So let's
know,
get
and
back to
then
us, family.
Well, see,
Let's
that's what,
Quantum
and
here.
that's
Go ahead, brother Quantum.
yeah, and that's what. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear, brother.
And you're right about that, Meta. But see, that's what, like Humble said, that's what he here for. That's what I'm here for. Because I feel like we got the information. We just ain't asking the right questions about the information, especially those of us who want to talk about it but don't do they don't do they research, their investigation. I've
Mhm.
done my research, but my research didn't extend to the questions that I'm asking about Kemet now. And so, thank time and nature, I got humble and different people, even kind of you, kind of who know a little bit more about that. But because what's important about Kemet and what's important about the Hebrews is that there's people amongst our community who believe that we might be them people. And so we have to ask these questions and get these questions answered so we can get closer to identifying what is, what was, and what it be. Because right now it seems to me that we might have the case where the Egyptian or the Kemet culture and the Hebrew culture are among the people that's over here, and that's why we still have clans like the Crips and Bloods. It's just the Hebrew Israelites and the Commissions fighting. No, I'm just playing. That's just me, y'all. I think I'm funny. I might be the only one laughing right now. Let me put myself on the screen. That's just
Nah,
I'm
bro,
just
you
joking.
funny for that one, Brody. You funny for that one.
Now we're gonna get into it, humble, because I'm gonna show you some symbolism because people be saying a lot of stuff
Mhm.
and they you know what I'm saying, and then they try to mark things out. But
Mhm.
my man Tahuti last night, 2 days ago, posed a question to Omar about why people always try to bring up the past of Kemet and act like they got problems with Kemet
Mhm.
when they watch Boys in the Hood. And some of us actually grew up when that was new and came out and actually tried to live those street lives. I told
Right.
him my perspective, but he wasn't worried about my perspective. So I'm gonna keep it to myself here. If you want to see my perspective, you can go back and watch some of the other shows that's on the channel.
Mhm.
Kim and me specifically, the second one. But and I got to thinking like now matter of fact, we went on through the night and GD and Capone, shout out GD and Capone and Omar and Cosmine. Three different views, everybody's mind, you know what I'm saying? We asking questions, and that's when I found out. I told you I never knew that when you be arguing
Mhm.
and you be having your discourses with like GD and Capone and
Yeah.
all of them. GD and Capone showed me that without even knowing it, I was just doing a little research that the actual beef between Kemet and the Hebrews, and the reason that you say that they ain't there is because they try to tie themselves in to real history by claiming that they have the Hyksos dynasty.
Facts,
Facts. They in the
facts,
And
Hicks.
I was like,
facts.
oh, that's where the beef coming in, huh?
Uh-huh.
That's where the beef coming in. And so then I started thinking, and Tahuti said that, like, we still fighting today. And I got to thinking, like, is that why? Like, did the groups get mixed up? Our blood always, we know that just the human race has
Well,
always been mixed.
so here's
Even
the
when they
thing.
tried
So if I can really fast, right?
go
Here's
ahead,
the
go ahead.
thing about that. So one of the major issues about that is the Hebrew Israelites have to appear older. And I got y'all. The Hebrew Israelites have to appear older because of their Bible, right? So because their Bible talk about certain things, they have to put themselves there. So for an example,
Right.
Joseph, right? For Joseph to come in and do what he did and became the vizier and then had his own plot in Egypt, it must be a group that's tied to Joseph that must have did those things. And so and here's what they do. They try to cherry pick similarities. Oh, well, this was a Semitic group. The Hebrews was a Semitic group. So that must be those people. And it's like, that's not how anthropology works. And so that's the beef. Because their Bible put them in a certain time period of history. And when we actually go to the time period of history, they not there. So one thing I'll always tell my people, biblical history and our actual world history don't line up.
Right. No,
They'll never line up. And so that's where a lot of our disagreements come in at, Brother Quantum.
Can I piggyback off this? And this is from one of the elders. All the Abrahamic faith had to align itself with something that's real. Because if we go down deep at that region, what we talking about is Kemet. And then, you got Palestine and all of that. It had to connect to Kemet for it to be real. And then they write themselves into history. Because if I'm not mistaken, my brother, the Hyksos ruled for like what, 2.5 to 300 years, right?
Well, what's wrong with trying to find their place in history?
Hold on. Listen. They was bought in with open arms, and then they came in and took over. So, from my understanding, within those 2.5 to 300 years, they have no record or language or anything within Kemet. None. So then, how can the Hebrews attach themselves to the Hyksos when they left no type of information, nothing, writings, or nothing that they were there?
That's a fact.
And then they can't say they was the slaves, because the slaves, the so-called people that was building the pyramids was getting paid. It's records of who was who. So then now you have to come with the Abrahamic. Come on, man. This is the question I always ask. Abraham's father was an idol worshiper. So Abraham, within the Hebrew tradition, you are who your father is. So which God is Abraham worship?
Hey man, that's a whole nother conversation. Listen. Conversation.
That's coming this winter. That's coming this winter.
But not only that. Let's not forget who El is. You know what I'm saying? Yahweh.
Hold on, Meta.
I'm sorry.
Tonight ain't about El or Yahweh. No way.
Okay.
Right now we on the Neteru because.
Okay, man. I was still.
Because like you was just talking about, you was talking about that the one dynasty. It was, what is it, 28 dynasties? 28 dynasties? Yeah, how many dynasties? Hold on, Meta. And that 28 dynasty.
28. Yeah, you can say 28. 30 if you want to count the Ptolemaic and
Yeah, that's for
yeah,
Ptolemy.
we don't really count them. So I guess you really just say 28.
Okay, that's what I looked up. And within them 28, like we was going over a while ago, we was going over something very important in the totality of Kemet in the Commission view, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna get back to that because that's what this about.
Mm-hmm.
Before the Neteru had names that we can read, we had what we was just talking about earlier, and mainly the totem that had the animals and the symbolism and identification of different people within the totality of a pre-dynastic Kemet, which means these people are still together and they are somewhat of a civilization. The early
So
Commission,
pre-dynastic Kemet is
Before invaders.
tribal
Before
people
invaders.
before they became the land of Kemet.
Before invaders.
Yeah.
Okay.
now
I got you.
you said before invaders.
No,
Yeah.
that pre-dynastic Kemet is before Kemet became a unified group, right? So
That's what
pre-dynastic is when they were still in a tribal group of people along the Nile. They were all in their different tribes, but they were still along the
Be-
Nile.
Before invaders.
No, it
No,
was
not
before
before the
kingship.
invaders.
It was
Okay.
it was before
Okay.
it was before. Can't would it be safe to say? I better say it like that. Humble, would it be safe to say before any of the kingships, or they had
Before
kings
Nama.
that
Before Nama.
before Narmer? That makes
Okay.
because Narmer is Dynasty 1 or Dynasty 0. They say
Dynasty Zero, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So this is where we were before Narmer right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because Narmer didn't bring in any of this symbolism and stuff, right? Like the
Nama
dynasties.
already had it. This is what Nama had.
It was already pushing, right?
It was already had, yeah.
Okay. So when we talk about
And the people in the north that he unified with already had this.
So I'm talking about before Normer. So we going before zero when it's clan. So therefore it's along the Nile River, and you got the Sumerians and Ethiopia.
No.
What
you just have.
I stand corrected. I stand corrected, bro.
Okay, hold on one second. So pre-dynastic, if I can I share my screen real fast, Quantum?
Absolutely.
All right. So we was talking about. I got a slide right here that talks about pre-dynastic king. Right. The Saharan Nile roots, right, and animism, 8,000 BCE to 5,000 BCE, right? It say the foundation of the Nile Valley spirituality was rooted in an intimate, observable relationship with the natural world, right? As the Sahara underwent radical climate desecration, human populations concentrated densely along the narrow ribbon of the Nile. So this is what the Sahara looked like before, right? Once the Sahara dried up, the people, they occupied along the Nile. Now, when there was the Sahara like this, they were tribal people. They were pastoralists and hunter-gatherers. So it wasn't no this great people, those great people. No, these were pastoralist people and hunter-gatherers. right? So now when we get
Yeah.
down here to 4500 to 3100, this is still pre-dynastic, right? So it says during the pre-dynastic environmental observation were codified into clan emblems, right? So these people along the Nile, when they bunched up into their certain clans, right? They started using sacred animals as clan emblems. This is the first time, right, we see the term Neter. Now, what was being called the Neter? The totem was being called the Neter. Right? Now, was the totem something divine and the force and spiritual and spooky? No. The totem just identified who the clan was.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
See, right here, it's a known by the term Neter to designate sacred spaces and political identities. You see what I'm saying? So this is pre-dynastic. This is how they're dealing with the Neters pre-dynastic. Is not into the unification. Now we're at Narmer, right? So it's not into the unification. Then do all of these tribes, right? Then intake all of the totems. And they take the totems from being the totems to actually giving them anthropomorphic, so to speak. We don't only I guess you could say anthropomorphic energies, right? So we got Anpu, right, which is the jackal, right, which we know he be around carcasses and things of that nature. So they made Anpu the guardian of the boundaries, right, the guardian of the underworld, things of that nature. Then you have Shekmet, right? They already had one called a Penamet, right? But when it became the unification, it turned to Shekmet, right? And Shekmet was the protector, right, of the solar energy, right? The protector in divine judgment. And then you have Heru, right? And so you see Heru is soaring with unblinking vision, the falcon symbolizing sky, transcendent perspective, and divine kingship, right? So they're all working with these things as a collective now. They're not operating with them anymore as totems. And this is the unification. Now, later on, right, in the Old Kingdom, this is where we start to see the creation myths. This is where we start to see the cosmic philosophies in the Old Kingdom, right? 2686 BCE to 2181 BCE, right? This is where we start to get the concept of noon from, and we start to see stories surrounding Ma'at being, the scale, right? We start to see the feathers and things of that nature. And then when we get to the 25th dynasty, right, the Pharaonic dynasty, this is when we start to see the Kushite people restore Ma'at. So instead of them taking other cultures and bringing in new cultures to Kemet, right, they brought the culture of the Nile Valley. And it makes sense because the Kushite people were Nile Valley people as well. So they already knew what Kemet, was like, okay, yeah, cool. So it was easy for them to restore Ma'at. So when we're dealing with, and I just wanted to show this because we can see the evolution of the Neter when we going through the dynasties. I land my plane with that.
Hey, I just got one question.
Uh-huh.
Uh, um, was is you saying like okay? Hold on. I wanna be specific. Okay. Muat. Would you say Muat was already established before Kemet
Ma'at.
or no? Yeah.
Yes, Ma'at was a thing before Kemet.
Okay. 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 Thanks. Okay. Okay.
I know
It's like a
Cam.
tender. Before I continue, humble,
Oh,
we got a question from the crowd. I can
uh-huh.
look that up real quick if you want to, but he say, I don't know if you know or not. He say, peace, Hotep, peace, Menti, Hotep. I guess that's
Zeptepi, yes. Yes. This totem, he said totem theory. Yes, the totems that you find go far back as 8,000 BCE.
And would you say that's a priesthood though? Wouldn't that be a totem of priesthood?
No, the priesthood didn't come until
Chappie.
the old kingdom. The priesthood didn't come into the old kingdom.
Okay. Okay.
I also wanted to answer Cam question. Cam, explain why Nama is in his stance. I don't know what he talking about. But so Nama simply wanted to unify Upper and Lower Kemet. We understand how these things go when we're dealing with territories. A lot of us are just civilians, so a lot of times we give our opinion on politics, but we're not in the seat. And if we can just give our anthro, just our analysis, right? Our anthropolitical analysis on what was going on back then, we understood they had a concept that more land, more resources, you see what I'm saying, more growth. So this is why it was more beneficial for Narma to want to go and unify Kemet instead of just staying in the south, right? If I unify and I take control of the whole, you see what I'm saying, now region, then now I got more access to trade, I got more access to political power, I got more access to influence. You know what I'm saying? So that's all it was. Back to
Man,
you,
we've
brother.
been on number. We've been on number for 3 days now.
Mhm. That's because people don't understand the history. That's all. Listen,
Yeah,
all
but
it's going to do is all it's going to do is just have people go back and research on Norman, and more information will come back on Norman. That's all.
but I'd rather for you to research Norma than to try to just get I got you. You
Um,
know, we won't never learn nothing. We can agree to disagree.
right.
You know, I don't have to always agree with you. That's why I will have to go and look things up than what you saying.
That's a fact. That's a
And
fact.
then if I'm like, yo, bro, what you said wasn't right. This is
Mm-hmm.
what I came up with. So we have to come with a common ground, you know. And what we have right now is a stepping stool of our ancestors leaving us great information. Not only religion, no, none of that. I'm talking about through the cosmos, time itself.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to do our due diligence and pick up what they dropped off to us and do our own research and do what instead of trying to attack each other.
That's a fact.
Because then this is what religion do. It
Yeah.
separate us. This is what the separation is all about. I appreciate your presentation, and Ola, you uh you asked some great questions and you kept it rolling, man. You know, hey, yeah, I'm gonna land my plane, man.
No problem. Hey, brother, Quantum is back on you, brother. It's back on you. We appreciate everybody in the comments.
I appreciate y'all in the comments, active, like, share, and subscribe if you haven't. I appreciate Meta, but Meta, that's exactly why I'm here, because this research and this ain't as extensive as we can get. I'm just going a little bit deeper because right now we're talking about symbols and images, and
Mm-hmm.
this is before um, a lot of the things that we say that we talk about. Um, as you see on this slide, it says before the Neteru had names, we can read. Because I'm not saying there was no religious thought during this time. We're not saying that there was no symbolic powers. I'm not saying that people had no understanding of nature or order or animals or the sky, fertility, protection, death, or continuity. What I'm saying is a little bit more precise. Before we have the names that people see, and before we attach them to these figures that we know, we have to take a deeper look at where they actually came from. And that's why I started pre-dynastic,
Mm-hmm.
because image does not equal automatic identification. And what that means to me is real important, because the conscious community get caught up a lot. Um, and that's what Humble was talking about. That's what he was telling me. And I understood that, yes, other people out there just like that who might not understand, because we see an ancient image and we immediately want to put it at a later period.
Mm-hmm.
Like they see a falcon and they say horse. They see a cow and they say Hathor. They see the jackal head and they say Anubis. They see the symbol and they jump straight to the full theological identity. But history doesn't work like that. History ain't that lazy. A symbol can come before a name. And I believe that in this context, when we're looking at Kemet and pre-dynastic Kemet, we see that these images was here in some way, shape, phase, or form before we got the total symbol that we have today that the people argue about, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when we take this walk, I'm trying to answer questions for myself as well as other people, because when I see something early and I find what remains from early, then I understand the real people who had the idea about what these symbols were the people who initiated this. And so we have arguments today about who's who in different texts, which people are these people, who the Neteru are, what the Neteru were, what they could do, what they couldn't do, what people believed they were, what they could do and what they couldn't do. And you know what? That's an interesting question.
Yeah, that's right.
What
Yeah.
could the Neteru do at that time?
It,
The
it was
When we
natural
the
talk
it,
about
is not. See,
what
that's
it
could
the
was the
thing
symbol.
right there. And
It was you got the tiger,
to talk
you got the
to
tiger, you got
really,
the
hold on,
lion.
really fast,
hold
man.
on, hold on,
Oh,
Meta,
go ahead,
hold
go
on,
ahead,
Meta,
brother.
hold on, Meta, let Humble
If I
get with
may
us real
talk
quick.
to
That's
one
what I gotta get to.
philosopher from another philosopher, right? Um, I think the way we ask questions is really important, right? And so while grasping the concept of the Neteru, right? Um, one really wouldn't ask, what did the Neteru do? Because like the Neteru was just like that's like asking what do the air do, right? That's like asking what do the sun do. You see what I'm saying? So
Right, right, right. But when I ask you what the air do or the sun do, you could give me
mhm,
you can
exactly.
give me an answer. And listen, and when I ask that question, remember, I'm asking what could they do? And then that's when because I understand that it was symbolism. But
Exactly.
when you understand that, I also understand that it's people who might have thought the Neteru could actually do something. But we ain't even there yet. I kind of asked that question
Yeah.
out loud.
Oh,
Shout out,
my
shout,
apologies. Go ahead, buddy.
no. Shout out, it's a queen. I'm thinking out loud. You know what I'm saying? Asking
Mhm.
questions to myself, reasoning with myself made it seem like I was asking y'all a question. But
Mhm.
and that's gonna come later
So,
because I don't want to jump too quick because I want to stay at the simplification of the early
Facts.
pre-dynastic Neteru before we get to
okay.
all other Neteru because the Neteru that we end up with and that we talk about now, some of them wasn't there at the beginning. That's why I say I want to know when different ones showed their face and how long they lasted. Because once we find out what things held throughout time and throughout, then I think me myself will be able to reason exactly why the Neteru became so numerous, why different aspects of this Neteru might have changed, why they merged, because we're gonna see as we look that some Neterus was merged when the dynasties came, and this also gonna let us get into the works of the um political and economic side of Kemet so we can see, you know what I'm saying, the other things that was going on along with these beliefs because these beliefs ultimately end up pushing Kemet forward for a bit until they start I believe as you said it just broke down from within. Um
Mhm.
So can
so
I ask a question? Humble or only you can answer. Um, the symbolism of the acorn, well, not the acorn, the pine corn. Symbolism of or the jet pillar. The symbolism of those two. What what you think about that?
the symbolism
Like,
symbolism of what say I heard you say pine
uh,
cone.
uh, pine cone first, and then the jet pillar.
What's the second one again?
That jet pillar and the jet pillar was the second one. The pine cone was first.
You
Jekyller?
said
Yeah,
What's that?
the jet pillar. What I'm sorry, the jet pillar.
I don't have. I think I don't. I sound like you're saying jet
Oh no, the jet pillar.
jet teller.
The jet pillar with
The jet,
it's a yes, it's the bar with the
the jet
with
pillar.
with
Okay,
yes.
I understand you. My bad. Somebody put it in there. Okay, okay. Um, let me look at the jet
The
pillar real quick so we can get it.
Are you talking about a Tekken?
no, not the Tekken, but the Tekken. The Tekken is really to record time. Record the jet pillar, the tip of the jet pillar, before they even made it into the eye of Horus, because it's the all-seeing eye. The jet pillar is the tip of it is to record time. The record time,
Let me pull it
and
up
that
here
was
real.
before the Argarian calendar.
Let me share my screen real quick. We got the jet pillar on here. Mm,
And the pine, the pine, because in meta, like, to be honest, is the symbolism
the
of
precise
us.
origin of the jet.
The pine cone, the pine cone, the pine cone, and the jet pillar is connected. Go ahead, go ahead.
All right, let me read
I'm
this.
gonna mute my mic.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The precise origin of the Djed is unknown, but was associated with the god Ptah, an early creator god in the pre-dynastic period, whose attributes were later assumed by the deities Atum and Osiris. According to historian Claire Gibson, the Djed was an early phonogram, which could also act as a pictogram or ideogram. A phonogram is a symbol representing oh dang, I got the can y'all see this screen that I just shared? It's the world of
Yeah.
psychic.
We can see it.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing back remembrance of what this thing was, the Djed pillar. Okay. The D will be silent, by the way.
So Djed.
So it's the Djed pillar. Yeah.
The Djed pillar is an ancient Egyptian symbol for stability, which features prominently in Egyptian art and architecture. Throughout the country's history, stability should be understood to mean not only a firm footing, but immutability and permanence. The symbol is a column with a broad base which narrows as it rises to a capital and is crossed by 4 parallel lines. The column and the lines are sometimes brightly painted and other times monochrome. The Djed first appears in the pre-dynastic period in Egypt, 6000 through 3150 BCE, and continues through the Ptolemaic dynasty, 323 to 30 BCE, the last dynasty to rule Egypt before it became a province of the Roman Empire. The Djed is often overlooked in Egyptian art, and especially in architecture, simply because it is so ubiquitous. The Djed is featured on pillars, tomb walls, architraves, the main beam which rests on pillars, palace walls, sheets of painted papyrus, and especially sarcophagi. Once one is aware of the Djed and it is in its importance to ancient Egyptian culture, it is impossible to miss. It is the prominent symbol associated with the god Osiris and his return from the dead. That's why it's called the Djed, because it rhymes with dead. No, I'm just playing. Is that some type of portal? Is this supposed to be? Let me see. It says Osiris.
No. Okay.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me finish reading. I'm just making assumptions. Don't say no.
Ahead.
You asked me what it means to me. So if I tell you what it means to me, don't say no. But hold on, though. Okay. The symbol has been interpreted to represent different objects, such as the god Osiris's backbone, the tamarisk tree, which enclosed the god, 4 pillars rising one behind another, and the fertility pole raised at festivals. Stability, however, seems to have been its prime meaning, and one with the ancient Egyptians attached the greatest importance to. So I'm gonna ride with the Egyptians and say it meant stability. What do you think it means?
And it was the backbone. And the tip of the Djed pillar is the pine cone. And the pine cone represents the pioneer. I wanted you to look up the pineal and then the Djed pillar, because if you see the artwork of the body, so there is levels of consciousness that you go up, and then once you hit the pineal, then you sit on the right hand. That's when, like, what you call a sar, you know.
Yeah, but that's what
the web.
That ain't what
the web. We
ain't talking about the pineal gland and stuff right now tonight, though.
Okay, no. I'm talking about the Djed pillar. The Djed pillar is symbolizing of us, of because it's a symbol, and it's the backbone. You
All
know,
right.
Right.
so
And
we
so
we
that's
knew
why
that.
we really fast. So that's why we having this conversation, right? Because a lot of people will take this symbol right here, and because there's is attached to a saw, right? And there's a motif about it being a saw's backbone. When you ask people what this mean, the first thing they'll come out their mouth and say is, "This is a symbol of a saw's backbone." When in reality,
Everybody talk
when
about
we read
Christ.
and we get to it, we understand before it was even looked at as Asar's backbone, this was a symbol in pre-dynastic Kemet, right, that symbolizes stability.
Right.
So once you realize that this is a symbol, is a representation of stability, we can still hold the concept that it represents a saw backbone because it does in some aspect of the culture, right? But that's not the main representation of what that is.
Right.
At all. The representation
Well
of that
said.
is saying stability. And that let people know that there was a stable thing. Now, I understand when you start talking about the backbone, you started talking about the pineal gland. You fist to go on to the Christos that drops down the pineal gland and how this uh goes to the, and I ain't trying to get there right now. I don't want to go there. I don't, and that might not be where you're going. It's just
It's not,
I've
bro.
been there before. And
I just one of the ancient symbolism was the jet pillar
yeah,
and the
and see
acorn.
the symbolism about stability was pre-dynastic. It said in that thing that I read though, that thing about it being the backbone comes later.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to go with the very first meaning of it because seems like on down the line throughout Kemet, it didn't. I mean, it prospered, but they gained attributes. And I was asking humble, like when the when the when the dynasty that came in with it, that understood this was stability, they start having kids and they start talking about this. Now kids grow up and they start having ideas and schools of thought. And
Mm-hmm.
so they changed this to mean that, like Humble said, we can't take it away from it because that's what they did. But we know what that symbolism meant. And
Mm-hmm.
that meaning right there for me means more than that being somebody's backbone. I get
Mm-hmm.
more out of Kemet if I understand that that symbolism means stability than I get if I believe that that symbolism is Osiris's backbone, because I
There
can't
you
get nothing
go.
out of that symbolism
There you
for
go.
me.
And this
All
is
we can
why
do is
the
argue.
conversation, if I may, really fast, Brother Quantum, because that was important. This is why the conversation on how to look at these things, whether it be literal or figurative, is very important. And this almost, to me, it goes back into uh English, right? We all went to school. We all was in English class. In English, we were taught about something called literary devices. When you look at the Kemetic culture, one thing you'll see that's prominent in the Kemetic culture is their extravagant use of literary devices. And one of their most famous, what they love to use is symbolism. They love to use symbolism. Now, the reason that's so important to understand is because there's people who come and they'll take that symbolism and they'll find a way to make that literal. And that's dangerous, family. That's dangerous. Go ahead, Brother Quantum.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to make sure I know exactly what these things. Did somebody else come to the stage?
Brother A1 on the panel. You know what it is. What's up, Brother A1?
Peace. How y'all feeling, man?
We're doing good. We're doing good.
All right, man.
I see y'all getting
Pushing
it
this
in tonight.
information forward.
That's what's
Mm-hmm.
up, man. Y'all bringing some powerful information tonight.
Oh yeah.
I'm looking pretty damn buff on this camera, though.
Well, go ahead, brother Quantum.
My bad. Can you hear me, Humble?
Yep. Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
My headphones went quiet when everyone was talking. Did he say something? What did he say?
No, he was saying he appreciate the information. He said we bring some powerful information.
No, I was saying I look pretty damn buff on this camera, though.
Oh, hey, well, you is wild, bro.
No doubt. That's
I
what
didn't
the
hear you
platform
say
here
that.
for, man.
That is
Shoot.
funny.
You let me get a little bit of it. I want to get some questions answered. We got nice, intelligent people around the community who ain't on no bull. Shit, humble. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm here, bro.
Sit around and talk to and flesh out some of this stuff. Not just for me personally, but because I know there's other people who wonder these same questions. And you know what I'm saying? Let's push this information forward. Like my man say, let me stop sharing this for a second and get back to my slideshow, because we was talking about symbolism and identification, because as we know, the deeper we get within the dynastic periods, the deeper we get within the Neteru gets deep. Me and Humble had a personal conversation earlier, proposing just some ideas of what was really going on, what we think in our opinion about what we suppose was going on. I'm gonna say it like that because wasn't nobody making no claims about nothing. We was just talking. But before we get there, we have to get through this pre-dynastic period. Because as you see some of these things on the screen right now, aren't the gods or the Neteru that we end up with. We end up with something totally different. That means we're looking at the image. We got an animal, and we got it that's repeated throughout the culture at different times in different ways. And for me, that matters because it shows the cultural progression, the ideas of what things were and what those things become. And it may appear that these contexts can point to different understandings when we fleshing it out. Second, we have probable divine figure, because when we talk about are these things divine or literal, the context gets stronger because the symbols may appear in a like ritual setting, somewhere where it seems that they're worshiping these things now. It may be treated differently than from the ordinary use that they had of these symbols. And it may suggest that the reason this is because of power, presence, different people wanting to have divine association. But even then, probable doesn't mean proven, because we have to get to the netters that's starting to be named. That's when the evidence becomes much stronger, because now we're not just seeing an image, we're seeing a figure accompanied by readable attestation and names and titles and inscriptions that allow for the identification of these letters. Now we know what these are, and they have more symbolic meaning, figurative meaning, and now literal meaning. And
If
so,
I may really fast, brother Quantum. So if you look at your slide, Brody, you have a totem on your slide. We was talking about that earlier, right? This is a totem of Heru, right? Now this would be exactly what your slide is talking about. Before we had a name, right? Before we had the deified personifications, this is what we had. We had totems. Now we was talking earlier about what do this totem mean? This is just a symbol for a clan. You see what I'm saying? When we get down here to divine figure, I hold a little issue when we use the word divine over the word sacred, because we understand that ancient cultures held life as sacred, right? I wouldn't so much use the word divine, because again, when you use the word divine, you give a religious connotation to it. But when you use the word sacred, then it puts it in a proper context of reverence. You see what I'm saying? Because you pay homage to what is important to you.
right.
And so if the river is important to you, then you will hold that in high regard. You see what I'm saying? If the sun is important to you, then you will hold that in high regard. And so early on in pre-dynastic times, this is how we sing the people work with the netures.
Got you. I was just talking. You know how it is when you're talking off your head. I'm
You
reading,
good, bro.
I'm reading the chat, but thank you for that. And because in the chat, and this is a hotep too. Mint T Hotep said, Jed is divine supreme technology. Would you say Jed is sacred?
I would say that symbol is sacred, but that's what I mean when I say spooky. This is what I mean when I say we allow our imagination to go. The Jed is not no type of sacred advanced. Yeah, it was advanced for that time, but see, because people like to look at the Jed, and here's what they like to do with it, right? They like to say that it's some type of power coil, right? It's some type of anti-gravity, something that produces its own energy. That's not. You just read what the symbol of the Jed mean, Quantum. What did it tell you it mean?
I was about to go. I was trying to put it back on the screen right now. Let me get it back up there. There it go. It says the precise origin of the Jed is unknown, but it was associated with the god Ta, an early creator god in the pre-dynastic period, whose attributes were later assumed or assimilated by the deities Atum and Osiris. According to historian Claire Gibson, the Jed was an early phonogram, which could also act as a pictogram or ideogram.
Mm-hmm.
A phonogram is a symbol representing, and then I pulled this up, and this one popped up. The symbol for stability, which features prominently in Egyptian art and architecture throughout the country's history.
Right. So we see when this is represented, and remember when I pulled up my presentation, right? If I could pull this up one more time,
go for it. You can take mine down whenever you.
All right.
You can take mine down and everything.
So because we right here on topic. So remember when I brought up the shifts, the elevations, right? Let's go back here. So this is the totems that we talking about, right? So no, this is the totems that we talking about. So now this is exactly what you're talking about when we're talking about the Jed, and it's being tied into mythologies and things of that nature. We're talking about the Old Kingdom period. So when you see the Jed in the Old Kingdom period, it's going to be associated with the Netta, Asar, or Ptah, right? But then when you see the Jed back here, right, and the pre-dynastic period, you're going to see the Jed in the form of stability. Now, what's interesting is even when you see the Jed in the Old Kingdom, yes, it's tied to a Netta, but the overall symbol still reflects stability. What is, when we tie it to the motif of Ptah, what is it, right? It's Ptah's backbone. It's what keep Ptah stable. So it still holds together that motif of stability. So we don't need to come and put, oh, this is a sacred, this is sacred advanced technology. This is no. This is a symbol that represented stability. Go ahead, Brother Quantum.
Gotcha. And we got people in the chat. Mindy Hotep. I see your questions. You saying pull up a tall was scepter and where's the papyrus? Don't worry, we're gonna get to it. You kind of jumping the gun because right now we in pre-dynastic Kemet, trying to figure out what these first symbols and everything actually were before we get to the dynastic periods and see the evolution of, I'm gonna say, symbolism. We see the evolution of symbolism. We see the use of it in different ways. We start seeing better uses for the symbolism for the time period. I'm not going to say that they better uses now because we understand it, but for the time period, we see better uses of the symbolism. We see them actually allocating the symbols.
Can I say something really fast? I want to respond to this brother really fast. I think this is important, Brother Quantum. We're stuck in pre-dynastic times, brother. So we're in pre-dynastic times right now. We're covering this time period. There is no papyri in this time period. You have to understand that writing in Kemet didn't come into the Old Kingdom. So during this time, we don't get any papyri. What we get is totems. We get pottery. You see what I'm saying? And we get clay figurines. But we don't get any papyri for us to read from. Go ahead, Brother Quantum. I just had to let him know that.
Thank you. I thought I've been saying it throughout the whole show and just now. But thank you, Humble, because you know you're more eloquent when telling them. Because if I had to tell them, I'd probably tell them,
you keep talking, man, and you shut the fuck up. Huh?
We gonna get to the papyri.
You better get it, Quantum. You better get it.
We gonna get to the papyri and everything, man. Sit down. How they say it? Hold your horses. Your camels, your donkeys, whatever it is. Yeah. Hold your nature. We're trying to get to it. Because, see, I would have never known that the pre-dynastic civilization of Kemet had a different idea about nature. Not that nature didn't exist, but that they had a different idea about nature. And this was the simplest idea. And we'll see how they survive, how some things survive, and how they evolve. I don't think y'all see the beauty in what we're trying to do here in this little episode. And I was trying not to take long, but it takes time to get there because we have people coming in trying to jump the gun. We're gonna get to the pepper. I promise you. You see how we got to the jet? I didn't even know that was pre-dynastic. We could get probably to more pre-dynastic things than I know. But right now, we trying to figure out the symbolism and the identification of things. So when we get to the next dynasty, we can identify these things. Okay? And when we get to the papyri, we'll pull the papyri up. The papyrus. So thank you, Humble, for that.
No, what's nothing, brother.
But as we was talking, so for these things right here, Humble, could you say that this is the Neteru right here ain't fully formed?
Yes, that's a safe assumption.
But
They're not. We don't see them in their fullest insurrection during this time.
That and so since that's
you gotta even really fast. You know, I ain't gonna be too long.
Yeah,
but even when you gotta just remember, right? During this time, they were just labels to identify clans, right? Sacred spaces and political areas. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have any stories behind them during this time. They didn't have any motifs behind them during this time. They didn't have any mythological characteristic traits behind them during this time. So this is why I said that was a safe assumption, because with the absence of all of that, then just like you said, image don't equal automatic identification, right? If we just see a symbol, right, and there's no background to come with the symbol, then we really hit a dead end at that point. But then once we find out that this symbol is an identifier of tribes, now we get to understand the picture a little more clear on why there is no motifs behind this symbol, because this symbol wasn't operating in that manner during that time. It wasn't until later until they started operating in that manner.
And that's real big because people jump the gun. And that's what you was talking about when people start talking about different things and different ideas within Kemet and the Kemet culture and the Kemet civilization when it was empowered Egypt, however they want to say it. There was 3,000 to 4,000 years of time being passed.
Mm-hmm.
Now, y'all think about the change that we've had in our civilization. Now, of course, our technology seems to work mechanically better, but we don't know because they have feats that they seem to have accomplished with technology that we can't seem to replicate, right? So that's looking at both sides of the argument. But
can I bring an example really fast?
Absolutely.
And this should put things in perspective on a smaller scale. America is only 250 years old. Think about that. Now look at all the changes America went through from the first Spaniard ship that settled here till 2026. Just in that little bit of time, we've changed presidents, we've changed leaders, we went through wars. You see what I'm saying? We done had football, we done went through Jim Crow, we done went through a lot of changes. So now take that perspective and span it over 4,000 years. So just we not even a third of the way to where they got to with their evolution of their culture. You see what I'm saying? But we still see the major shift that went on in our culture in this little bit of time. Now, just think about the major shifts that went on in their culture throughout their long span of time. I just wanted to point that out, Brother Quantum.
Yep, that's exactly what I was talking about. And that's one of the main points when I'm trying to figure things out, because you can listen to a lot of people, and these people will be well versed and a little studied too, but they might be talking about something and you might not know which dynasty they in, and that right there, I'm talking about just that simple thing can get you totally thrown off about which Neteru and what the Neteru represented at that time.
Yep.
I've done it. I've seen people do it. And then I know that there's people who don't even understand it, because I didn't understand it at one time. And so we doing this to protect the investigation of the total history of Kemet, because there's so much pushback with every view that we have. But some of the pushback are actually things that can be answered if you ask the question in the right way. And I think that's one of the ways to get by it, is to actually go in depth in these Neters when they started, when we just got to see them, and we saw them pre-dynasty, like you say, pre-Namr. And this is kind of some of the symbolism that we had. Like Humble said, you see three different things. You see the pottery there, you see the totem, and you see the I guess that's you said that's Haruda, right?
Yes, that's Heru
At that time. So see, we actually got a image. But some people would see that and probably wouldn't even know that this is actually.
So, if I may, once again, this is important. People are also not aware, or one of the major faculties of the Kemetic tradition people often overlook is how multifaceted the language was, right? So when you speak about Heru, you're not always speaking about a Neter. You see what I'm saying? In fact, let me see something really quick, because I know, for an example, right? Shu. Whenever you see the word Shu in Kemet, it's not always talking about the Neter Shu. Shu is literally the word for rain, right? Tefnut, I apologize, it's Tefnut, right? Shu is the word for air, right? Wind. Ray is the word for sun. It's the literal word for sun. So I don't want people to always think when they hear the words Haru or Ray is automatically talking about, something on a they're talking about it on a sacred level all the time. A lot of times these words were just used in everyday language, right?
My bad.
I want to see something real fast. Go ahead, brother. As soon as I get the answer, I'll be right back. I'm here.
Oh, go ahead. What question? You say you was getting the answer to which question?
Oh, I want to know what's the word for falcon in Metal Nature.
Oh, okay. See if What's up, Dios Mios? We see you in the chat. Good day. Is somebody looking it up for you? You looking it up, Humble?
I'm looking it up. I got it.
Okay, bet. While you looking that up, let's jump to one of these commercials. I know it is Thursday for you, but look what we have.
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
Okay, so I got it. So the word for falcon in Kemet in ancient Kemet language is Heru.
Heru.
And so once again, me and you, if we was out, right, and we was in Kemet and we was talking our Egyptian language, right, and we seen a falcon, what would we call that falcon, Quantum?
Heru.
Now, are we talking about the Neteru?
No.
Or are we talking about the falcon that me and you looking at?
We're talking about that bird we looking at.
Exactly. And so the multifaceted language that Kemet have. So when I say that this is Heru, right? Now, mind you, this is pre-dynastic, right? Mm-hmm. And so the word Neter wasn't even here until they made the totems. The totem was the Neter. But when we looking at Heru, we're strictly speaking of the falcon itself. The falcon is Heru. That's the name of the bird in the Kemetic language.
Which would
so now let me ask you, Quantum.
Literal.
If the name of this bird in the Kemetic language is Heru, right? And you know that this is tied to a tribe of people, right? How then can you think when I talk about this being Heru, I'm talking about a man with a falcon on his head?
I don't, Humble. I don't know how anyone could. The only way, like I said, and that's what we're going to get into, the only way we could is on out through history if people get into civilization where they don't actually see Herus flying around as much anymore. The group who had Heru isn't out there around the Herus flying like they used to. And so they just have the symbolism to look forward to. Now the people that's growing up think that the only Heru is the symbol that they see of Heru, which is personified, and it ain't even the.
Yeah, so the issue becomes that because people are not proficient in the language, they don't know that the word for falcon in the Kemetic language is Heru.
It's Heru. It was brand new to me right now. First time I heard it.
So now that this is where the oh man, what is it called? The hymn of Aten become important, because when you look at the hymn of Aten, drop the link. Okay, we about to drop the link right now, Maida. When you look at the hymn of Aten, right, you see these names in the him of Aten. You see Ma'at in the him of Aten. You see Heru in the Himavayan. You see Ray in the Himavayan. You see Tefnut in the Himavayan. You see all of these. But guess what though, Quantum? When these things are being mentioned in the Himavayan, they're not being referenced to as Neteru. They're being referenced to when you see Tefnut in the Himavayan, he's speaking about water. When you see Shu in the Himavayan, he's speaking about wind. When you see Ma'at in the Himavayan, he's speaking about balance. He's speaking about harmony. He's not speaking about the actual natures.
Excuse me, man.
You see what I'm saying? So that's also important. Well, do you know the word for balance in a Kemetic language, Quantum?
A balance.
Yeah.
It ain't
If me and you was talking, exactly. If me and you was having a casual conversation, and I was like, you know what? I want to balance on this ball. That's what word I would use for balance.
Mayat.
There you go. If me and you was out having a conversation, and I'm like, man, the sun is beaming down on me today. Guess what word I would use for sun?
Ra.
There you go.
Right.
So these words was a part of everyday language. And see, you'll have people like Sapphire and Omar who have you believe that these words was something sacred and only a select few people had it. Nah, man, these words was a part of everyday language. They was always talking about Happy. They was always talking about Ray. They was always talking about Heru. You see what I'm saying? Like, hey, this is where the understanding come in at, though, brother Quantum. This is where the understanding come in at.
For real. I'm talking about that's what we got.
So
and
now you know. So now you know when someone is talking about Ray, when someone like myself is talking about Ray, right? I'm not talking about no man with no falcon head or no man with no, I'm talking about the sun. When I'm talking about Ma'at, I'm talking about cosmic balance and order. When I'm talking about Jehudi, I'm talking about intelligence. You see what I'm saying? And that's how you dispel the spookism right there. But get into it, brother Quantum. Get into it.
Yeah, because that's what we're doing right there. Because we can't pretend that later Egyptian theology was already sitting there complete in the pre-dynastic history. That's what a lot of people try to do, and that's what I'm not going to do, because that's how I'm going to protect the investigation that we're doing, because it wouldn't be fair for me not to be able to identify that part of the history and then come in putting things in the wrong place and making arguments about something. I mean, I could do it, but it would be somebody like you who would come along and make me look silly. And so we ain't going to erase any of the symbolic meaning of the things that we just figured out or that was just shown, revealed to us. We don't overstate the identification of these things. They did not. They didn't overstate the identification, like you said. Right. If we sitting around talking and we see the birds, and like the kids say, go feed the birds. If you teach a kid, you'll know that what kind of birds them is. Them geese, can I go feed the geese? If we talking back then, we see them, can I go feed the herus? They ain't saying, can we go feed the falcon? And so the symbolism in the pre-dynastic era seemed to be a little bit more easier to identify what they were actually doing at this time, because it's the simple meanings that the first people who started this had. Now, of course, the meanings evolve, and we'll look forward as we go forward. We'll look at the symbolism and we'll see what I think is what I can call, it'll be fair to call an evolution of this ideology, or the Kemetic way of thought. So before we go to the next slide, I got a few questions. Humble, you can help me answer. I'm gonna try to answer them too, but when we look at the unknown two dynastic, how do you understand it? And that's real big because it doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand
Mm-hmm.
quantum physics. It doesn't take a quantum physicist to understand this simple symbolism. And
Right.
time we'll get people trying to, like we said earlier, make it complicated when it don't have to be. We seen that
Yeah.
Just earlier with that the symbol for Ptah instability, which was the
Hey,
Jed.
Mater, you can mute up really fast, Mater. You hear, Brody?
Hold on.
All right.
I really wanted to piggyback off of what he was saying, so you can have a better way of explaining it.
Mm-hmm.
Because
You want him to go in on it, Quantum?
Yeah, go ahead, Matter. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mater.
okay, so when we speak in metaphor, right? Then symbolism, then it becomes literal, you know, and that goes with our ancestors as far as depictions of and giving concepts of the Neteru, you know, because it's a concept first, and then like it's like a metaphor, then it's a symbol, then you have it become literal. That's where it breaks down to like as we'll call religion, because then now we anthropomorphizing uh, God or whatever. However, do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we're going, and that's what we moving forward to, because that's what we're actually gonna see um, once we get into these dynasties. Um, we're gonna see, like you said, the symbolism stretch out to have different meanings. Like Humble said, he wouldn't say divine, but different types of. And I think Humble say sacred. Now that I'm getting it, because they could have been a sacred thing at this time without having to be divine and have a worship type reverence. If it's sacred, you don't too much have to just worship something that's sacred as much as give it reverence. Where when it comes to something that's divine, you giving powers over you for a being that's I guess I'd say not ordinary. I don't want to say supernatural because we're talking about the netter, and different people have different ideas of what it is at different times, and that's what we're getting at. And
But you can say supernatural because is divine. You know, there's no measurement of divine. You know, there's
that's why
like the
humble,
method.
and that's
Now,
why humble.
that's where I would get.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Quantum.
No,
I was
because
going to
I
say
know exactly.
that's where I was going to draw the line. These things were not supernatural. That's why I said earlier, what did I say? The Kemetic people did what, Quantum? They work with the Neteru. You can't work with nothing supernatural because it doesn't exist in this reality. And so for you to be able to work with something, it must exist within this reality, right? This is
Okay.
why the
Yeah.
emphasis on, Happy being denial, the emphasis on Ray being the sun. The sun is not supernatural. The sun is a natural phenomenon. The Nile River is not supernatural. That's a natural phenomenon. The wind is not supernatural. That's a natural phenomenon. The Neteru are not supernatural.
It's no, not. I'm not saying supernatural as far as like, because okay, for example, a metaphor. You know, Jesus is on a boat, and disciples was trying. He was asleep, and the sun raised up because it was a storm, and it was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Then the sun raised up, and the storm had cleared. That's a metaphor. And at the same time, if that we can say it's in the place of a metaphor, but supernatural is as we going beyond the meaning of time and space, because that's what I feel like in my understanding of the natural rules. That's what it is. You know, it's going beyond, and it's not. It's that's why it used nature as the depiction of of gods and things like that. I know you may not want to say gods or whatever, but the depictions of God, you know, and Haru, Ra, where Ra at? Ra is in space, you know.
And that's
So
the
then
whole
when
thing. And that's the whole thing we talking about. And that's why we're in pre-dynastic. And that's what this next slide is talking about. Because you talking about Ra, and you talking about why people saw him as God, but those were in different dynasties. And that's where we start having contention within the community when we trying to identify what people talking about. Now I don't know which dynasty you jumped to, but just then when you started talking about Ra, because right now this this slide that I pulled up is for a question. Can we identify the first nature? Now we look, and this is where we have to be careful again when we talking to people who might not know. I'm talking about myself. Remember that. I ain't talking about nobody else. I'm talking about myself because um, I usually want a clean answer. I want to say this was the first one, or this is the original God. This is the beginning of Egyptian religion. Everything else came later. And that would be a neat pile up. It would sound neat. But it's also probably too neat. So what this slide gives us is several candidates. It gives us Horus or the Falcon as a candidate. It gives us Neith, Men, and Seth. But notice the language attached to them. Some of them are marked as probable. Some are marked as securely attested, and some are marked as disputed. And that matters. And the reason I did that, because the slide is not saying all of these figures are equally certain at the same time. It is showing us that identification depends upon the evidence and the dating, the region that it came from, the context that we using them in, and then later development. And so instead of asking who was the first God, the better question for me might be what kinds of sacred or powerful figures begin showing up first in the archaeological record. And then I got a few candidates, like I said. So now, Humble, if you can come in and touch on that topic a little bit, and Meta, you can come in after that.
All right. What's the topic? I apologize. I was over here doing a little bit of digging.
Oh yeah, we was talking about like Meta was talking about Ra and how the symbolism changed, but I was letting him know like that's the reason that I'm doing this because we ain't to Ra yet. I don't believe we're right now the
Right.
horse, and Ra hasn't even showed his face yet, has he?
Right. And so
Or
during
he
this
has, but we
time,
just don't know it
well,
because he gonna end
Ray,
up being a
well,
horse.
yeah. So Ray
Okay.
is again this during this time, Ray is symbol the symbol for Ray is basically a circle with a dot in the middle. You see what I'm saying? Um Ray don't become associated with Heru until later. But right now we got Heru the Falcon, um the main candidate. So what is this for right the predator? So this is Heru. We dealing with Heru right here?
Yep, that's Haru,
Okay.
Neith, and
So yeah.
well, it's Horus. This and that's why I say at this time, and that's why I say we're trying to
Right.
figure it out
So
because some people
Horus
will see
is
that and
let
say
me make this
Horus.
clarification first, brother, if I
Okay,
may.
go ahead.
So Horus is the Greek rendition of the name Heru. Y'all know that I keep saying the name Heru. I was taught if you want to do well by the Kemetic tradition and you want to honor the Kemetic tradition, we would use the proper names. So Horus and Heru are the same thing, right? It's just that Heru is the more proper rendition of Horus. You see what I'm saying? So when we're dealing with Horus, definitely in pre-dynastic Kemet, here the people, this is just showing what tribe the people are from. Here on the sides you'll see, you see what I'm saying, what side of the river they from, up of the river, down the river. It got some of their cultural motifs on here, but the totem itself is a label for the tribe that it come from in pre-dynastic.
Right.
The Neef candidate, once again, this is just symbolism, right? For marking territory, things of that nature. Men, have the candidate. This is just the showing of royal priesthood. This is like Menotep. And so when you see here, right? What you'll see is he got an ankh across his chest, simplifying eternal life. He got his left foot forward, simplifying honor, knowledge, his degree within the priesthood, right? Because there's ranks. So you can clearly, he got a headdress on. And if I zoom in, I'm not so sure if that got one cobra or two.
Look like one
So
joint.
yeah, so this look like he coming from the upper region. And so I don't. Yeah, this is early dynastic. Okay. So
See,
the Horus Falcon is pre-dynastic.
and see,
You
hold
got
on
this early dynastic.
before you continue, humble, and
Go
that's
ahead.
what I'm saying. I'm letting people know that when you see that falcon in pre-dynasty, you might not be seeing horse, but people will associate that
That's
with
a
horse
fact.
at that time. And
Yeah.
so that's kind of why you see them together. And that's what when you
Okay.
see that men
So, yeah.
candidate, people see that and they tie it in. Like you said, you only see one snake up there, but people will actually see that and start thinking about the two snakes that won't look good. And so they'll put that with something
Well,
later on in
also,
history.
right. Now, see, also this is important because if you understand the history of Kemet, right? A person who's not well studied in Kemet, right? Or who, let's just say somebody like Omar, right?
Me.
Somebody like
You can say
Omar
me.
was, You say
You
you?
can say me. Yes.
Okay. Someone like you, right? You might see this and you wouldn't understand where this is from or what this is, anything of that nature, right? And that's because you don't know what clues to look for. Someone like myself, when I see this, I clearly know this is someone from the north. How do I know that? Because of his head crown. You see what I'm saying? I know this is a high official because of how he's dressed. He got his left foot forward. He's holding an close to his chest. He got his beard braided out, which means that he's either a vizier or somebody in a high priesthood, right? And so because I know what to look for, I know where to place this figure in history. I know to place this figure in the north of Kemet. You see what I'm saying?
And with that being one snake on his head,
Oh, yeah.
you also know that this is before the upper and
The
lower
unification. Yes.
unified. Okay.
Before the unification. Now, when you have the unification, like what you'll see on Nama a lot of the times, after the Nama palette, a lot of people like to go to the Nama palette, but there's plenty other scenes with Nama other than the Nama palette. But a lot of times when you see Nama, you'll see him with two crowns, right? The crown of Upper Kemet and Lower. You actually had an image. Can you go back real fast? Let me see if I can go to that. Let me see. Because you actually got an image. Go back again if you can. It's right here, right? So if you go here to Ray, that's so funny because Ray right here. But if you go right here to Ray, right, or Hiru, whether you now watch this, and this right here, this image right here, right? This is Ray, but a lot of people assimilate during this time Ray with Hiru. So we could call this Ray or we could call this Hiru, right? Now, what do we see on top of Hiru's head? We see the crown of Upper Kemet and Lower Kemet, right? Now, we're looking at this from a side view. But if we was looking at this from a front view, then we would see the two cobras, right? Wajet and Apep, right? And so you can always tell the crowns because number one is white and the other is blue, right? And then when you could tell when they're unified because both crowns, you see this right here, this is the white upper crown of Northern Kemet. You see this right here, this is the blue southern crown of Lower Kemet, right? So this right here, you can see the total assimilation of Heru and Ra with both the assimilation of Upper and Lower Kemet. You see what I'm saying? So now, even this right here, Quantum, to the untrained eye, right, when you looking at this image right here, you don't know that this is a crown that represents Upper and Lower Kemet. You know it's a crown, right? But you don't know what dynasty to look for it for.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You don't, when you looking at this, you don't know that this is Ray because we didn't spend 45, close to an hour and 30 minutes talking about how when we see a falcon, we see who?
Haru.
Exactly. And so when you see this right here, the first thing to come to your mind is Haru. But then now that I tell you, well, no, this is in the this is during, the old kingdom where Upper and Lower Kemet are already unified and also deities are assimilated. So we now in this period see Ray with a falcon head. You see what I'm saying? So now if a person don't understand the dynasties, they'll call this Haru, which ain't nothing wrong with that. You call it Haru, you can call it Ray, right? But it's only because it's been assimilated. Once you learn the cultural imagery here, right? Then you for sure know that this is Ray. Or you know that this is Ray / Haru.
Right. And that's part of the main point that you was making to me yesterday about people talking about different things. We don't the the pre-dynastic Kemet people, they might not, they might see this image and not even know that that's Haru.
Exactly.
They'll know it's a form of something and he got that head, but they'll be like, what's, oh, that's a, because then Haru in this form functions as something totally different.
Yes. Yes.
And this is what a lot of people don't understand when they be coming with their arguments. That's why y'all always ask, what dynasty are we talking about?
Exactly.
Can you tell us some of the, like one of the main things that people that point right there gets misconstrued? Most of the arguments, when people start coming to you, you automatically know they're in the wrong dynasty.
When people start to talk about the assimilated deities, right? So when people start to come and they start to talking about Asar Set, when they start to talk, oh yeah, well, you know, back in pre-dynastic times when they was talking about Asar Set, it's like, wait a minute. Nah. You're assimilating people now, right? Amon Ra. No. That's not pre-dynastic old kingdom, nothing. That's all new kingdom. When people start to talk about in the old kingdom, where they start to bring in temple worship, right? Or they start to assimilate, or matter of fact, even the names that they use, right? When people call Jehudi Thoth, I already know you don't know what you're talking about. You see what I'm saying? And that goes back to
that's a good one. Can you get kind of not too in depth, but can you get in depth on why you know they in the wrong dynasty? Because they are identifying Jehudi with Thoth. Can you tell what the significance of that is? Because it is very significant on why you use that method.
Got you. So Thoth is an assimilation between Apollo, Hermes, most people know him as Hermes or Apollo, and Jehudi. So when people talk about Tahuti, or I apologize, when people talk about Thoth being worshipped in pre-dynastic Kemet, right? And a lot of people, what they'll use is they'll use the emerald tablets to try to validate a character by the name of Thoth being an original Neteru, right? And how he brung all the language. But once again, I know where their mistake is. Their mistake is the fact that there was no Thoth in Kemet, right? You only get Thoth when you get to the Ptolemaic period, because that's when they start assimilating their deities with the Neteru of Kemet. So if we talking about Old Kingdom, New Kingdom, if we talking about Middle Kingdom or pre-dynastic, and you coming to me talking about Thoth, yeah, because Thoth wrote the emerald tablets and da. I know you all off, because there was no Thoth back then. You see what I'm saying?
My bad, I was on mute. Yep.
You all good, buddy.
My bad. Was you
Go
finished?
ahead, you all good, Quantum. Yep.
No, but yeah, exactly, like that right there puts people in a way, I could say it, like out of their league when they come with arguments about things taking place, and then they try to associate it with individual, a deity or something that's not even in that dynasty. They didn't even look at it like that. And so, as I was saying, like, that's real big when we talk about things like Haru or Horus. Now today that we know that those are the same thing, but once we start having,
before I go, brother Quantum, because I'm getting ready to go soon. It's 5:07.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
because I was about
Hey,
to.
hey, let me say something. Let me say something real quick.
Uh-huh.
Um, Brother Humble, is you familiar with the Typhonian?
Who?
The Typhonian.
Typhonians?
Yeah.
Nah. Who are those
T
people?
I F O T I P H O.
Yeah, something like that.
Ty.
It was. I was.
I remember
I'm
Uh,
just
seeing
getting it because
I mean,
the great brother
Typhoon.
the Typhonian was supposed to be before Kemet, and it was it just that's where you get all the before the deities and the emerald tablets and things like that. You get all that before that. I had
oh, that's from
the Typhonians
yeah.
was
So that's
before,
from the Ethiopian priesthood.
but then but they were well. I'm not well informed with the Typhonians like that. I'm just getting into it. They were supposed to be um, really responsible for the pyramids and then bringing the knowledge down to the Kemet people, and
Are you
it
talking
just
about the
came.
Typhonians? Typhoean?
Yes, the dragon people, the great dragon. One
Man,
is
this is late in history, brother. This is Greek period. This is when we talking about
yeah,
it. Wasn't even
that's
no Greek back when we talking
Wasn't
about.
even.
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that's what I said. I wasn't informed. I was
Yeah.
just looking it up. I was asking you a question. You know
No,
what I'm
most
saying?
definitely.
'Cause,
But really fast because I want to go ahead and get on out of here. Let Quantum get back to his joint. I want to
yeah, I
appreciate you,
gotta go,
Quantum.
man.
Well, if you
Yeah,
want to close out, I can give you your time and grace to close out. Go ahead, bro.
man. I appreciate you, brothers, man. I appreciate you, brothers, man.
Appreciate you too, man.
Hey, man, I'm out of here. Till next time. Hey, I enjoyed
Oh, most
myself.
Bet. I
It
know
was
the
well
next
worth.
time I know the next time I come up, it's probably gonna be some Hebrews. So make sure you
Oh
come with your
man,
sword and shield.
man, I'm talking about. No, look, listen.
I'm watching.
Okay, hold on. Hey,
Yeah, I'm
humble.
here.
Do you agree? You know, put their feet to the fire now. You know what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying? I can do a whole presentation about the Great Tribulation. You know what I'm saying? I can do a presentation that there's no second coming of Jesus.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But
And Omar in the comments.
I
You
know
hear
it.
him,
but
Omar.
no, man, listen here, man. You know, I'm gonna tell y'all now. However, whichever tradition you follow up under, I respect it if you follow a court.
Most definitely.
I
Most definitely.
respect you, and I'm talking about I give my gratitude. My job, I'm not here to bash you of your traditions or whatever. But when you try to come to me and to my people, like this is the holy but now truth, we got a problem. And
Mm-hmm.
I can man, I'm talking about I go into your scripture. I go into your scripture because what the Hebrews love to do is say, "Oh, you don't. That's not what that means." What do it? So I know how to read.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Let's put your foot to the fire. Like I was telling Omar, all I started off with, what did I say? What did I tell him? I asked him. I said, bro, do you think Jesus was speaking that he was coming, his messianic kingdom was coming in his generation or this generation? Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, right.
So I said, this generation, this, which one? But first I said, do you believe, well, other than Jesus, the reincarnation? Oh no,
And really fast. So what I'm gonna do is quantum really fast before I get out of here, bro. Cause I want to leave you with something. All right.
Go for it.
I'm gonna get on the big screen for you. Hold on 1 second. Let me take this down. So I want to show you something. I got something here called the Book of Coming Forth by Day, right?
Oh yeah.
And I want to show you some stuff in here, bro. And I want to show you something specially for you so you can go back and do your research on it. Watch this. Hold on. How do I get this off? All right, here.
Oh, I gotta take it. You got it?
Yep, I got it. All right. So no. I just need to blow myself up real quick.
I got you.
All right. So the first thing I want to show you, Brother Quantum, is in the Book of Coming. Well, you know, people know it called the Book of the Dead, but of course, it's properly known the Book of Coming Forth by Day. And I just want to show you some of these symbols we talked about earlier, right? This right here is the Jed, right? And you see how they got the Jed mixed with the Ankh. This is symbolism, family. Symbolism, right? I want to, before I show you the last thing, I want to show you this really fast. Where is it? So this is another one, right? But this is where we see the animals. You see the animals, Quantum?
Yep.
So you see some of the you see them falcons with human heads.
Yep.
That's a falcon with a human head right there.
Yeah.
What animals you know walking around here with human heads? Now I want to show you something else that we talked about that you have. This is Apis. This is the Apis right here, Quantum. Hold on, where he at? It's the Apis right here. You see that bull right there? That's the bull.
Oh, yeah.
That's the Apis right there. I want to show you now. We was talking earlier about the. Oh, look. So here, look right here. This is interesting right here. What was we talking about when you showed the thing? You showed the falcon. You showed Heru with both of the crowns on his head, right? And I said, depending on the time period, they can be looked at as Heru or Ray, right? Because they both falcons, right? Here, you got a scene with Heru right here, and this is Ray. Now, they both falcons. Watch this, Quantum. Somebody might ask, well, how do you know which one is Heru and which one is Ray? Right? Mm-hmm. I know this is Heru because he got the crown on his head. This is kingship. I know this is Ray because he got the sun on his head.
Correct.
You see what I'm saying? The symbolism. They both falcons. Now, what does this tell you, Quantum? During this period, Ray and Heru were assimilated. This is why they both represented by falcons. Watch this though. I got something else for you, brother. I'm looking here. Go right here.
You got the filler
right here. We was just talking. Right here, we was just talking about the double crowns, and I'm mad this in black and white, so you won't be able to see it. But if you actually look at the scene right here, right, you'll be able to see both of the crowns. You can see both of the snakes right here. You can see Jet and Apep on both of the crowns of Upper and Lower Egypt. Now, this is what I'm gonna leave you with, family, right? And I might can actually do it right here. Come on. Did you know you was in the glyphs, bro? Yeah, you ain't know that, did you, Quan? You ain't know the all-seeing owl was in the glyphs, did you? Hold on, let me show you yourself right here. Hold on. I'm gonna show you yourself. Bang. Look at that owl right there. The all-seeing owl is in the glyphs.
Yeah, man. You know, all these
Check yourself out in there, Quantum. You gotta go check yourself out in there because you most definitely in there, Brody. And see, look right here, you got the Rhesus monkey, more symbolism. You got the African what are they called? They're not monkeys. They are it begins for B. I can't remember. Baboons. That's what they are. Representation of Jehudi. This is another representation of Jehudi right here. Quantum. These are the baboons, right? So when you understand the symbolism behind things you look at, right, you now get more information behind the images. So now instead of you just looking at an image, right, and you like, well, what do that mean? Okay, I see they netters, but I don't know who is who and this, that, and the third. Now you actually get to pinpoint the symbols and you can say, okay, I know how to identify this netter from this netter. I know by the symbols what this netter represent and what that netter represent. You see what I'm saying? This is why it's amazing to stay up on this type of information. Family, I'm gonna tell y'all good night. I appreciate everybody in the comments. I see you down there, brother GD and Capone. I appreciate you, brother Mater and brother Quantum. This has been an amazing night, brother. An amazing night, and I appreciate you, bro. You know we gonna catch up some more.
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate you, humble. You know, I want to be on stage with nobody else but you, unless they had better information. And to get to that, you have to be a certain way, because even then, after you have the information, you have to be a certain type of person when it comes to delivering that information and knowing the importance of it. Because it ain't about me or you; it's about the information and how we getting it out. And so I appreciate you, just like every time, for coming up. Neteru, I appreciate you for coming up. It is getting kind of late. It's 16 people in the chat, so I'm gonna stay on just for a few more minutes.
You know, I'm not. I know by learning and understanding, and when I come across brothers that's well learned within the Metro Netter, and then I go to answer questions. I'm not trying to answer questions to like push back on them, but I ask questions to let the person demonstrate and explain more in detail of what they're saying. You know, like I'm giving the alley oop. You dig what I mean? And Humble been taking them alley oops all night, bro.
Yeah, that's what he here for, man. That's what he here for. If you got questions about it, he can answer. He definitely gonna answer.
Yeah.
If he can't, what I like about him is if he can't, he gonna tell you real quick. I'm gonna have to look that up real quick. And
he was taking them alley oops, man, and I appreciate you all, brothers, man. Till next time. Hey.
Right. Bet I appreciate you. Let me see what else I got on here, man. Oh, we was on slide 3, wasn't we? So I'm gonna end up closing this out for a little bit. Matter of fact, what I'm gonna do is, because I want everybody to get a chance to come up. You know, I ain't biased about nothing. So I'm gonna drop that link in the chat, just in case anybody want to come up and say some say a few words about what they've been hearing, seeing. Um, and of course, like the rest of my presentations, we only on slide 4, so we're gonna get to come back and touch on this subject. Me, you, and the Neteru. We've been talking tonight. Yeah, man, he still does sharpen steel. And tonight we've been sharpening up to make sure everybody can, because this is whether you believe it or you rock with it or not. You at least have some information. You can decipher yourself. And that matters because, as Humble said, sometimes a lot of people come up and they start talking and they don't know which dynasty they might be in when they speaking. They might try to correlate some happenings of something in a time period that they don't even exist. And so I'm just trying to figure it out, make sure at least I can be able to line it up when somebody come and start giving information or refuting information, that I can kind of have a better outlook on some of the things, just in case somebody trying to pull the wool over my eyes or the scales. We got my man Omar to the stage, Omar Muhammad, my partner.
Yo, what's going down, Oli?
What's going down, man? Why you come up so late? You scared? Why you wait till
Man,
humbly?
nah, man.
Why you wait till humbly? No, I'm just
I had a late night at work. Shit, I was knocked out, and I was knocked out. Well, I got home late last night from work,
okay.
So I started to watch the show, and yeah, I was out. I fell asleep. Like as soon as, because I was laying down in the bed, soon I hit the bed, man, I was out, and I had to use the bathroom. So I woke up, so I saw the show still on. But no, I just came because I'm finna lay back down, man. I got to get right back up in like 5 hours, man.
Yeah, you stayed with us the other night, so I ain't gonna do that to you tonight. So make it short.
Yeah, but I so like I said, you doing an investigation piece. I wish more. I wish different brothers could come up and kind of give their opinion as far as your investigation work, because and this is maybe just me. This is just my opinion. We drowning out the history of Kemet, especially if you're doing too much talk about the Hebrews and Kemet and the Hebrews and the Israelites. This like like sometimes, bro. I just don't get it. Like I see if you do it. I see if y'all do it maybe briefly, but it's like you yesterday, because is this part 2 tonight, or
Yeah, this
was
is
this
let me
a
show
part
you where
3?
we at so we can this is actually
Like how many days have you been doing this investigation work to where it's been
this my
on to where you've been live? This is second?
this is my second. Yeah, this is my second day on camera.
Okay. So here's the thing here. Now I see if y'all talk about the Israelites and the Hebrews doing the first one, but you can't do a 3-piece or 4-piece investigation work. And then the first 2 days, the majority of the talk is about the Israelites, because then it's not making a true investigation work. Also, I haven't seen I haven't seen nobody talk about the TLA or bring out the TLA. And that's why I would like to see more other brothers come up here and actually throw you some alley hoops as far as investigation work. So to me, and this is just my well, I mean, I didn't see a lot of the show tonight anyway. You know what I'm saying? But when it was just ironic. When I woke up, I heard, oh, the Israelites. Well, actually, when I went to sleep, I heard Israelite talk. And then when I woke up, I heard more mentioning of Israelite talk. And bro, when the thing is, when you bring Humble and this guy Neteru up, they're making two. Listen, I understand y'all talked about other things, but they're making this conversation more of an Israelite and comedic thing. But like I said, I ain't hear nobody bring out the TLA. Humble or Metter cannot read the meta nature. They can't even begin to even process any of the meta nature. So we and then there's other better subjects. I think y'all briefly touched upon during the last show. Y'all briefly touched
You
upon
can't read Hebrew. Can you read Hebrew?
Brother, shut your mouth up, man. Shut up.
Man, you
Shut the
sound
mouth
like
up, man. Shut up,
Hold on,
bro.
hold on.
Damn.
you.
I'm having a conversation with
You sound like
Oli. So be quiet,
Captain
dude. Like
Kazarian,
this
slave.
see
Netter.
now we
Hold
doing
on,
more
man.
Hebrew talk. Listen,
Hold on,
see
man.
listen. I'm gonna tell you something like this. Niggas like this is gonna spoil the show, because guess what? These niggas is listen. They don't love Kemet. They really love the Israelites because they can't keep our name. They can't keep the Israelite tradition name out they stinking ass mouth. and I'm telling you, that's gonna ruin the show. So check this out. And he wanted to cut in because it hurt, but I ain't got time to argue. I got work to do early in the morning. I just came on for maybe 3 minutes.
You stayed up, and let me reply to you.
Yeah, so no, I'm gonna go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and land, because, like I said, I gotta lay right back down. So, like I said, we're well, I ain't gonna say they're drowning the show out, making this your hard and or earned investigation work. And the majority of the talk is about the Israelites, man. Yo, we gotta stop. We gotta stop making these. We gotta stop making these echo chambers. And I'm gonna be honest, bro. If you want to go to a platform to where they just can't keep the Israelites up out their mouth, and no, listen, they could be talking about outer space and mathematical equations, and somehow it always goes back to it. They just can't stop. We can go to other platforms and hear all that stuff. This should be something, building something better, something different, and something that's not an echo chamber. And I'm telling you, brother, this is starting to get so boring, because, like I said, the Egyptian, the Kemetic / Egyptian culture and the greatness of it has so much more than to offer than just Israelites and Kemet 90% of the time, bro. So, like I said, you should maybe reach out to some brothers, or some brothers that's up in the chat now. I don't know how many, man. I know it's late. So some brothers that can actually read the meta nature, not just point at, oh, with this here. Listen, man. Listen, I'm an Israelite. What Humble showed. Oh, you see how it know if it's Ra, it has the sun above the owl. Everybody fucking knows that. Let's stop playing. I know that. And I don't read meta nature. I know that, though. So let's get off this baby bottle information, and have real people come down that's actually dedicated themselves to this kind of study, that can actually read the meta nature, can actually break it down, just not show a picture of an owl. No, there's more symbols. That's baby work. And then you got, hold on, and then you also got to bring out something called the TLA.
Hold on, let
The,
him.
the
Hold on, Meta. When he finish, I'm gonna let you go. He gonna be
Yeah,
quiet
I'm
when you.
almost done. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. And then you got to have brothers that bring out the TLA. I think to do investigation work, somebody should at least bring out the TLA. Come on now, what are we talking about? There's other tools. There's other greatness. There's other things we can discuss just besides making it 90% Hebrew. That stuff get boring. That stuff get boring, bro. But bring some have some other brothers come on here with a more extensive knowledge because these two brothers are at a baby level. They're at a baby level. They drowning the show out. They making the majority of the conversation about Israelites when it ain't about Israelites. This is
Hold,
this is supposed to be
hold on, Meta.
investigative work dealing with Kemet and as far as what I'm concerned, there's so many different. We're talking about the longest lasting empire out of any empire in the world. Out of any empire in the world. So what we got to do, we got to open up our minds and we got to touch on this rich, like I think it was like a 3,000, a 4,000 year reign. And all niggas want to do is talk about the goddamn Israelites. Like, get serious. Get serious, man. I'm just giving you advice, Oli. Open up the conversation more, and don't let these niggas just go do all this Israelite talk, man. Like I said, we talking about a group of people, that had a dynasty rule for over 4,000 years. For over 4,000 years, and all these niggas want to do is just do all this Israelite talk. Man, get some more qualified brothers up here and open it up. I'll go ahead and I'll land with that, man.
Shalom.
Hold on, before we continue any further, Meta, I got a couple people on the stage. I want to make sure I know so we can know they hear GDN Capone and Babylon Dunn. What up, GDN?
Hey, shalom. Peace to the panel. Brother Omar, he took the words right out of my mouth, man.
Well, okay. Hold on, GDN, because I'm gonna let you talk too. What up, Babylon? You gonna say a few words real quick? Then I'm gonna say something.
No, for the simple fact that it's the same thing that he was doing with the normal thing.
Meta, hold on 1 second.
Hold on, we gonna get to you.
Babylon, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, I just wanted you to know I'm gonna get to you. We had Meta and Omar going at it real quick, but I want to talk to Omar real quick before Meta go, because and I know he wasn't talking to me. He trying to give me some help on the show, but you got to understand, Omar, when Oli be coming up here, when Oli come up here, Oli got a method to getting information, man. Now, I have to say, when the Hebrews was brought up, it was brought up by me because, like I said, now today I understand, thanks to GDN Capone, that the reason Humble specifically, because he's the commission that I know, and different other comedics, when they start arguing with Hebrews, they start saying that the Bible didn't exist. And this is before I actually heard him argue with a Hebrew. I might have heard him argue with a Hebrew, but we was talking about his contention with the Bible. And at times he made his argument that the people of the Bible, and none of that didn't exist. But GDN showed me that the Hyksos dynasty could be evidence of the Hebrews, specifically Joseph, and I'm talking about Joseph of Jacob's sons, Joseph who went to Egypt and was sold to Egypt by his brothers. Came into power, brought his brothers and some more Hebrews there, and then we know the story from there. That's when and so the correlation gonna always come up. It's like Crips and Bloods, and that's why, man, and my investigation gets deep. It's like that movie that you watch when it started and it didn't start good, but it ended good. And it might not be interesting to you, Omar. I understand because you've had this argument with people plenty times. And so you know what I'm saying, you might be getting tired of it. I'm not. I'm not gonna let him take his throat up off the Hebrews if they come up. What I'm gonna do though is let the Hebrews also come up and defend themselves. At the same time, we're talking about Kemet because I understand now that it's Crips and Bloods. We can't take y'all apart now. And that's what I'm about to find out. I'm gonna find out if there's commissions and Hebrew Israelites in America. And that's why we still see the folly of the past. See, y'all be looking past those type of things, but I'm not. Because this argument has to stop sometime. I don't see why the Hebrews make their claim, the Comedics make their claim, and then we stand together and say, okay, if this who y'all want to identify with, that's who y'all identify with. But we fist to come together and move this information forward or move this movement forward with both the Comedics and the Hebrew Israelites. That's what I'm going to do. I'm this trendsetter, Neteru. And my trend this time is to get everybody together and off this bullshit. And to get off of it, we have to understand exactly what the bullshit is. It's people sitting around and don't even know what's going on with any of the argument. When they hear it, they might come on the channel and might not even be interested in it. But if we can give them some type of foundation of what we're standing on and what is actually being talked about, then we'll know. You know who my netters is. Simply Father Time and Mother Nature. But that's a whole different argument and a whole different show. Right now we're talking about the symbolism of Kemet and some of the things, like you said, that haven't been pulled up because we simply haven't gotten there. We're still in pre-dynastic Kemet. Horse ain't even showed up yet. Ra ain't even showed up yet. We getting people to understand that Heru is the falcon name. And so when these people from pre-commission came in, they didn't have the same outlook because it wasn't as complex as it became. And people need to know this. People need to know this. Go ahead, Neteru. I'm going to give you about 3 to 5 minutes to touch on Omar, and then we're going to push this information forward from here.
Let's see. Well, Omar got a problem with me because I said some days ago. See, first off, what I said today. However, whichever you brothers, whatever position you go up under, I respect you.
Can't hear you.
I respect you. What?
You sound a little muffled. You sound a little muffled.
Yeah, your mic muffled. Nah, your mic muffled. My bad. I was on mute. I was saying that too. Your mic kind of muffled.
Can you hear me?
A little bit better, but still, no.
If you got headphones, you probably need to take them off. But they probably going low or something.
Okay.
Hello?
There you go.
Way better. That's it, right
way better.
That's the one we're looking for right there.
First off, I respect any brother, whichever tradition they go up under. And I said that. I have a problem with when you try to bring it into like when real world history and this is your God is the ultimate God. Yes, I have a problem with that. You know what I'm saying? What about our ancestors that had concepts of God, of nature? So we disrespecting the past. So Omar want to come up here. He talking about we done spoke 95% of the time about Hebrews. No, we didn't.
We did.
We have a very formed conversation, and we was answering questions. I don't know everything. I was asking questions, and I even told the brother, "Yeah, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna do my research." And he said, "I respect you for saying that." And for him to come up here and say, "Oh man, you doing your channel this, we growing together, nigga. We growing together." Just like when I was coming at you about last night, this nigga still he hurt from last night. He on normal for 2 days. But when I say something about his tradition, he stuttering. Da 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 da. Yeah, come on, man, quit playing. It's not no argument. It's just us. Hello, what?
Now go ahead and go close it. I can tell you it's closing now. I accidentally.
Man, come on, man. Hebrews don't know everything. That's the problem. If I read something and I know how to read and I know how to articulate whatever the fuck I'm reading, but then you gonna tell me, no, that's not what it meant. What you mean? What it didn't mean? What? That's what they do. Oh, it didn't mean that. What it really mean, the metaphor of what it said was this. Come on, man. Keep it blunt and simple, dog. We here to learn, man. We here to learn for each other. Brotherhood. I don't care if you a Muslim, Christian, Hebrew Israelite, Kemet, whatever. However, atheist. We here to learn, man. And then, you know, how dare you be like, we messing up the channel? No, yeah. Okay, what do you say? Everybody is starting from ground zero. Okay, guess what? We all starting from ground zero and building each other up then, nigga. We ain't trying to act like Captain and Tresori and shit like that. I don't want no hunky kissing my boot. I'm raising behind, dog. Straight up, man. And I land my plane. Man, this nigga, then the question was, because he didn't come because I was waiting on him. We both agreed on the topic. Was Jesus was talking about his messianic kingdom in that time or this time? Which generation was he talking about? He don't want to touch that. I bet he don't. I'll bury him. Just like
we'll make sure we keep that on lock. I will keep that topic right here, man. And we gonna
I'll bury him.
We gonna see what he want, man. We gonna see what
because he didn't want it. He didn't want it last night.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move on. Then he gone
okay,
now.
Good night.
Yeah. So
what up, Babylon? You didn't say nothing a while ago. Did you want to say something?
No, I just want to wait till it's my turn to talk. Brother Oli, how you doing though? What's up to the panel? Peace to everybody
for joining.
Hey, sure.
Go ahead, GDN.
No, I came up, so I just caught the show, even though I did go back and skim through it a little bit. But like I was saying, Omar was just up here. That brother took the word. We gotta be in the same spirit, 'cause he took the words right out of my mouth, man. Don't you know, like when you kids, right? When you first beginning to learn something, we have picture books. You know, you have picture books where you try to make out the story through the pictures.
Mm-hmm.
But when you get older, you understand you have it's actual literature, writing. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is like Omar said, they more than just the pictures, and everybody try to run to the pictures just because they depicted you know, African people.
You cut out GDN. I don't know if you got quiet but you cut out. I don't know if he can hear me. GDN, can you hear me? Can you hear GDN Babylon? Meta?
I can't hear him, but he
Can you
definitely
hear me,
was in the
Meta?
middle of a sentence, so it sounded like he
No.
got cut out.
GDN, you cut out. Let me put it in the chat. Okay, he went out. Go ahead, Babylon.
Okay, yeah, brother Oli. Oh man, I got a lot to say, brother Oli. Once again, I'm gonna say it, brother. We got to do a show together. Cause I took notes on some a little bit on yesterday's show, but I took a lot of notes on today's show.
Don't speak on it,
So
brother.
when can we set? What time can you and I, if that's possible, ask A1, peace to A1, and peace to brother Humble, come back up here, because a lot of the stuff you said, oh, it ain't a lot of corrections and stuff, but it's a lot of stuff that I would like to add to, especially after what I just heard. And to the brother GDN Capone, man, I really like your presentation. I wanted to come in on that show and talk to you about a lot of the stuff, especially about the Bible. So maybe one day we'll meet up and we'll be able to talk about that. But I thought your presentation was excellent. I thought some of the points you touched on was excellent, and I just want to end on the conversation. But to make a long story short, and I can't make it that short, you know, where do I start in my notes? I'll start right here with something profound that I thought I wrote that I said when y'all was talking. Is this right here? A pharaoh is Horus in life. All right, I'm gonna say it again. A pharaoh is Horus in life and Osiris in death. So the son Horus in life and the father Usir in death. He the living Horus, not the dead Horus. So when we say that you should take the nature literal, then when you see Pharaoh, you should take Pharaoh as the literal nature Horus, the living Horus. All right, so we know that's literal. Now, so that's the correction. That's the correction on Jabari and Reggie. Them, you know what I'm saying? On they use some literal. Now, and then I want to say this: that not only is Horus in life, I mean the Pharaoh Horus in life, but Horus is Ray. Horus is Ray Horaki. So if you look at a picture of Horus and a picture of Ray, you most of the time don't know the difference. It's the same picture. Other than the implements and the headdress, sometimes you can't tell the difference. So Horus is in life. The Pharaoh is Horus in life, and Horus is Ray. The Pharaoh is Horus is Osiris in death, right? And that is Kepere. Horus in life is Ray. Osiris in death is Kepere. That's who Pharaoh is. Now, and I agree with the brother Humble when he said we should use the word Heru and the word Usia. But a lot of times when we say that, it's like Yahshua And then people really don't really gravitate. They gravitate to Jesus. And if you were to say, Nazarite, they would gravitate to Christianity. So they will understand that better. But it's two ways to look at it, but I agree we should use the real word. So Heru in life, and Re, and Usir in death is Kepere. So now, and then you mentioned something, Oli, very important. You said a symbol before a name. That's a fact. Symbols predate names. I would like to add though, you know what predate symbols? It's the spoken word. Words just being spoken. The the oral law, the oral way of life. Just like they do in Hebrew with the oral Torah. Where they get it from, they oral, they get it from us. They writing and the script, they get it from us. They get it from the Egyptians. And I'm a Hebrew. So now, the next thing I want to say is that when y'all mention sacred and divine, that's a good distinction, but you talking about the nature, right? So you say nature means sacred, nature means divine. But just the other day, I heard you, Oli, I think it was, especially saying that, you know, a lot of the words in English relate back to ancient Egyptian. And I agree that they pass right through all those different languages and come right into English as ancient Egyptian, and that's because of Babel and the Tower of Babel, right, brother Hebrew? So then, look, so it says nature. Then, what is nature in English? Only nature.
Nature.
So
Nature.
yeah,
My
so
bad.
when we say nature is sacred or nature is divine, but if we take the direct meaning and the direct word, the homonym or the synonym, right, for the word nature, then we get nature or the homophone because they sound alike too. So the homophone, nature and nature. So then that's where you get Neteru. That's where you get nutrients, things like that, to nurture, things like that. So that's what a nature is. Now, every nature had different purposes. So to say that a nature is sacred and divine, Set is the nature. Set is the nature, and he's the nature of chaos and war. Would we say that's sacred and divine? Yeah, some people would say that war can be sacred and divine because somebody said that earlier tonight. They said that Ma'at was based on war. I totally disagree. Ma'at is not based on war. If you want to know the story of Ma'at, all you gotta do is look at the story of Noon and Nanette and the old ad and how they born out of that and the process of that. That's Ma'at. That's valid. So when I heard somebody say the other day, yeah, I said that, well, as long as the heart is lighter than the feather, that's not true. Only I'm gonna wait this time. What did you say ma'at mean? So if we had one word to describe it, what would you say? And I agree,
Balance.
fact.
Order.
So if ma'at, and it does mean balance. Everything it means when we talking about the weighing of the heart, it means balance. Now it also means right or straight, right, like an arrow, because she wear the feather, and the feather is what you put on the arrow to guide it. And all of the Nubians put the feather in a headdress, as well as you can find it in the headdress of ancient Babylon, because those was Cushites, and they wear an ostrich feather in their headdress too. But they the same people. But so, nevertheless, this Ma'at, and then you got mother Ma'at, which means balance. And so when they say the weighing of the heart, if the heart is heavier than a feather and you put it on a scale, what's gonna happen? The heart gonna fall off. It's imbalanced. If the heart is lighter than a feather, what's gonna happen? The heart gonna go up in the air and fall off. is going to get devoured by Amuit, the devourer, right? The four form goddess, right? It's going to be eaten by her. She part hippopotamus, part lion, like that. So it'll be eaten by her, and part crocodile, and so it'll be eaten by it. But so it's not that we should say the heart should be lighter than the feather, or heavier than the feather, or not heavier than the feather. We should say the heart should balance the feather, and that's my eye. Okay, so then I heard somebody say that back to sacred and divine. I want to say that also it's two other things that y'all talked about that y'all didn't talk about. I don't think I heard you mention worship though, which is similar. So prayer and praise. So it was stages in the nature and the way we treated the nature, dealt with the nature. So at a certain level, the nature is sacred or divine. And on a certain level, the nature is prayed to and praised. It's according to who you are and what you're doing. Like, for instance, let me give you an instance where the Pharaoh Ramses II, right? He was in a war at the Battle of Kadesh, right? Because they say like you need to bring up the TLA. No, you don't. If you're having a conversation about something, the TLA is not a must. If we're talking about the Bible, pulling out the Strongs, the concordance, or any of that stuff, side work is not a must. If anything would be a must, it would be if you're going to talk about the primary, then pull up the primary text. And if you're going to talk about the Bible, then pull up the actual text from the Bible. Something they really can do. They can pull up the King James Version. See, that's what I'm saying. So don't go around making demands on people who have actual text and then you don't have actual text. And you couldn't even read it if you had. So now, the next thing, that ain't shots. That's just being humble. That's just being meek, So then, like I heard somebody say earlier, they said Ba and Ka, right? The soul and the spirit, when y'all was showing a diagram of the seven facets of, of being, Ba, Ka, all the different parts of being, the Ak, and things like that. So, but y'all had seven. I wanted to tell y'all that y'all need to add point two because it's really nine. All right, it's really nine. So I didn't have time to really go through it and tell you which two y'all was missing, but y'all was missing two, and that's often the case because a lot of people stuck on seven and don't know about 7.2 or the nine. And seven is just what I was talking about, which is a lot of things that the Hindu talk about, like the seven chakras. But if you look throughout ancient Egypt, you'll find that that number is increased to nine, and it's not the same. And that's why our culture and our thing is not the same as everybody's. Like we can't just overlay, like you were saying, like the slave labor, Lady Liberty. And I literally mean that because Lady Liberty, who was the Statue of Liberty, got shackles around her ankles, and she was a slave and was intended to be a slave, and they changed the meaning. So that's not my eye. My eye don't deal with that right there. And then blind Lady Justice, she blind. She blind to right and wrong, blind to fairness, blind to straightness, blind to seeing. That's not my eye. In fact, one of the root words for my eye is to see. My eye, like the tears of Ra, my eye, or the Remet, the Ramat, the Remet, those people, the tears of Ra. So that's who we are. So that's my eye, the ballot. You see, not that thing that they doing. They have perverted, inverted, converted, and reverted everything, and now diverting everything that we ever taught. When we taught in our ancient way that we wear black to weddings and white to funerals, they flipped that. Now it's in everybody's head the other way. This is why it's important that we learn our culture. When we lived in the Nile Valley, what we call up was south, and what we call north was down. Now, if you notice, wherever you go in the north part of your city is usually where all of the rich people live. And in the south part of your city is where the poor people live. This is normally the case. This ain't always the case, but this is normally the case. It's like the Masonic thing where they have the 13th floor is always missing from a building. They keep it like that. All right, the powers that be. So so these are just things that they have converted and perverted to use to their own standings and standards. Like they have the false pyramid, which is a trapezoid on the back of the dollar bill, symbolizing these 13 steps that I'm talking to you about, and the 72 stones that we could discuss. But they have encoded their thing with our information, but it's not the same thing. So we can't be like the Native Americans when the Spaniards came over with the um, cross, and we thought that it was the same cross that we held, and their cross was a sword, and our cross was a symbol of equality, like the plus symbol. Our cross was all the way equal, equal. Like the horizontal was dead center with the vertical. So our cross was equal. And that was the four corners or the four circles, the four directions, the four sacred mountains, everything like that. Everything dealt with four. But when he came in, he converted everything to one, two, three. So now everybody think and do everything on one, two, three. A, B, C, or one, two, three. Three little bears, three little pigs, three blind mice, three strikes, you're out. The genie gonna give you three wishes, morning, noon, and night, today, yesterday, tomorrow, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, like that, like father, mother, and child. This whole one, two, three. He converted everything to one, two, three. So now everybody thinks like that. And Dr. Zeus, P. Diddy, one, two, three, Mary J, walk it out, like that. Everything is on one, two, three. All of the names, NBC, ABC, CBS, right? They just started being like CNBC, ESPN. I had started talking about for a long time ago. That's another story, but we can come back to that. So, so they graduated to the fourth, because they graduated to the quantum and quartz and things like that, which I was thinking was already built into that. So we would be ahead of the game, thinking as in our natural, cultural, African, Egyptian, and whatever African culture you have, way of life would be better for you and your thinking and dealing with the world, because that's the direction in which the world moving. And anybody that watch quantum physics or quantum whatever, they'll tell you got people that come on there and say, "Hey, we find this same type of thinking or same type of results in Eastern thought." When they say Eastern thought, don't think Chinese. Eastern thought is Egyptian. Eastern thought, they call that Eastern thought. That's African. Africa is East. It's the East. From the West, it's the East. Those are Westerners talking, and Africa is the East. So when they say the East, they're talking about Africa. So now, um, the another thing that I wanted to talk about. Oh yeah, I discussed that Ma is not based on war. War is set. That's chaos. That's like said the warrior, chaos, and war, and also a pet, chaos and war. But Horus converted Set, right? And Set leaves the bark of Ra, and Set fights against a pet on behalf of Re, the righteous. So Set, what you thought was evil is not evil, and what you thought was all good in Horus is not all good. It's the balance. It's my I was watching a cartoon called Pappers one day, and Pappers on this cartoon, it came on, and the young boy had a problem because he seen his elder, his teacher, um, in the Set temple, And he was like, "Why are you in the Set Temple, Radifer? What are you doing in the Set Temple?" And he couldn't understand because that's the balance. Because he was a student of Set and thought, and he taught Pappers that by the end of the story. So this is important that we not jump sides and play the whole religious thing like these are good and this is evil, this is bad, and that's not how it is. That's not how Egyptian thinking is. It's not good and bad. Even in the Bible, it's the tree of knowledge of good and evil. You see that? The tree of knowledge. It's the tree of knowledge first though. And the jed pillar is a tree also. The anka is a tree also. But look, it's the tree of knowledge. And then good and evil. So good and evil are polarities of knowledge. Listen to me now. Good and evil are polarities of knowledge. Like lust and hate are polarities of love. Lust and hate are polarities of love. Cold and warm are polarities of hot or temperature or heat. Cold and warm are polarities of heat or temperature. So devil and angel are polarities of what you call God or nature. Devil and angel are polarities of what you call God and nature. This way of thinking, what I'm giving you, is important because when you think about somebody say, what's the opposite of hot? You say cold. But the opposite of hot is not cold. The opposite of cold is warm. Hot is in the center. Everything has temperature or heat. That's the law of thermodynamics. By law, everything give off heat and has a temperature, no matter how cold it is or how warm it is. So cold and warm are polarities of heat. You see that? So that's why it's important. Like life and death. You say those are opposites. No, they're not. Birth is the opposite of death, and life is in the center. So birth and death are polarities of life. Life extends from the time you born throughout from the time you die and goes on. Life goes on. Life is. You can't add to life and you can't take from life. Life is. You can't destroy matter, right? This is law, right? Scientific law. Matter and energy cannot be destroyed. It can only change shape or form. So if you made of matter and energy, and you are, then you can never be destroyed. You can only change shape or form. And if you lose sight of that, that's the only way you can die because you forget who you are. So now that's why it's important to know our African, Egyptian way of thinking. Babaluaye, right? So now, then we go on. I heard somebody say about Tiamat. Tiamat is a Sumerian deity, a female deity of Mother Earth, but not the earth as you think of as in the solid earth, the dirt. Not that earth. The earth as you think of as the watery abyss earth, when the earth was 3 to 4 times its size as it is now, and the earth was covered in water. And this, we talking about that type of Tiamat, water. So that was the time before. So now when we talk about the earth here, we say now modern day, we say Mother Earth. But I pointed this out to the 5%ers that in ancient Egyptian culture, we say Father Earth because the earth is Father Gale. The sky is Mother Nut. So you see how they reversed it? Because they want the woman to be less than the man. They understand that the sky is greater than the earth. So they say Mother Earth and they push that on the woman. And I heard the sisters talking about that. So they should talk about some of this since they want to start a show and start talking about this. The matriarchy, that this is how the Masons did it. They perverted and converted and reverted and inverted everything we did. That's it, and diverting it now, like I said. So this whole Mother Earth thing, right? And so they wanted to belittle her the same way they did with the map. They take Africa, make Africa little, and make other places big. Because the big thing, right, is the thing that's the greatest. I heard Smash Rockwell give us a show on this, talking about high, being high and low. And like people gravitate to things when you talk about them being high, golden, platinum. That's why they say stuff like that. That's why we talk like that. Like we say, like, yeah, I'm gonna take the high road. The low road is bad. The high road is good. So that's why we do that. And he flipped the musical notes, right? He made the high pitched sound, right, be the high note. But if you check African instruments, that ain't the way it was. The high note is the bass, the doo doo doo, and the low note is the high pitched sound, the squeak, because it could turn into almost nothing, right? So yeah, so that's how he does it. Though he flips everything, right? He makes a man, right, be a woman in a movie, and a woman be a man in a movie. He liked the transgender thing. That's the whole thing about Democrats and Republicans right now. The Democrats are pushing transgenderism, and the Republicans are pushing transhumanism. You see this? And both of them pushing something that's not being you. They got to push you not being you in order to rule over you. So you got to be outside of yourself. And so it's a whole lot more we can talk about. I'm gonna keep on moving. I'm just gonna scramble through. So then you mentioned Horus being ours and Horizon, and I agree. Then but I also, like we mentioned earlier, I forget what we mentioned. Oh, my, yeah. Um, no, it wasn't my. It was nature. Nature being nature, and to nurture and nutrients and things like that, right? So now, so then we take all that into English. Then, but do that with almost every word you can in Egyptian. Then, because you might find the root. Like for instance, Mother I said, right? Her symbol is a throne, right? So that's a seat, right? So I sit or seat. The word to sit down or to take a seat is to take a seat on a throne. That's I said. Now, when you mention the inundation of the Nile River, do you not hear the word noon in there? Noon is the primordial waters of the Nile River and of the Milky Way, right? Because it's as above, so below. So the Nile River is the Milky Way, as above, so below. But inundation, right? That's how you say it, Brother Humber. Inundation. But and that I is very important. That's my name. I'm telling you. Like when you look up the word tomb, you'll see itum, atum. When you look up the word mun or min, you'll see imin, the I, and then you see the min. So this I is really just a sound, what I'm telling you. Now we're going really deep, but I teach linguistics. This I is really a phonetic sound. And if you look up the letter that look like the number three in Egypt, like look like two half circles, but it look like the number three, that's the ah symbol, like the ayin in Hebrew, where they get it from, where the Hebrews get it from. And that symbol in ancient Egypt, that's one of the most that symbol is really unknown. What it sounds like, what it really means, where it goes, But I'll tell you what it really is. It's because it's the first sound and the first letter, and it is even in ancient Egyptian, like when you hear them talk about like the ancient people, and they tell a joke about ancient people, they'll say they talk that the, like that. And you see a lot of that. So that's what that is. And even today, you'll hear people say like that. That's a way of saying things and communicating. So that's what that comes from. Now, so we did the inundation. That was important. But it's a lot of words like that in English because I want you to focus on the fact that we once had one language. And even though this is English, as far as it's unveiled down the line, it still contains all of the necessary ingredients of the original one language. And you'll see that if you make the correlation. Don't let them fool you and tell you like Egyptian or Sumerian is a isolated language or a language isolate. They call it. It's not. It's not a language isolate. It's not on an island. Those people live right next to each other. Like I heard brother Osam Carr, and I don't agree with everything he say, I got to put that on the map. But I heard him say when he called the name Geb, he didn't use the name Geb. He used the name Gebab, Gebab, like Gebab. So, and he called that earth, right? So this double B in Gebab and Geb, you'll find, like when you look up the word Kemet, the hieroglyph of Kemet, you'll see that it's followed by a M. Kim, that charcoal symbol for Kim, Kem, is followed by M as a phonetic. It's a phoneme to let you know that the word Kim actually ends in the M sound. So you don't really pronounce that M. It's just there to let you know. That's what some Egyptian teachers say. Some Egyptian teachers I have heard also would say, no, it's Kamin or Kamun, and that's the way to pronounce it. And you don't use that M as a silent M, and it's not just a phoneme, but it's the actual phonetic sound. So you see what I'm saying? So those are different things. But that takes us to Gab and Gabab. So, but you'll find out that the Nuwapians, they made that graduation. They know how to speak in both tones and rhythm. They know the difference between Gab and rhythm. I mean Gab in tones and Gabab in rhythm. And even the same thing in Hebrew. They should know the difference. New Watkins do that speak the language because they got taught that. Now, even though they get put down a lot, Dr. York and stuff like that, and I'm not talking about the modern day Sabians and all of that stuff. I'm really talking about the old school Nuwabians with a B, and like really Nuwabians, them old school dudes. And the B is a P, right? You know. And so I wanted to touch on this. You talked on animism or totem, and I don't like animism. I'll say we were animists. Because anything with an ism on it, it just takes it out. If you say scientism, it makes it pseudo. Anything you add ism to, it takes it out of it. So if we say animism, then that's pseudo. But if we say animist, like if I say physicism, that's pseudo. But if I say physicist, that's real. So animist, we were animists and totemists. But before that, we were also mimicry, right? That means you mimic the thing. You actually become the thing. You become the thing in nature that you're looking at, right? Animism is where you say that everything in nature has spirit, it has life, and is a part of life, and it's with us, it's alive. But mimicry is different. Mimicry is even different than anthropomorphism, although mimicry gave birth to anthropomorphism because after we were no longer mimicry, we would put on the regalia and put on the animal head or the feathers in these cultures and mimic the animal. If you ever been to like a Native American or an African rain, not really rain dance, but a clan dance, because you mentioned the totem to a clan dance, right? If you go to a clan dance, you'll see them imitate whatever totem represents the clan. If if a butterfly represents the clan, then the dance would be the butterfly dance. If a snake represents the totem, then or represent the clan on the totem, then they'll do a snake dance. If a deer, they'll do a deer dance. If it's a lion, they'll do a lion dance. So on and so forth. And all these be different to our cultures. How lions are not indigenous to Asia, and tigers are not indigenous to Africa. That like that. You see, like that. So and then so and it's different things like that. So and they were not
Wait,
mascots.
who? So who? I got a question.
Go
Who
ahead.
were mimicry,
Yes,
mimicus? Am I saying that right?
yes, yes.
Who were mimic? Because
Mimicry.
you were saying we. I was just giving,
Oh,
but I
the
realized you
ancient
weren't talking about
Egyptians,
yourself. Oh, okay.
the
They
ancient
were
Egyptians,
mimicking.
the Africans, the Dogon, the Oya, the Orisha,
And
all
you
of
said
these
they
people.
copy what they saw. What did they mimic? I'm kind of confused.
I just explained it. They mimic the totem. If the
Okay, the
totem or
totem.
the animal or the totem was a turtle, then the dance or the mimicry would be of a turtle, right? If the falcon, in the case of Heru, the falcon, Heru,
Mhm.
if that was the totem on the standard in Egypt, on the standard, golly, I can't remember what the standard called, but on the Neteru standard, right? If you look on the normal palette, they actually holding up the Neteru symbol, and on the Neteru symbol, you'll see like an alligator or the belly of an animal, a placenta or something, and you'll see a hawk on there and different things like that on the Shadet. You see the so big alligator, or you see the hawk on the Serent, on the top of the palace temple of Serent. You see the hawk, on the symbol when you look for a city or a Nuit or a DeWitt, right? A city, a Nuit or a DeWitt in Egypt. When you look at the symbol, when you look up the DeWitt symbol and the symbol for the Sapat, for the gnome, the Sapat gnome, for the gnome, you will see they have an animal above it or a symbol of an animal skin or something like that. So that's the totem. That's where you get totem poles from, because that's the pole. That's where you get the maypole. That's where you get the pole from. That they carry the pole on the number ballot. They showing you what the pole is for and what it commemorates. Those are priests carrying that pole. Those people are divine priests. And the person behind Norma is his sandal bearer. And he has a pair of sandals in his hand, and he got the symbol of pi on his chest. He got the symbol for the pylon on his chest. Pi, pylon, papyrus, pi, pyramid, pi. This is our stuff that they done took and converted, reverted, inverted, perverted, and now diverted, like I said from the beginning. This is what they done did. So when you look at the Norman palette, which I was saying, when you look at that, which I'm just moving on now, A1, when you look at the Norman palette, you see they say, well, it's a unification. But they don't know that. They don't know if it's a unification or a reunification, right? They don't know if he reunified the North and the South or if he unified the North or the South. Because I originally asked a question a long time ago, and they never answered it. None of the Egyptian brothers on the line, they never answered this. I said, on the Norman palette, I said, Norman is from the South. They say correct. I said, and you mentioned that earlier, Oli. So if Norman is from the South, and is he conquering the North? Because if I'm from the South and I'm representing the South, then I'm not really doing a unification. If I'm the one doing it, I could be doing a reunification, the unification could be broke, so I could be doing a reunification. But at the same time of this reunification, just like you see on the normal palette, you see heads being thrown, you see penises cut off, you see arms behind backs, you see people laid down, drowning. That that's what Norma was. That's what he was doing. So now you have to ask yourself, who are those people that Norma did that to? Who are
Hey,
those people?
I'm buying 10 people wireless headphones, man. You want me to put you on the list? 'Cause your
Say what
phone look
now?
like what? I'm buying 10 people on the platform wireless headphones. Do you want me to put you on the list?
Oh no! And when I get some my audio that bad, I could go off of
No,
my
well,
headphones
I
and
mean, it's chopping a little bit. We can tell what you're saying though, so it's not that bad. But you dropping
but I
gems
am
though.
on
I
the
mean, I
headphones.
know this would be a lot. A lot of times when you come up here, you be going in, and it would just
Yeah,
come
that's why I
across
come
way
up here.
better. Like
A1.
you should invest in your audio quality because you don't got no. You have a lot to say, so you should make sure you clear. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I do appreciate? I appreciate you telling me because ain't no way I could tell or be able to tell what I sound like.
Yeah,
But
you
yeah,
don't sound bad. I'm like on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being bad, you're like at a 4. 4 and 5.
Damn, that's low.
Okay. Well, I
I'm
mean,
gonna
but
go
you
out
should
for the
really
headphones and
be,
see if you can hear me better.
if you
Let me see.
clear, you at a 0 or a 1, a 0, you know.
Can you hear
Well,
me
you
now,
can
A1?
every, oh, that's way better. What did you do? Yeah, I can hear
If
you.
you
That's
talking, I
way
can't hear
better.
you now. I'm gonna go out and come
Damn,
back in, bro. I swear
you
I can't hear
sound
nothing.
so clear. That is crazy. That is a drastic difference. Y'all heard that? I'm about to get Babylon done together. I got y'all. Rise and grind to everybody up. We got 20 people in here watching. Um, yeah, I'm just getting off work. I don't even know what's going on. Oli cranked it up. You know, he got the master key. He cranked this joint up and did his thing. I was listening last night, but y'all talking about something totally different. Babylon teaching this morning. Shout out Babylon Don. Shout out to the chat, man. Shout out Dios Mios. Shout out, I don't even know how to say that. Is that Kanum Cam? I don't know if I pronounced that right, but shout out to you. I appreciate you today, man. Oh, that was you. You sent me the triple sevens. Hold on, let me look real quick at that, man. Because I ain't got one of them in a minute. I was shocked. I'm like, what is this? That's how long it's been since somebody hit that joint like that. Notifications turned on. Yes. Allow. Yeah. Shout out to you, bro. That had to be a double K. Dios Mios doing his thing, man. He came through and got a moderator spot real quick. The moderator spots are exclusive. I'm pretty much only passing those out now to people who are members. You got to be a member if you want to get a wrench. Um, so yeah, that's the new thing we got going. Oh, my bad, Babylon. I just seen you say you wanted the link. I was doing something else. And when you switched your audio, Babylon, you sounded crystal clear. I've never heard you sound that good, but you couldn't hear me. That was the only problem. So we've got to figure this out. You know, I've never heard you sound that good before, ever. It's like whatever you did, it compressed your audio and it was like crispy. You know, I do the mixing and mastering, so I'm just not good at mixing and mastering my own stuff. Like I always, I feel like I'm never finished. I just keep tinkering. I'll be having to send my shit off, and I'll just do other people's shit. Yeah, I just dropped that link. So yeah, pull back up. Yeah, see Babylon. That's what they was talking about, man. They said we can definitely hear Babylon. They ain't never said that. They was telling me your audio was shitty earlier. That's why I said something to you. Because I'm about to do a little donation thing and just give away a bunch of headphones. I'm about to order a bunch of TikTok headphones for everybody. So everybody can have some nice audio, the people who are regulars. So might come with a little t-shirt too. You know, I might bless y'all one good time for the one time. What's the word today? Yeah, I do a lot of giveaways and stuff like that. Canoon Cam. Did you say I said your name right? Canoon. Oh yeah, he said yeah. Or maybe he was responding to something else. Yeah, I used to have a little game show. I used to give away t-shirts and hoodies to the winners. I was shipping off like 5, 6 t-shirts and hoodies a week. We're gonna get another game show going again. It's a little trivia, debate style type stuff. I got another idea I'm working on right now. I got my dang, wait, is that Babylon down in the back? My bad, Babylon. Here you go. I heard you pop up, and then I started doing something.
Oh
Did you hear
man,
it?
A1, I cannot hear you. Are you talking?
Yeah, your audio sounds amazing. Tell him his audio sounds amazing.
That's crazy work. Hold up, A1. One more thing. I'm gonna turn something out. I think I got my Bluetooth speaker on.
Whatever it is, you winning right now, bro. How does my audio sound? Because I'm on these little
Damn, A1. I
cheap
apologize, A1,
headphones.
and I don't like the word apology, so I just owe you one. Let me go out and come back here, brother.
I almost
Neil,
want
yeah.
to tell him just to go ahead and talk on that one. I won't interrupt. Just go ahead. I'm really about to go live here, probably like in an hour or two. I think I might wait till like 8 o'clock. I
You
don't know
can
what I
end
want to
this
do.
when you can
Can you
end
hear me?
this when you want to. I was asleep. I ain't gonna even lie.
Go back to sleep, man. If you tired, be quiet and go to sleep. Hey, I'm fucking with you. Rise and grind, man. Okay, here go Babylon. That's a slave. What up, Babylon? Can you hear me now? Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Can you hear me, A1? I can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, whatever you did when you switched your audio, we could hear you, but you couldn't hear me. But your audio was the best I've ever heard it in life. It was so clear. I don't know what you was using, but you got to figure that out.
So it's not good now? Because I'm doing only thing I did was turn off
It's
my.
not choppy. It's not choppy now. But before, whatever you was on, it was like compressing your vocals. It had you sounding so crispy. Like right now, you sound more like live and free. Like I don't know how to describe it. What is missing in the track? Well, if you know anything about audio mixing, it's your vocals were compressed. So it was some
Oh,
type of
okay.
microphone that your shit was filtering through. And there was
Yeah.
no background sound, no nothing. It was just voice and then quiet. That shit was nice.
Damn, bro. But thank you anyway for saving me my time, bro. Because that was a lot that I was trying to, put in people's hands so they can examine later.
Yeah, we can hear it all. It just when you got clear audio, it sounds even better. We heard you though.
Yeah,
Go back and listen to it and check your lives out to start seeing how your sound. You know?
I will. I will go back and listen to it. I mostly do go back and listen to some of it. It's hard to listen to, so I mostly listen to some of it just see. But it's
Yeah, just
hard to
go.
listen to me. I swear.
I tell people sometimes you got to go to the bad moments. Go to the moments where you was arguing or felt like you crashed out and re-listen to those moments.
Yeah,
Because
that's what I
sometimes
need
you
to
might
do.
find out like, damn, you know what? I thought he said something totally different. I didn't
Facts.
did that shit like I was like, you know what? I was wrong. Or just I was like, I'm not gonna act like that again. Next time I could have acted totally different and played the situation totally different.
Yeah.
Go back and check those moments out. I asked my one homie like, how don't you crash out? Because he used to be so calm all the time. And he was like, man,
Mm.
I saw this replay of myself. He was like, I used to crash out on everybody. Like then I watched this replay. He was like, and I didn't even recognize myself. And he
That'll
was
do it
like,
sometimes.
I was like, damn, that's deep. I didn't recognize
Yeah.
myself.
That
Like
mirror.
that'll make you change. Yeah, that mirror.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't break the mirror, fix the reflection.
That's right. Man. But yeah, so but like I was on the Egypt tip, so I mean it's a lot more that I wanted to say because they talked a lot. A1, the brothers talked a lot. They spoke on Akhenaten. I wanted to point out that Akhenaten is not a monotheist. He's not the father of monotheism. That a Virgo. He's not monotheistic himself, and he's not the father of monotheism. He's not a monotheist, like we say, like we say, animist. He's not a monotheist. He's not that. And because you could check Akhenaten's and even King Tut's. Well, King Tut's burial mainly because they won't tell you that it's Akhenaten or what they found about him, but they have found things with Akhenaten, and they found names of other gods with Akhenaten and King Tut. I just watched a video where they was talking about they found Anubis, the god Anubis, in there with King Tut. So and at one time King Tut's name was Tu Aten, and then they changed it to Tu Amen. So that should tell you something. That is two different names for the deity, for the same deity. Listen to what I'm saying. It's two different names for the same deity. Okay?
Mhm.
So now Aten is the sun at noon, at like midday. And Amen, right? Like Tutankhamen instead of Tutankhaten. Tutankhamen is the sun in the evening, like when the sun is halfway between light and darkness, when you get it in the mid of the horizon, where you only see half of the sun in the western direction. Amen, the west. Amenta, the west. So Egyptians don't die. We Western. Amenta. We go into the Western world. We Western. That's Amen. Amen Ra. Amenta. That's the underworld. Right? So that's where that comes from, the Western. So now, and then Aten is the high sun at noon. And then the sun before Aten in the morning, where it's halfway below the horizon and halfway above the horizon, that sun is called Atum. That's Father Atum. That's the first sun. You see? So that's Father Atum. So you got Atum, Aten, and Amun. So you got Atum in the east, Aten up top, representing the north, but up top. And then you got Amen in the west, right? And so those are three names for the same deity, Re, or Ra. Atum Re, Aten Re, and Amun Re, right? And like I was saying earlier, that's from Tum to Ten to Men. Atum, Aten, Amen. And there's a fourth sun or a fourth place that's beneath in the Duat, right? That you ain't never heard of, they never told you about, but I'm gonna tell you about, right? It's a mystery. It's called Nun, and it's Nun, just like Atum, Aten, and Amen. Then you get Anen or Anun, which is the inundation place, the underworld, where Ra overcomes a Pep in the underworld. But it's really the upper world because it's taking place in the celestial realm, right? So I'm gonna tell you something, but this gonna have to do with your orientation, and this gonna have to do with your level of intelligence for real. It's just like understanding that we call the South Egypt North, well upper, so the lower Nile, right? The lower Nile, we call that the lower Nile, we call that the north, and the upper Nile, we call that the south. So understanding that, then you understand the sky. When you look at the sky, because one of the mysteries is that the pyramids are aligned with Orion's belt, but any scientists will tell you that they have to be flipped like a mirror image to fit directly over the pyramids. But I'm finna tell you the secret why they don't need to be flipped. Because the Egyptians already had it flipped in their mind. Because when they looked at the sky, they didn't see the sky as being up like you do. They saw the sky as being down. Right? Because in the shadow hour, from Atum to Aten, when you reach Amen Ray, when Amen Ray goes completely under into the noon, right? And the battle begins in the darkness. Don't nobody know the mystery. When the battle begins, and during this battle, how can I put it? This is okay, I can't say that. But during this battle, as you go around, you see you reach the fourth point, Nun or Anun. And this is showing you that what you see in the sky is really upside down. Because that thing that you see on the Egyptians, when you see Geb laying on the ground, laying down, and you see Shu standing over him, separate him from his mother, Nut in the air, going all the way across the sky, and she represents the whole sky and the stars in it, the Milky Way and everything, and Ra enters her mouth, and then he comes out of her buttocks, right? Then think about that. Does Ra go up in the sky and then go through her mouth and then come out of her buttocks in the daytime? No, that don't take place in the daytime. That take place at night, in the darkness, in the underworld, after Amun, in the Menta, in the Nun. So then you have to turn that cow, the celestial woman, right? Nut. You have to turn her upside down. You can find her too all over Arizona and in Native America. You will see the woman. She looked like a rainbow. She stretched across the highway everywhere. She's a sacred woman. She called her the changing woman, the woman of the West, the water woman, the wise woman. You see her everywhere. You look, she the same mother as Mother Nut. Okay, trust me on this. The same way Bess is on the Mayan calendar, I put that out. I'm letting you know that the woman you see all over Arizona, all over the West, symbolizing this woman is the changing woman, the woman of the rainbow. So now, and that's Mother Nut. And so now, but when you flip the cow upside down, now can you see that the sun is going in from the west, because the sun gonna come out through the east and be reborn again, and it's gonna come out the buttocks. That's the Kepere, because the beetle pushes the dung across the sky. So the beetle is gonna be Ray, and the beetle is gonna be on the horizon. Kepere, the materialization, right? The manifestation, right, of Ray. Kepere, the one out of the darkness. So this is what our symbolism meant. And if you don't know this and you keep associating with what they say and what they have taught, you losing out. And you're losing out on a lot of information because you're thinking that because you heard that Egyptians got a religion and Hindus got a religion. No, that's not the truth. Egyptians don't have a religion, and Hindu means religion. The word yoga actually means religion. That's the world's first religion. Yes, they are. They did it. Pantheism, polytheism, that's them. They into the isms, but we were never into the isms. So that ain't us. So you can't overlay our nature with their God, our nature, our body with their chakras, our Arushat, right? The thrones, Arushat. Like I said, Arushat, right? Our thrones with their chakras or chi, because that's what chakra and chi is. That can't do that. We have our own thing. You know what I'm saying? Like in Egypt, that's called, instead of yin yang, or yin yang or yin yang, we call it voodoo or shin sham, like shin sama and sham. So yeah, we have our own, but it's not what they do. They copy us, but you can't say that a copycat is the same thing. You'll be misled. You got to go to the original. The original there. What's wrong with the original? Why you keep stepping back, going to the copycat? So now, and then I'm gonna go ahead and stop there. But it's I wrote down, y'all talked about Egyptian and African. I want to bring up two words, cosmogony and cosmology. Okay, know the difference between a cosmogony and a cosmology. and the Egyptians had both. And most of the people in the religions that we talk about only talking on a cosmological level. They don't have a cosmogony. Okay? All right. So look that up and then we can talk about that. And then so that's how we differ from the beast and everybody else. They talked about the calendar.
Wait, what you mean? Look at that. Why don't you just tell us? What's the difference between cosmology and cosmology?
No, because
slide past that.
I ain't sliding. It's just like not really important. And plus, I want people to get a grasp of what they said mean, and then we could talk about what the Egyptians said mean. Because I wanted to move. I'm finna move into some of that cosmogony because I talked about it, like Horus, hours, horizon, and then Isis, seat, and noon, inundation, Nile River, Milky Way, the sun. Okay, so then let me give you some more cosmogony. A1, and thank you for stopping me and saying I'm sliding past that, because that's what I was doing. But I didn't want to hog out the show because I knew I need to close. But if you say I got it like that now, then I could just rock out. That's what I was trying to do. I was saying like, damn, they're gonna say I'm talking too much. So I know I'm
ain't nobody, man. You look, ain't nobody up here. You got the flow.
Oh, okay. See, I ain't know that.
Talking to your face turned blue, brother. I'm over here listening. I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Even if I did hear something I wanted to push back on, like I already feel like you think I'm picking on you, so I'm gonna leave you alone.
No. Please, A1, interrupt and pick on me. Like you said, okay. I could come back and listen to the show, and I could realize my mistake and how I was rude and how I should have listened harder and all that. I appreciate that, bro. I can be wrong and be stubborn.
We all can, man. Me too.
Yeah, and I'm really trying to.
My team always let me know if I'm messing up. They go like, "No, man, you was going too hard. Why did you do that?" And I'll be like, "Should I apologize?" I think so. That's the type of team I got around. You ain't no yes man over here. Man.
But I like that though. I like brothers that lay back. That's good though, because I be trying to tell them that whatever happened to brothers, that's cool, man. Really,
I was wrong. One day we got into it. I was wrong because I didn't hear what you were talking about. Okay. And I was stating something that was actually true, but in the context of the situation, I actually agreed with you on that Hercules shit when he was trying to say, remember he tried to say something, two things could be true and false at the same time.
Oh yeah, two things can be true at the same time.
Yeah, that. You remember that? Yeah. I started taking his side, but I didn't hear, like I had zoned out for a little bit, and then I heard somebody say that, and I was like, no, it's forms of logic where it could be like that, but the way he was trying to make it was pseudo as hell. I didn't realize that he was using it to try to say science is racist. That's when I was like, oh no, yeah, he's tripping.
At that point, A1, I swear to you, bro, I said to myself, I said, A1 will probably go back and listen to that here, cause they don't say it. Like he should have been the one to say like, A1, nah, this the way, but he didn't do it. You see what I'm saying? He let it. Yeah. I do that. I just did that a couple of times. Went back and I heard only half of it. And then I say, damn, they had me on the wrong side.
You was making a point, and I'm like, no, there's a time where it is like that. It ain't have shit to do with what you was talking about. And then we start going back and forth about that. And I let Hercules off the hook for real. You was on his head. But I doubled back and got him for you, so don't worry about it. And then we got a debate coming up. We got a face off this weekend.
Hey, bro, I want to tell you something. Hey, I ain't never talked to you before, so I want to put that on the record so these people know that, just so they know. And I don't talk behind people's back, but I was on a certain show, right? And I'm going to tell you the name of the show. I'm not going to slide past it. I'm just saying certain for now. Just let me get it out. Okay. So now I was on a certain show, man. And then, so I was talking in the chat, and I talk big trash in the chat. You know how I do over here. You see me in the chat, so you know I'm doing the same thing everywhere else. So just know that I was taking cold catch junk in the trash chat. I don't agree with nobody. So I was on Judah Nazareth's channel. So they were doing a show about Neteru and Nepal. Shut up. So, they was ragging on them. But I ain't over there ragging on them. I don't join teams on stuff like that. I ain't with that. I'm not a gospel slanderer. I wasn't doing that. Laugh in the chat maybe because they say something stupid. But other than that, I'm moving on. I'm trying to talk about the knowledge. For real, that's how I always been. Even though they paint me as the person that cuss and do all that stuff, I'm really the teacher in the community. That's what I am. And they force me to be like that because they know how I am. I told them I don't have no level. I'll go to any level they go on, and I'll stoop to that level and go back up to my level when I'm ready. It's cool, but I will stoop to their level. So don't come on no level. Don't do that. And so that's where they get me painted as that team because they could do that on any show, and then they know I'm gonna do it with them, and then everybody think instead of Babylon beating the rabbit dog, they say Babylon arguing with them, and it's not. It's really one sided. He started and I'm finishing it, but that's just how I go. But yeah, so that's a lot, but that's really, I was on this show and I said to the people in the chat, I ain't going, I just said in the chat, I said, yeah, the brother A1 is a good brother. He be letting me on his show. He the only one in the community really let a brother go and really put out information, even if he disagree, and things like that. I talked about your unbiasedness and stuff like that in the chat.
Hey,
He
I
said,
appreciate it.
yeah, but he said, man, you're in the wrong spot. You need to check yourself where you at, and I'll tell you
Wait,
the
oh,
rest.
it was Judah Nats?
Huh?
Who was it, Judah Nats?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Now,
That's no,
I'm
again,
not
that's to be
speaking on
expected,
him
bro.
because
No, it's cool. It's okay. I'm about to switch on
he do
myself.
his
Go
show
ahead
live.
when you finish.
He do his show live. And I don't talk behind people back. But we had this conversation in the chat. So I'm letting you know what me and him said in the chat. So I'm not talking behind his back. I want people to know that it's a difference. Babylon Dunn don't talk behind people back. This is a conversation me and Judah Nass had in the chat. He responded to me via his microphone though and said to me those things, which I'll tell you. And then I was like, well, I don't know about that. All I know is, he been straight up with me and da. I went on with that. And but right after that, right, it was seconds later, I said, I'm glad I said everything I said. I don't care who right or who wrong. I said, because I just told the brother Oli to never talk about a man to a man when that other man ain't there. I said, unless it's a conversation like this, unless it's something you and the other man discuss, and you tell him what you and the other man discussed.
Now, Judah
So,
Nats. Go ahead.
yeah.
I'll let you
So he tried to dish you, bro. So what I wanted you to know, because I read a book a long time ago. The book was called The House of Lions. People should look this up. It's called The House of Lions. It's the best novel I ever read. It's written by a lady called Gloria Vitanza Basile. Gloria Vitanza Basile. Right? And she's an Italian woman. It's based on a true story. It's called The House of Lions. But they rewrote it. It's called The Godson too.
just
But
tell us what the book
originally,
about. What's the book about?
okay.
That's all we care about.
She said this though. She said this. In the movie, in the book, something happened though. The mafia had came to the restaurant and they talked to one of the the head dudes doctors named Roberto. But the mafia met with Roberto at the restaurant and they tried to offer him wine and they tried to talk to him. They came over to the table and Roberto didn't say nothing. He kept his mouth closed and he just ignored them really. But they left. When they left, his friend told him that his silence spoke more volumes than whether he said something or not. And that Marco, the head dude, wasn't gonna like the fact that he was quiet. That he acquiesced in the face of the mafia and they're against these dudes. He wasn't gonna take that lightly. You see that? So that's why I came to it, because that's what made Marco fall. Is that people were saying stuff behind Marco back, but people were just quiet. They wouldn't say yes or no to the mafia, but they wouldn't come tell Marco what the fuck the mafia tried to approach them with. So when they came down,
it too. I
he
appreciate
wasn't ready.
it for sure.
Yeah, so that
the
type
reason
of shit.
he dissed me because, well, when I first started the first tournament, he was trying to get in, and I had added him to my back chats so he could see what was going on. And then like I I got to once I got a couple people in there, like I decided that I wanted to make sure the people I was going for this good decorum thing. And then I was looking at people character. And it's not about necessarily what he do, more so how he do it. And I just noticed every time he fall out with somebody or lose a debate, it turned into a bunch of extra shit. It's like now you talking about people family. Oh, this because you lost the debate. Like, damn, niggas cannot take a loss. Like, how is all of this going on? So I was just like, man, like I already got enough going on being the new guy on the block. I need people with less drama because I know who you standing next to matters, and I don't even want to inherit. No, you know what I'm saying? It's just too much going on, and then to put myself in a bad position to, I don't want to be the next nigga falling out with you if that's your track record. You know, you
Facts. I
don't have
don't
a
blame
track
you.
record
I don't blame you.
for you have a track record for taking shit too far and not leaving people alone. So it's kind of like all the time. No, I just talk, and then when he hopped in my inbox to get in the tournament, this was a turn off. He wasn't even necessarily. He's brought the tournament up, and then he started talking about the people I had in my shit, and he just was bringing up old past shit that either I didn't know or didn't care about. And I'm like, why are you gossiping about everybody? I'm like, that's a bad look. Like you said, the mob boss shit. I'm looking at it like a mob boss. Like you a real
Facts.
chatty. You a real chatty motherfucker. Why you got these niggas' names
Big
in your
facts.
mouth with their personal life business? To me, I don't like the one I knew and the one I didn't. But I'm like, just I don't care about none of these niggas' personal shit. It's like imagine him just coming out here. What's the name? Did I don't know? Got caught with a tranny. I'm just making up random shit. What's the name? You know what's the name? Got caught with a tranny, right? Like this is the beginning of our conversation. I was like, no, we're not about to. And he didn't accuse anybody of being fucking with no tranny, but he was just telling me shit that I didn't need to know, and it didn't pertain to what we were doing. And I'm like, oh, this is gonna be an ongoing thing if this is how you're starting. And I'm like, I'm probably better off passing on this one. But I think I told him about it, so I think I kind of got mad. It was like, man, like went in on me. And then why the fuck is you talking about people in my tournament? I think I took that shit personally too,
Yeah.
because it was my tournament, and I'm like, one, I don't care, and two, like I'm rocking with these people. You actively trying to tear down the brand right now. You attacking them, you attacking me. Like that's how I'm looking at it. Like I
Yeah.
don't care about none of that past shit, bro. That shit ain't got shit to do with me. That shit.
Nah, that's why I ain't really, like I said, I ain't really want to bring it up, but I know when I have to bring something up, when somebody say something strong to me, I know when I'm supposed to just say something about it because it was public and they said all of it public, so then this should be
I
said public.
appreciate it. I just
Yeah,
said it
this should
publicly
be
too,
public.
so.
Yeah.
Now he'll probably stop that shit because he know I got the screenshots to show that that's what happened. So it's like maybe once he hears his own fuck behavior out
Yeah,
out my
and
mouth,
like
he'll be like,
like
okay, now I can't say nothing because if people ask him why I don't like him, he's gonna continue to tell that story. And
let me say this though,
be
A1.
damned if I show the receipts. Like he'll be damned. Like he's gonna be stuck. Nigga. But go
Let
ahead,
me
you
say
probably
this,
gonna
brother.
go. I'm
I
listening.
don't know Judah Nazareth. I'm just saying this public. Not this ain't to you, A1. This just public notice. PSA, public service announcement. I don't know Judah Nazareth, bro. I don't really know him like that. I seen him on a lot of shows. I seen him do a lot of crazy stuff. I seen him talk about Hebrew stuff. I appreciate that he a Hebrew brother. I see he tend to like really love his wife. He talk about her a lot. So I ain't knocking him. I ain't got nothing to do with his business. What he doing
Yeah,
in Japan? Where the fuck he at? I don't really, I ain't getting involved in that. But he said that to
exactly.
me.
See, you doing more than me. You see, I know all of that, but I still ain't go there.
Yeah.
One, the nigga from Cleveland. He from the same city I'm from for real. Real talk. He from the same city I'm
Yeah.
from. That's what's crazy.
Yeah.
So I'm like, then he said some crazy shit like he'll give me I'll get you jumped out there. I was laughing like you couldn't if you wanted to. Like I probably know whoever you about to send, boss or OG, like far back. I know I couldn't do nothing to him in Japan, but yeah, I'm not even trying to go there though. But like,
Yeah.
I'm like, ain't nobody. I laugh at that shit. But I don't got no beef with Judah now. He from Cleveland, so it was all out of love. Me telling him the truth about himself was out of love. No matter
Yeah.
how he take it, somebody needed to tell you that that gossiping shit is corny and ain't cool. And don't nobody give a fuck about none of that shit. Excuse my language. My bad. I'm tripping. I'm tighten
Facts.
up.
I'm with you now.
But somebody
Gossiping is
got to
corny.
tell him. Because if everybody just like, oh, for real, and acting like it's cool, he gonna keep doing it. Somebody gotta like, you gotta start making fun of these people, man. You gotta boo these people when you see them
Yeah.
until they switch their behavior up. Until they switch their behavior up. I'm treating them like Bill Gates in the early '90s, pie to the face. When I see,
But you know, we say in the street, like, what make a person feel comfortable saying that to me? You know what I'm saying? Like, whoa, like, bro, you don't even know me. Like, I'm just coming, giving the brother a compliment in the chat, and then they go this far left verbally. You know, I ain't take it
every time
personal.
I hear he
But
diss me, I'm gonna tell the real story about why he dissed me
yeah,
until they get back to him and he shut the hell up. Like, okay, yeah, what's some corny shit? But he
I
might
ain't
feel
take it
like,
personal.
no, he does. He might really hate them so much he defends it. The people that he was talking about, like he's supposed to tell people this stupid ass shit.
Yeah,
I just wanted to let him know, like, man,
I
that's the
ain't take
part.
it
You still
personal, but I
defending it.
just know. I know how people try to make people look guilty by association. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
I just
I mean,
feel
no,
them
it
like,
wasn't no chomo shit, so it didn't matter. Like, it was some dumb stuff, bro. It was a
yeah,
bunch of dumb stuff. Like, and then I told him, like, bro, you forget what you accused of? You want me to let you in? What they gonna say when I let you in? You accused of all type of crazy stuff. How dare you bring up anything about anybody else? You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
That was the thing for me. Like, oh, you big tripping, bro. Like people say all type of stuff about you. You want me to start listening to what people say about other people now? Because if that's the case, you definitely ain't getting in. Luckily, I don't. I don't care. Everybody and their mama can hate somebody. If I want them in, they get in. And when I stand with people, I stand against the world. Like it's just, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care if it flopped or didn't. If I'm rocking with somebody and I'm like, hey, that's my homie. We ride until the wheels fall off.
yeah.
Because I done had people,
Respect.
yeah, I done had people manipulate me to try to kick people out and do a bunch of weird stuff. I end up letting all of them go. I'm
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, all y'all can leave. Dude ain't break the rules. Yeah, yeah, yeah. If I do that, I'm being biased. We ain't playing them type of game. This platform is for everybody. And I was telling Gideon, yes, I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday. I remember being the only secular person on a platform full of Christians, and they was muting me out and putting me in the back. And I'm like, y'all, and I'm thinking to myself, this is not fair. Like y'all can't prove nothing y'all saying, and y'all believe in fairy tale. Like it's y'all that got belief. Like, but and I just remember, like, I'll never let that shit happen again on my shit. I mean, it won't happen on my stuff. Because that was the corniest stuff in the world, just because they couldn't deal with the question. So I'm like, I don't care. But they was telling me like this, you would get the vibe. This is a Hebrew challenge, but that's just because I'm fair. Like they be telling me they be going to other spots and getting muted out. People don't let them finish. They be cutting them off, yelling at them. So just because they don't like the argument though, that's not fair. That's censorship. I always felt like I was cowardly. But yeah, you know, that's why I feel like I'm the man for the job. I'm the best man for the job. Yeah. You don't want to see the host on the stage arguing with the guests, trying to be all in the video.
I be
Come to
saying
death row.
that's
Come to
funny. I be
death.
saying that to the niggas too. Not to him. I be saying that to the other people on other channels. I ain't gonna call their name, but it don't really matter. But yeah, it's funny.
And I do
Yeah.
sometimes, and I gotta just remember, like, okay, I gotta fall back. Yeah. It's not my day. I If I didn't put up a flyer for me, I shouldn't be hopping in nobody argument. So I'm gonna try to stick to
So
that.
so listen. So on that note, then I
Hmm.
didn't. You didn't let me finish my thought
Oh, my bad. The
on the
book.
item and on the
Okay.
upside downness of the of our perception and how we should see things, because right now we looking in the wrong direction. Even our
Yes.
prayers is going in the wrong direction. If you thinking, if you thinking that you do it American, we pray the same way
Now,
they do it. No, they changed everything. They perverted, converted, reverted, inverted everything. And
can I
currently,
ask you some questions about that?
yes.
You think our prayers are going the wrong way? Why? What are we supposed to be praying to, or which direction should we be praying, and why? And for you to say they're going the wrong
Okay.
way.
Okay, that's a good question, and I kind of got a little bit carried away. I'm not really talking about the type of prayers that people have in a religion. I mentioned earlier, like sacred and divine, and
Hmm.
then we mentioned the nature, and then I mentioned prayer and praise. And I said, we mentioned worship, but prayer and praise. So now, when we talk about the natural raw going in the underworld, right? That's a place of danger, and that's a place of uncertainty for all the Egyptians. That's part of this culture. So now, during that state, we have prayers and we give praise to Ra. We have prayers for Ra when he go into the underworld at Amun, and we give praise to Ra when he come from within the underworld in the morning as Atum.
So you want to pray to the sun, no matter where it's at.
No, it's not prayer to the sun. We give thanks. When you say praise,
Well,
it
I
means
just
to
mean
give.
direction wise. Direction wise.
It means to give thanks. It don't mean to turn it into religion or turn it into those concepts. It
So we
means
give
to give
thanks
thanks
toward the sun
to the sun itself for being there, for giving
in
us
that
life.
direction.
Day, huh?
You're supposed to face the direction of the sun, no matter
No,
where
I
it's at.
didn't say face the
Oh,
direction.
okay.
I didn't.
That's what I
I
was
didn't
trying
say
to get
that.
to there. Why the
No, I
direction?
didn't say that. No, I'm saying when the sun is in the underworld, that's in space. We said that's not on the globe. That's in space. So if I look up from where I'm at now and I look up, it's dark right now. So I look up into outer space. When I see the Egyptian picture, I see them looking up into outer space. And I see the golden woman nut over their head representing the sky.
Hmm.
So now I think that the Egyptians are looking up. But what I'm explaining is that's wrong. That's the underworld. That's wrong. Everything is turned upside down. Everything is turned inside out. You looking at it wrong if you looking at it from you looking as a man from standing on the ground and looking at the sky and seeing the sky above you and looking at it. You looking at it wrong, because the sky goes into the underworld in the Egyptian cosmology and cosmogony and mystery and mythology and magic and mathematics and magnetics. It goes in the underworld and it goes down. So night is down. Night is not up. Night is down. It's in the underworld. It's called a duat. It's called a mentor. It's called that for a reason. But the duat is not in the ground. It's not hell. It's not in the ground. It's in the sky, in the underworld, where you don't see the sun during the day, and it's not guaranteed that the sun you will see it tomorrow. It's not about rising and setting, which we know that's what set the name set come from. But it's not because at Amun, when the sun set and the sun begins to go down, that's where the prayers start. Because do you want the sun? You want the sun to come up over the horizon, Horus, from set in the west to Horus in the horizon. That's where they get the religion from. But we ain't doing the religion today, because we know the religion, we know the mythology, we know the mystery, so we can deal with the science. And the science is that it's not up, it's down. that the sun, let me explain something to people. The sun is not up, okay? The sun is not up. I know. Think about it. I want everybody to think about it for a second. The sun is not up. The earth is on a 23-degree axis and is rotating on that axis, and it makes the sun appear to rise and set as it rotate on its axis. That's what's happening. So the sun is directly horizontal to the earth. The sun, to you, looking at your angle, at your position to the sun, you directly across from the sun. Like the ecliptic is directly across from the sun. Just like they show you, where they show you the sun in the center, and they show you the planets around it, the atom, imagine that. And then you go around there and imagine the sun can move, but that's a whole nother story. We just talking about the general picture of what that is. And that's what you're looking at. So the sun is straight across from you. So I'm saying that people's direction, people's polarity, people's understanding of opposites and negation, like the opposite of a thing and negation of a thing is not the same thing. This is a problem, brothers and sisters, if you don't know the opposite of a thing. Like if you don't know the opposite of love, or the opposite of life, or the opposite of hate, or the opposite of God, or the opposite of, whatever, good and evil, whatever. These things are important because these are everyday things that you deal with every day. But if your categories are twisted, right, you make a categorical error. Now we're talking logic and mathematics. If you make a categorical error or mistake, then you don't go nowhere. If you make an inferential error or a mistake, you don't go nowhere. So you got to get your inferences and your categories right. So when you instantiate an axiom and you substantiate a property, it's true. It holds true. It's real. So that's what Egyptian science is, because the equal sign is a balance sign, and that's ma'at. That's the value, the true value, the truth of the equation. That's ma'at, the truth. That's ma'at, the balance, the equal, the balance, the truth at the end, the completeness of that equation. That's ma'at, kemet, ma'at, kemet, ma'at. That's what that is. So that's what I want the people to see, that all this Akhenaten is a monotheist. Now you see. Now I can explain this. After all that, I can explain this. Now I can say what Akhenaten was really doing is that the same way you got 4 names for the sun at different phases, then you have 4 different seasons, if you will, or eras, if you will, where you venerate one sun above the other. For instance, during one solar zodiac sign, this is what people familiar with, the zodiac sign, during one zodiac sign, or during one of those 2,160 year periods, or 1,412, whatever year periods, what you want to call it, but during one of these periods, this is where you venerate a certain sun, because you bring it more than just the earth. Now you include the sun that's in your solar system, and then you go beyond the solar system and you can include the cosmology and cosmology. You include the whole galaxy and the universe, the Milky Way, and you include that, and then you go beyond. So the Egyptians knew about that, and that's how the science worked. It worked from the earth outwards. We was building heaven on earth. When we built the pyramids like Orion stars, and the Milky Way was the Nile River, that's bringing heaven on earth. And that's what the Bible tell you, right? It tell you heaven on earth. That's what they're trying to do. We had did it already, but that's another story. So this is what we're talking about, though, that if you have your categories and your inferences right, and you know the science, not just the mythology, but you know that too, and the magic, and the mystical, and the mythical. When you know all of them, the magic and everything, then you could talk about the science and how it really works and how it can be applied in our life today and how it works, because the things that I'm telling you are actually applicable today. The science that we had then is applicable now. Our science of 4 and doing things on 4, notice it's 4 suns, not 3. Our science of doing things on 4 has always prevailed. It is the truth. It is it is balance. So that's what we use in here. So when I tell you about the difference between, you know, the polarities, that's the sacred wisdom, right? That's Tahuti. That's polarity. That's the first of the wisdoms, one of them. You know, so yeah, this is science. This is alchemy. This is our stuff that I'm telling you about. But what I'm telling you about is a little more than what other people told you about. I don't care if another nigga say, I heard some of that before, he lying. He telling a lie. Okay, I'm telling you, this my stuff. This my stuff. I thought it is. Didn't nobody tell me. I ain't go to a book. Didn't nobody show me. Okay, and I am initiate. I'm an initiate of the orders that I'm talking about. Okay, so now, so one example of what I just said, to make a strong example, because I know I went fast, to give a strong, firm example of what I'm saying is that the Egyptian didn't just know. We Africans, Dogon, right? Because the Dogon right now, we know about Series A, Series B, and Series C. None of these stars are in this solar system. So they not right. So what suns are these? They got names. We know their names. Just to show as Al-Natak, Al-Nalam, and Mentaka is the names of Khufu, Khepere, and Menkaure, the 3 pyramids on the ground, is names for those 3 suns in Sumer, in Egypt, and in Dogon. You see? And so when we did the Heliacal Rising, the Heliacal Rising is not based on the sun Ra. So for people to think that we worship Ra, that's sick, that's crazy. To an Egyptian, that's a scientist that can see that there's other suns out there, and one of them, where we say we came from, is Sirius, and another one is Orion. And we know about Andromeda and Betelgeuse and Aldebaran and Pleiades. All these is mentioned in Egyptian tablets. Where you think he got it from? You think he made up those names? Come on, bro. So this is science. This is our cosmology. This is our cosmogony. This is our way of life, our direct link to the stars. So when we say cosmogony, we talk about cosmology and Genesis. So when the Bible say in Genesis, genes of Isis, when they say these are the generations of the heavens and the earth, this is the Genesis. These are the beings, the people, the generation, the beings of the heavens and the earth. That where they get that from is right what we're talking about. We are the beings. We are the generations of the heavens and the earth. Okay, so now the sun. So we had the sun Sirius. Orion is Osiris, right? Osiris, and Sirius is Osset, Sirius, and Nephthys. So this who that represent. And then Series C, that's Anubis, Horus, right? Because they're the sons of the 2 women right there. And so this was our rite of passage though. And so the most important star in the sky was Sirius star, the blue star, Kachina, which the Dogon and the Hopi, and I heard somebody say that the Hopi are like Asian, or they ain't really black, they ain't really part of, no, the Hopi are really part of our tribe. They really our people. And that's one of the things I want to point out, man. I ain't gonna go into this too deep, but I did want to point out African phenotype and Asian phenotype. Y'all will let the Asians be all the way from India, even covering parts of the Philippines, even Vietnam, Y'all let them cover the whole ocean. Then they even go to Europe and like Caucasian. All of these are Asians. That's all of Asia. Russia, y'all let all of that be Asian. And all of these people be Asian. Southeast Asians, Southwest Asians, Near Asians, Far East Asians, Asia Minor, Asia Major. You know, for real, man. Middle East, Far East, Near East Asian. Y'all got Asia all over the damn globe. And all these people consider Asian. But the only place that there are Africans is on the African fucking continent. That's fucking ridiculous, don't you think? Let me keep my words in order. But that's ridiculous, don't y'all think? That the only place that you can be called the African is on the African continent. But an Asian can be an Asian in India, Australia, China, Japan, Korea, Vietnam. See, it's gonna be crickets on something like that. Cause they ain't got no answer. Just like they ain't got no answer for the unification or reunification of Egypt. And when Narmer come from the south, whether he reunified, unified, expelled, or you know, brought together the people. They don't know. They don't know whether it was a victory one or what. They don't know. They just talking. They don't know whether the front of the tablet is the obverse or the back of the tablet is the obverse or the inverse and reverse. You know, y'all get what I'm saying. They don't know whether the obverse is the inverse or the inverse is the obverse. That's the reverse. They don't know. So then, but they talk like they know. They talk like they know the order. They talk like they know what the symbols mean. But I say, it tell you in the book of Revelation, it say, here is wisdom. Let him with understanding count the number of the beast. The number of the beast is the number of a man. His number is 666. So when I tell you they stole everything from you, when you count the people on the number pallet, you count the men and you count the people that's dead. You count the flower, the roses, the shoots coming up out the land loaf that Neteru is sitting by. Now I'm doing this off the top of my head. I ain't got no number palette in front of my face. I ain't got nothing in front of my face telling me none of this. So y'all could correct me or y'all could go and look. So don't be like too crazy with it. All right, don't be too crazy with your judgment. You know, you get the picture. All right. But nevertheless, these are things that's on the normal palette. They don't know what they mean. But if you count them, you'll start to understand certain things though. You'll see certain numbers that line up for you, like 7, like 10. You'll see things. And then from there, you can go ahead on and learn. You see, you can start to see things from another level, from a mathematical level. Because I said it's a mythical level, it's a magical level, it's a mystical level, and it's a mathematical level. That's magnetics, that's alchemy. But if you think that ain't there, then that's you being deaf, dumb, blind, and ignorant to the facts. Okay, that's you. Ain't nobody trying to convince you. This is not religion. I'm not here to convince nobody of doing nothing at all. Period. So when they say the Hyksos ruled, y'all should just ask one question: where? Where did the Hyksos rule? Don't even say who. You know, because my real stilo is to ask what and how, right? What and how. That's the only two questions that exist. What is the ontology and how is the epistemology. What we know is the ontology, how we know it's the epistemology. That's the only real two questions in the world. Everything else is a subtext to that. But nevertheless, when they say, who are they say Hyksos ruled, we should say, where? Then they'll have to say, well, up in the Delta, up near Bavaris, you know, so they ruled the city. Do you understand that Kemet that Egypt is a country? Do you understand that it extended even further than the borders of today's Kemet? It went as far as all the way down to the first cataract, all the way in Sudan, almost like encompassing Eritrea, almost down there, because we did rule there, Eritrea, because Eritrea is another way of saying the Nile River, you know, because you can say the Nile River, Iteru, Eritrea, Iteru, the Eritrea, right, Iteru, right, these are the same people, bro. Okay, so now, so the Hyksos only ruled in a city, and the Hyksos were a band of people. It's not like you're talking about like the Greeks or the Assyrians or the Persians. It's not like you saying a group of people like that. I heard the brother say something similar today. He said something like, you know, like the Hyksos came in peacefully and then they kind of worked their way to the top and then kind of took advantage of a certain, he didn't say all this, but this is what they did. They worked their way to the top, then they took advantage of a certain city and then they wielded power from that city and they was making influences and doing trade like, you know, people do, and they became a threat to other parts of Egypt, so they had to get out. That's what happened. So they had to go. But now, one of the things that I like to point out about the Hyksos is linguistically, because y'all know I teach linguistics. So about the Hyksos, and I heard Brother Oli say this on the thing. Y'all notice I'm saying stuff that happened on the show. I'm not doing my own thing. So I heard Brother Oli say on the show, he said something about the Hyksos, and then they mentioned the Hekakasut. Right? The Hekakasut is supposed to be the Egyptian way of saying Hyksos. Now, Heka means ruler, right? The pharaoh is, you say Heka before his name a lot of times, Heka, right? Also, as a homonym, homonym is the word Heka, H-I-K, Heka, is like the scepter or like the mace. The hika represents the king, the pharaoh, but also hika or heka also means magic. That's the word for magic in Egypt, heka. Like when you say Egypt, hakapata, hikapata, hukapata, hukapata. Some people say haka for magic, heka pata, heka pata. All right. That's just something some people say as a, you know, as a way of remembering that. So nevertheless though, this how can I say it? So this sun and Sirius, like I was saying, Sirius is outside the solar system. So this lets you know the Egyptians knew stuff beyond the solar system, knew of planets, knew of stars, and everything else. Don't say they ain't know of planets, because the doggone mention a planet right now. The planet is called Iduma, and they talk about Potolo, and they talk about the star Potolo and the heavy thing that's out there, Sirius C, and they talk about how they came from the star Iduma and the planet Iduma now, because it's a collapsed star. It's a brown star. So now they treat it like a planet. So no, we knew about way more than what Chuck Morgan them trying to put out, right? Chuck Morgan, he claims that the Egyptians only knew about 5 planets, or the Sumerians only knew about 5 planets. But if you know about Sirius and you know about Iduma, then you know about other planets not even in the solar system. So that killed his argument. But the 5 planets that he's talking about are 5 planets in the solar system that don't include Earth. So I found his argument ridiculous when only thing a person got to say is, well, what about Earth? That's a 6th planet that they know about. Argument over. But they let him walk around and they teach and they say that he's the greatest teacher ever. And I just have to sit back in the back and just be like, oh yeah, that's mighty funny. That's mighty funny to me. This stuff is mighty crazy for him to be called a teacher of cuneiform and don't speak or write a lick of cuneiform. But that's another story. I don't talk about men behind their back. But me and him supposed to meet in the ring and he keep running. So, and they always overlook me when he say he want to challenge or they want to challenge somebody. Even when they say, and I'm not, but even when they say they want to challenge a Nuwapian, I say, I'll beat a Nuwapian. Let me be the Nuwapian. I'm the best Nuwapian up here. I will whoop his They don't let me. They don't want to debate me. They want to debate everybody else in the community. Everybody else can debate, but they never put Babylon Done in the debate or in the argument or even on the platform to talk. Never. So now, and that's cool. Don't think I'm giving them credit, y'all. Y'all, some people be thinking that that's a weak stance, bro. I'm the strongest nigga by myself, one man army. I love being right by my damn self. It don't bother me to be right by myself. Trust me. Everybody can be wrong, and I can be right by my damn self. It won't bother me. Good. It could be that way. The revelations say what? Let the curse be cursed, let the damn be damned. So you say, well, why are you helping people? I'm not helping nobody that ain't asking for my help. Because only people can really hear my voice are people that want to hear me. I know that from the way I've been treated around the community. So I know the only people that can really learn from me and really hear me is the people that really want to learn and unbiased and unbothered by stupid people out there, cliques and copycats doing all they thing to imitate me, but then don't include me because they didn't imitate everything I'm saying and everything I'm doing. But they'll do a show about the arguments and the things I talked about, the things I raised, like the Narmer palette and whether Narmer came from the South and conquered them. They'll do a show on that stuff and everything else I talk about, whether the cat, about cats and just mention the cat and the cat fingers. Yeah, man, that's all Babylon Done. Copycat, all that's me talking about the cat, the woman, the cat in Egypt. All women in Egypt were cats, y'all. Now let me show y'all how they flipped it. This one of them flips and inverts and converts and reverts and diverts that I was talking about and perverts that I was talking about. Look, in Egypt, the cat is worshipped. The cat is a god. The cat is a Neteru. Ra is cat-like. The cat got a knife up against a pet. All women are cats. Deity. Every woman in Egypt is a cat deity. So now, all women in Egypt name end in T, right? So now, then, how come in the Bible, now they mention lions, panthers, leopards, okay? Let's get that out the way. How come in the Bible they don't mention cats? And cats are different now because lions and everything else got regular eyes. Cats got eyes like a reptile. Let's put that on record, right? They got a different type of nature. So why don't they mention cats in the Bible? Because this part of the flammery, this part of the whoop de woo, the babble, the part of the Babylon. And I say that wrong because Babel actually means doorway to El, all right? And Babylon means doorway to Ilion, to the highest, to the most high. It's Bawel, like a dog, Bawal, Bawel, like Baal, the evil one, Baal, Bawal. That's what the word is. So when you say somebody babbling, it ain't really babbling. It's really bowling. Bowling, bowwowing, bowling, like bow wow, bowling. That's what it really is. Yeah, because it's bow, like bow. Look up the Hebrew word for confusion, and you're gonna see bow wow. You're not gonna see babble. When you look up the word babble, you're gonna find Bab means door and El means God, doorway to El, and Babil or Babylon meaning doorway to Ilion or Elion, the highest. That's what you're gonna see. And I heard the brother mention a donkey. That's one of them sacred animals. You know, we could talk about it later. I heard him mention that it's only domesticated somewhere in America. That's not true. I just got to tell you the truth. You know, Africans, we've been know about mules, horses. You know, we've been know about that. I know they're gonna say that horses are domestic to America. Granted, I give that. Camels domestic to America. I mean, I'm not domestic. Indigenous to America, right? Endemic to America, right? Natural to America, right? Part of the flora and fauna, part of the food, you know, whatever. Yeah, I'm with it. But also, Africa is a large continent. The planet was once joined. The same seeds grow over here, grow over there. You know, the same animals. You know. So yeah, it's camels over here, camels over there. They didn't take camels from America to Africa for camels to be in Africa. Camels were already in Asia as well. So stop it. And but there are certain animals that's indigenous to Africa. Like I mentioned earlier, like the tiger is not, and like the king cobra and stuff like that. Stuff like that. You have to be careful with stuff like that because they bring that in and that be all Hindu and all that Asian stuff and they try to mix it. And we're not Afro-Asiatic, right? Don't nobody say that. That's only a linguistic thing that we use. Sometimes it can be handy. It's kind of like Afro-American, but on a real tip, you just have to know that on a real level, it really kind of hurts us because it takes away from Africa, and then that's how they're able to mix into Asia. Now they already got the whole world, and now we can't even have our land and just be Africa, and now they want to make it Afro-Asiatic, right where we started the birth of civilization at. No, it don't work like that. And then they want to take the Levant and Israel and all of that, Mesopotamia, Tigris and Euphrates, and they want to make like that's in Asia, and it's not, bro. That's in Africa. You can look on the Teutonic plate in Israel on the halakha, whatever they call it, the sign out there at the park, and it'll tell you that it rests on the Teutonic plate. I heard Mighty Hebrew mention that, and there's a video out about it, and the elders show you the thing and show you where it say that, and you can see it with your own eyes. This is a fact. It's on the African Teutonic plate, and when you look it up and you Google it and you press AI going to tell you that it rests on 3 continental plates, 3 continental shelves. It's going to say it rests on the African, and it rests on the one in Sinai, which includes the Arabian plate, and it rests on the Asian plate. That's what they're going to say. So it rests on 2 African plates, and it touches on what you call an Asian plate. And then that's when you're supposed to ask, what river flow on 2 continents? Stop. There's no river that flow on 2 continents. Exactly. So if the Tigris and Euphrates and the Nile River are in Africa, that can't be Asia because they can't flow on 2 continents. You got me? So that's the answer to that. So that's Africa. That's actually part of the Sahara. The Levant is part of the Sahara. I heard him mention earlier about the Green Sahara. The Green Sahara went all the way from the rock shot from back in Morocco, Chad, back in Mauritania, all the way to West Africa. It went all the way over to Egypt, on through Egypt, across the Nile into the Levant. That's the Sahara. Ask any African. Ask any real, true person that's from that part of Africa. Ask them. Because it's part of the greening and stuff. It's part of the desertification of that area. So, what else? Now, A1 told me I could go long as I want, y'all. So I'm just going to keep going a little bit more. Just a little bit more. So, what I was going to say, what can I get to? Oh, yeah. They say that Sumer predates Egypt. Lies. Stop it. I'm going to give y'all a breakdown in a minute, hopefully. But Sumer and Egypt are really contemporary, and they do sort of the flip-flop thing too. Like, they have different things where they flip-flop, like they got things that they match up in their culture, and then they got things that's in one culture is good or considered positive, and then in another culture is bad or considered negative. They do that, and this is part of what they did with the Hebrew and the cat. The Hebrews knew they came out of Egypt. They saw how the cat was done and treated in Egypt. So in their Bible and stuff, the cat is evil. So they don't mention cats. So the cat become later associated with riches. Now the black cat, that's best stat, and all of that. And it's more than one way to skin a cat, right? A Schrodinger's cat, the cat is alive and dead, right? A black cat got 9 lives. Curiosity killed the cat, right? The cat is out of the bag, right? The cat got your tongue, right? All of these phrases, right, that they come up to negify the cat. It lets you know what you should have thought of the cat. And some people have become superstitious. Even my sisters and stuff, they don't like cats sometimes because they are Americanized. But when you know your way, when you know what your people did, when you know why your people held these things sacred, you don't do that. You learn. All right? So the cat is very important But they try to make like they know something about the cat, so I'm gonna leave it alone. And you know, the jaguar, the panther, and the leopard. So, and the leopard skin, and worn by priests, and all these things, and what the jaguar skin represented in South America and in Africa, things like that. The lion skin and different things like that. And you know, I seen the brother, one of the brothers, he showed a picture of L, and L was between the two lions, and it was an Egyptian printing of an L. I agree. One of the things I wanted to point out was that the L was smaller than the lion. See, if you go in Sumeria and different places like that, in most pictures, the deity is bigger than the animals. The deity actually holding the lion cub in one hand and stuff like that, you know. But in this scenario, the lions are bigger than L, and L is holding the lion's back. That holding the lion's back is a motif, okay? That's the same way on the Norma palette that you see them two men with the string around the shirts, the serpent parts, neck, the leopard, right? Serpent part, the serpent leopard, right? Which is also a lioness. They hold the leopard, the serpent part neck back. That's the same symbol. So you got to look at the iconography. And when you see two things, a man in the middle, then you say, hey, I could take that motif and bring it over here. Yep, that's the same thing. Yep, that's the same thing. Yep, that's the same thing. So it don't have to be the two separate parts and with the man in the middle and the two lions. Now you could take that and it could be two other things. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's how it goes. But that picture can be overlaid, and many pictures like that can be overlaid. And they mentioned the pose of Narmer. That pose, that's the pose of Canaanite L too. Facts. That's the pose of Nimrod. That's the pose of the Canaanite L. They call the smiting pose. The smiting, holding the hair of the enemy and about to smite the enemy with the mace head. Yeah, with the hiccup, about to hit him with the magic, with the force of Pharaoh. Yeah, that's right. That's what that's talking about. So this is what I think our people need to know from the so-called priests and the so-called atheists and the so-called, you know, whatever amongst these Egyptologists, the Medu Neter speakers. And I think I mentioned that you don't speak Medu Neter. You do not speak Medu Neter. You don't speak it. Okay? It's a writing system. It is, but you don't speak it. Medu Neter is the words, the written words of the Neteru. That's right, Medu Neter. The sayings, the speech of the Neteru, Medu Neter, the speech of the Neteru, the sayings of the Neteru, the voice of the Neteru. But it's not a spoken language. The spoken language of Egypt is called in Kemet. In Kemet. Right? Some people say Ni Kemet. Notice the difference in the pronunciation that I just gave you. Okay? You don't get this nowhere else but with Babylon done. That little bragging part is just so y'all listen so I can see him fly. But really, but this whole thing about Ni Kemet, that's only one way to say it. They don't know if the R was pronounced re, because that's a word, re. See, that sounds like a word. So they don't know if the R was its, I don't want to say like fricative or try to give what kind of sound this is. I haven't done that, implosive, silent, all that. I haven't done that in a long time, even though I teach language. But this whole thing, you know, that's what language is. That's how the language works. Okay. Okay. So now the next thing, and I'll stop like that when I realize that I don't want to say certain things that I don't want to say. That's me, because certain things I hold to me, because when other people come out and say they teaching it, then I can say that's my shit and stop teaching it, and don't do that because you copy it. And let me do it. If somebody gonna do it, let the real deal do it. Let the real McCoy do it. Let the real Slim Shadys please stand up. Don't do that crazy stuff, right? So then, right? So another word like that, like kind of like re ni kimit or ni kimit. You hear that? Ni is in re ni or in. That's re ni in. Man, if y'all knew how much that meant, if y'all knew when y'all study how much this means, re ni ni, these two differences and things like this, like the P and the B I mentioned earlier, and the L and the R I mentioned earlier, right? Right? And then when you hear words like Kilimanjaro, right? You say that's what Dr. Ben said. That's the foothills of the Nile. That's the beginning of the Egyptians where we started at, you know. And then people say that ain't written in the text. He said it. They don't know. I done read the debunking of it, and it don't make sense. Dr. Ben right. I stand on that, and I'll challenge anybody to a debate that want to debate me. That's why I never gave the answer. Dr. Ben right on the Kilimanjaro. What you talking about? He called it the foothills of the mountains of the moon. Kilimanjaro actually means mountains of the moon. Google it. Google it. It actually means mountains of the moon. And then, but not only that, we can prove that it's part of the Egyptian landscape. It's part of what we do. You know what I'm saying? So they don't know what they're talking about. And the same thing with I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna mention that. So let's move. Oh, I heard them mention the leopard, right? Or the panther, right? And they mentioned the Narmer palette. Now, this is a real secret, y'all. Now, it ain't a secret because you could probably Google it. Once I said it, Google gonna have it out. Just Google it. But you know, this just how it goes, bro. So look, listen. What you think the Akkadian word, Chuck Morgan? What you think the Akkadian word for leopard or panther is? And what you think it is? And my hint is that on the Narmer palette, the priests got on leopard skin. On the Narmer palette, the priests got on leopard skin. And my question is, what's the Akkadian, since you say Sumerian dead and Akkadian, Sumerian and isolate and Akkadian, right? Since you say that, and then you say that the word, you know, like for black is Kikiku, right? Whatever you say, right? Right? And you say that it's not. What we say it is Sagiga, right? You say it's not the Sumerian word Sagiga, right? Like I say, like I know, but you say it's the Akkadian word. How you go from the original word to the copycat Akkadian, I don't know how you do that from the older one to the lesser one and say that the lesser one is the right way. That's retarded. But nevertheless, Akkadian, which is the same word as Akkadian, right? Akkadian, black, right? Black for the same thing for Sagiga, right? That KK, that Sagiga, that GG, Sagiga, Akkadian, Akia, that just like when I said Gebeb, that's how you speak in tone. It's called banana language. So when you see that KK and you see like Anunnaki, the NN, two consonants together, that's when you see they speak in a language that was the original language, y'all. That's the original language. That's how we spoke. It's almost like an acronym. They call it the Rebus principle. Right? That's how we originally spoke. And that's why you see a lot of KK, NN, and a lot of words like that. But then when you go into the language, they'll tell you like it's no words with double vowel, double consonants like that. They really try to stress that. But let me show you. The first word that I want to introduce to you like that is Narmer. Narmer. That's right. Nar meaning catfish, and mer meaning chisel. That's what they say. That's what they say in the hieroglyphics. Now that's what they say. That's what they say. Now we're gonna make some ties in here that you ain't never seen before. So let me get to it. So that's Narmer, the Narmer palette. On the Narmer palette, his symbol inside the syrinx at the top of the seal, between the two cows, not Hathor, but Bat. Not Best, but Bat. Those two cows are Bat. So between like Mat, Bat, Nut, yeah, between those two cows, but that's symbolic of Hathor. But so now you got his syringe and his name on the thing in the palace, in the temple, and it reads a catfish and a chisel. And that's interpreted as Nar, catfish, and Mer, chisel. The chisel shaped like a pyramid, and the word for pyramid is mir. Ta, mir, mir. And so, like the brother said, Kaaba, and then he tried to make that relate to the Merkaba. That's wrong. And even if you try to make it to the Arabic worshiping temple, the Kaaba, that would be wrong. You see, our Ka and Ba is the Ba is the soul, and the Ka is the spirit. All right. Okay. So it don't have nothing to do with those buildings, but and so when you say mirror, that's the shape, that's the geometry, that's where the geometry come in at. But for cube, like Kaaba and Merkaba, that's the same word as cube. Cube, Kaaba, Kaaba, cube, same word, same word. We all speak in one language. They just done flip the little things on us, and the only thing we gotta do is see straight through the little thing. Don't look at it, see through it. And so now back to Narmer. So we got the Narmer palette, and we know his name Narmer. We know his catfish killer. We know he the catfish chopper with the cutter, right? So now he fight like a catfish, he's strong like a catfish. Now watch this. I asked you earlier, what's the word for leopard? What's the Akkadian word for leopard? Somebody might have looked it up. And the Akkadian word for leopard is Nimru. 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 You see the double consonant? The M and the R? The M and the R? Nimru. Right? What that sound familiar to? What that sound kind of? Let's look at Narmer name. Because Narmer got two consonant and vowel. That's an R and an M. Flipped around though, because that's what we did. One culture did it one way, and the other culture did it that way. And that's the distinction. This the biggest secret in language y'all ever gonna hear. I promise you. You hearing it from Babylon done first. Probably but a couple of people in the chat. And it's going down over here. It's going down. You blessed. Many people wanted to hear what you hearing now. Trust me, they don't know. So now, Nimru, this double consonant, right, is Narmer, right? So you have to ask yourself, when the brother said that, hey, it's a lot of stuff, seemed like they got it from the Sumerians, that got Nimrod, Narmer over here, right? And that's another Nimrod, right? Nimrud, Nimrud. That's the MR, Sumerian, right? Who built Nimrod? Who built Babylon? Who built Babel? Nimrod? Who is Nimrod? The son of Cush. Who is Cush? The son of Ham. Who is Ham? The son of Noah. So you mean to tell me that Cushites, black people, built Sumer, built Babylon, built Babel, built the whole thing, all 7 cities? Yep, that's what's going down. And that's why they got the ostrich feather that you mentioned in the head earlier, and you tied them in to the same people that's called Cush and Tarseti from Babylon to Timbuktu. Yeah, that's right. The same people with the feather in their head. That's right. All the way up in Libya. Facts. Same people. Okay? So, but they ain't going to tell you this now. I promise you this. So now, the Akkadian word for leopard or panther is Nimru. That's like Nimrod, Babylonian, but that's Akkadian, Babylonian, Akkadian. But that's also like Narmer. Narmer. Nimr. Nimru. Nimir. Narmer. Right? Now watch this. Before they say, I'm making this up. Watch this. The Sumerian word, the Sumerian word for leopard is Nimur. N-I-M-U-R. More. Get that. N-I-M-U-R for leopard. The leopard is black and gold, right? Nimur, right? It's Nimur, right? You see that? So Nimru and Nimur. So Akkadian is Sumerian. They just switched around the word. The Sumerian actually got a vowel in between the word Nimur, but the Sumerian got Nimru. They just playing a game with you. Anyway, Nimru, the U on the end is a plural. So that's panthers, leopards. That's Nimru. Okay? And the Nimr is it as a singular. That's a leopard. It don't have the U at the end. Just like Neteru in Egypt. They say Sumerian is an isolate. Ask them. Say, how did the Sumerians use the U for plurality and the Egyptians used the U for plurality? Like Neteru. And then the Sumerians got the Anutu, right? So it's like, what's going on here? The U is plural in Sumerian and plural in Egypt. What's happening here? But they language isolate. They ain't got nothing. But they less than 1,000 miles apart. You can walk to a Sumer from Egypt without crossing a river, without crossing anything. You could walk through the land and walk to Sumer from Egypt. But they ain't got nothing to do. They language isolates, like they islands or something. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. This the same language. The Egyptians got tablets that they received. All of the pharaohs received tablets in Akkadian, in Assyrian, and in cuneiform. A lot of tablets in cuneiform, as late as Akhenaten, tablets in cuneiform, which is Sumerian script, because it was never about the script. All of the scripts really came from Egypt. You know, I seen the brother post a thing about Gurzian, the Gurzian thing. I'll get into that, but you know, the Gurzian thing. But yeah, all that's Egypt, man. All that's our stuff. So don't let them do that to us. This our stuff. Norman Palette, all that's Egyptian. That came from South Africa. The architecture, the people on it, the lions. I mean, it's lions in Iraq. Don't get me wrong. It's lions was in Babylon. Don't get me wrong. It's lions travel, sounds, all this lions, okay? But we know where lions came from. They walked over there just like I'm telling you. You can walk over there and find something to eat. So lions walked out of Africa and walked over there. The lion is indigenous to Africa, not Asian, not the Levant either. I mean, since that's part of Africa, it is. But I'm saying, let's talk about this. So now, so Sumer is Mesopotamian, Egyptian is Nilotic, okay? I said I won't say that, okay? Nimrod, Narmer, that double vowel, that double consonant, y'all remember I said that? Y'all remember that the ancient languages worked that way because they worked and they had double vowels like KK and double M, like Kemet, Kemim, and like, you know, Kimemti. Like one of the words for female ruler of Egypt, Kimemti. Like Kimum, Egypt is Kimum. And to say Kemet, Kimemti, is to say the female Egypt or the feminine word for Egypt, Kimemti. That's it in rhythm. But to say it in tones, you just say Kemet or Kimta. Kemet or Kimta. Either one. Because there's no such thing as et. They just putting that vowel there in that sound. They don't, the T could be et or ta. Which one you think it is? Et or ta? Because when you say the language, you say Tahui, Sim Tahui, you say Taseti, but then when it get to Kemet, it ain't Kimta, it's Kemet. I think somebody got flipped by the French, and the French brought in the etiquette and the little Kim and the Il Nana, the little, they brought in a little bit of they brought in a little bit of swing juice, and they got y'all with that though. You know what I'm saying? Just playing on the et, you know, like little meaning et. That's little. Anything et is feminine and is little. You see? So that they got y'all with that. But it's really T. Because when you say her name is Nefertiti, what? T. It's not Nefertiti. It's Nefertiti. Like that. See what I'm saying? So it's Queen T, not Queen. Can't even say it. See what I'm saying? What is it? So really, they need to re-examine the way they use in the language and get down to a hardcore system that we can agree upon. Because saying Heru and Horus is like Heru, you know, like yeah, we gotta fix that though. Like some of it out of line. Like Heru is out of line. That's out of line. They're going too far. You went too far when you start saying like that. Yeah, because it ain't Hebrew. What else has it? Okay, so we're gonna do a little bit of journey, We're gonna go back real far, a lot of years. Okay, so we're gonna start out by saying that Egypt, the best name for Egypt and for our people is Nilotic. Now, I did this with Americans and African Americans and what we could call ourselves American natives, you know, things like that. I went through a whole bunch of names, but FBA stole it, and then they said Foundational Black American, and then when I pointed out, they claimed to go by Claude Anderson, and he denied it, said he never said it, and ain't got shit to do with them. They stole it from Babylon Done, and now they putting it out as if they doing something, and they don't know about reparations. They don't know about delineation. That came from Babylon Done too, because I said in order to establish this, you need land, 1, language, 2, a lineage, 3, and a law, 4. 4 L's is based on 4. That's how I know my stuff. So when you copy it, if it ain't on point, I'm gonna know that's my shit. I'm gonna know you took it. So don't do that. You know, that's my stuff. That's our stuff. Don't do that. Don't copy it and then copy it wrong. Come to me and ask, like you do the white man. You ask him for the copyright. You call him. You ask him, and then he give you permission, and you pay him some change if you need it. That's how it works. So now, this Nimrod thing was very important though. So y'all see how the name Nimrod, right, sounds, the word leopard, Nimr in Sumerian and Nimru in Akkadian sounds just like Nimrod, the ruler of Babylon, who stands in the Narmer pose and in the El pose. Nimrod stands like that too. His statues of him like that. And then you got Narmer right there doing the same pose, and Canaan and the El right there. So this the same culture, but it's just being practiced in 2 different parts of the land. Is what I'm getting at, and just the same language, the same names being called by different people. Not that Nimrod is number though. Not that Nimrod is number, but they wore similar titles. They did similar, you know, similar concrete, similar buildings. You can see how the name could relate. Nimrod wore leopard skin, and Nimrod was a mighty hunter before the face of a Yahuwah, of a god. So Nimrod was a man who became a Neteru. That's right. Nimrod was a man who became a Neteru. That's why it was Neteru, right? It was Elohim, right? The Elohim, the Neteru that came down and had to deal with Nimrod. The Ethiopians, it was God had to come down. He say, let us go down and see if man doing what we say. Because if man continue to speak this one language, right, and do this together, then he could do anything he put his mind to, anything he imagines, anything that he imagines he could do. And so based on this one language, and that's why God, right, God came down, Yahweh came down and messed up the languages. And so now we're struggling to put the language back together. So that's why you got Babylon Done right here. Helping y'all, reminding y'all how we put this language back together. And so now, but the biggest word related is Nilotic, okay? Remember that word, Nilotic and Cushitic, okay? Now, Sudanese and Ethiopian is good. Even Egyptian. Sudanese, Ethiopian is good, Egyptian. But Nilotic people and Cushitic people, Sinaitic people like the Sinai Peninsula, and Saharic people like the Sahara, right? That's good names. That's good names. Nilotic, Cushitic, Sinaitic, and Saharic. When we talk about languages, when we talk about where we came from, when we talk about the people as a culture, Nilotic, Cushitic, Sinaitic, Saharic. right? And if you want to go to the Horn of Africa, you know, Omatic. If you want to go out to West Africa, Chadic. If you want to go up into North Africa, Northeast Africa, Amazitic. And if you want to go into the Levant, Semitic, right? That's how it goes. Nilotic, Cushitic, Sinaitic, Omatic, Saharic, Chadic, Amazitic, and Semitic. Yeah, those languages are related. And then, you can throw in Babylon because that's Semitic. You know, that not that cuneiform is Semitic, but that's Semitic because Assyrian and Akkadian is from Syriac and Syritic, which gave birth to Hebrew and Arabic. Syriac and Syritic, Asheric, Syriac, Syriac, Arabic, Syritic, Hebrew. That gave birth to, that's the same thing. That's why Abraham's wife named Sarah, Syriac. Facts. So now, and that's how we make the linguistic link to the language, and we know where we're going with this. So those are our language. So I basically gave y'all a good language culture, so we can go from there. Now, there's other places in Africa, especially like rivers, like I don't want to try to think right now. Y'all don't do it like that. Niger River. It's another river. I can't think of a couple of them, but nevertheless. So I was gonna get to this though. So now I took a note on this from a video that I saw. This is a note. It's a man says a man named Fred Windorf in 1964 discovered Jebel Sahaba, not Sahara, Sahaba. When the Prophet Muhammad say his companions, they call Sahaba. And Jebel means mountain, like Jebel Musa, the mountain of Moses. So Jebel Sahaba, the mountain of the companions, right? And so then this is in northern Sudan, right? Northern Sudan. There were found he discovered 61 burials. They were 13,000 years old, right? That's 11,000 BC. For those who want to know, they 13,000 years old, so that means 11,000 BCE, because you get the 2,000 years, and then 11,000 years before 2,000 years. What we in now, 2026. What we in now, so 13,026 years ago, or the year 11,000, right, BCE. So now, around that time, right, this man discovered that these burials was there 13,000 years ago. So I think we already passed. We done with Gobekli Tepe. We done with the other one, Tepe, whatever. When they say Tepe, they saying Gobekli Tepe mean belly hill, belly mound, and then they got the other Tepe over there near Turkey. They got all these little Tepes, but then they don't recognize that we already have what? Zepi Tepe, or Zepi Tepe. That's one of them things. They don't know whether it's flipped or not. They don't know. It come both ways, Zepi Tepe and Zep Tepe, or Zepi. Both ways it's been written, but they don't know. They don't know. But nevertheless, this first time, this Zep Tepe, this first time, this millennium that we're talking about, this 13,000 years ago, when these people lived there, this Zep Tepe before the pre-dynastic time, this predates all that stuff they talking about. Okay? So now we back with the Batarians, whatever, the Nepatians, I'm getting ahead of myself though. So now, but one of the things they said in the video, and I'm gonna get back to this, they said that a xenophobic battle between, now I wrote this, paraphrasing, between the Sudanese in the south versus the Kadan in the north. Anybody who want to can look up who the Kadan is. Kadan, the Kadan in the north. This is who the people from Sudan were fighting. You see, I'm staying consistent. Sudan, Kadan, Sudan South, Kadan North. Look up Kadan, look up Sudan, okay? Now, this was during the Neolithic period. They calling it subpluvial. You can see the word alluvial there, like alluvial soil, but they call it subpluvial. right? Subluvial. And they say it happened in the 8th millennium BCE. So now we done moved from 11,000 to the 8th millennium, right? BCE. To the end of the 4th millennium BCE. Or on into the 5th millennium, right? It's a BCE. Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt was established. That's when they established a Upper Egypt and a Lower Egypt. Somewhere between the 8th millennium and the 4th millennium BCE. Do the math. Yeah, do the math. Do the math, okay? So now, they say 10,000 years ago, right? Now remember, we started out 13,000 years ago, so don't let 10,000 years scare you, because I know over here in America, they show you cavemen, and they show you ice age, and they show you stone age. Yeah, the stone age was building the pyramids. That's what the stone age is. It was stone pottery that you see in Egypt, and stone statuary, and tekens, and pylons, and build, and everything in stone. That's the stone age, not cavemen. That's not an age at all. That's called the age of ignorance. Yeah. So now, 10,000 years ago, right? BCE. I mean, no, I said that wrong. 10,000 BCE, right? Because that's 12,000 years ago, right? That's 12,000. So when I say, okay, no, 12,000 BC. So we got 12,000 years ago. So now we got the Sahara, followed by the Napatan, the Namibians, and then you get 5,000 BC, you get the Badarians. Now you see that 10,000 years ago, 5,000 years before they ever mentioned the Badarians or anybody like them. And I know I'm missing a couple of them. Y'all name them, and they throw them in here right amongst the Badarians. 5,000, 7,000, 6,000, 8,000, 9,000. They ain't going back 10,000 though. That's Sahara. That's Green Sahara. That's the Younger Dryas, right? That's the desertification, right? That's the separation of things like things that they don't even tell you about, like that's mentioned in the Bible, Peleg, what it means to divide or to separate, where they get the word Africa from, right? Well, not where they get the word Africa from, I'm sorry, but where they kind of get the word separation from, Peleg. And so, but that was the separation of the Red Sea and the Sinai Peninsula. And that was called what I call a continental shift, not the drift, but a continental shift. Like they got a continental shift going on right now in Africa. You can look it up. It's the whole thing splitting right there. Big split in Africa. Gonna split soon. Yeah, split. So yeah, so that's that, and that's how the earth changed geographically back in the day. So they try to make like to you, like, oh, the Grand Canyon, oh, these things formed, oh, they took beer. No, man, these things, what about this thing forming in our face right now? What about that? When that started happening? You mean tell me we born right now and it's the end? Stop playing with us. Okay, you weren't talking about it a few years ago. So now, so we're at 4,000 years ago after the Badarian, 4,000 BCE, I meant 4,000 BCE, 6,000 years ago. That's the Uruk period. Now that's Sumer. That's the Uruk period. That's the beginning of the Sumer. Now we done went 13,000 years ago, and these niggas keep saying that Sumer is in some way dated contemporary with what we doing in Africa. We done went 13,000 years. We all the way down to the 4,000 BCE. And now we finally meet up with what you call Sumer, Sumerians. Uruk, the first city in Sumer, Uruk. All right? Other than Inky city, you know, it's other tales, you know, because Inky had a city. Know what I'm saying? So, so Nakada, the Nakada people were also called the Amratian, right? Amratian people, Amratian, A-M-R-A, like Narmer, Amra, Amratian, Amratian, right? Amratian, 4,000 BCE. They were Sudanese people, and you can find them in a city called Nekin, right? And when you look up Nekin, you're gonna find that the symbol on the sapat on the standard is the standard for Heru. It's the standard for Heru. And they lived there in the city called Nekin, right? Yeah. Look this up. And this is in Nubia, not in Lower Egypt, not in Lower Nile, not in the Delta, not in the low part, in the high part, in the great part, where coming down from Kilimanjaro into Egypt, into the Nile, and right into the Nile is where you find when you get into Sudan, and then you get into northern Sudan, you're gonna find the city of Nekin right there near Tar City and everything else that we built, the cataracts and everything else. You're gonna find Nekin, which later became the name of Anon, which is the secret name of Heru, Nekin. Okay, so now, then you and remember, now look, what I just told you about Nekin, and then go back to the word Nakada, Nakada, Nakada. Like that word we talk about black for the Nakada, Kadida, Nakada, Nakada. See the vowels in between that? This is at a different time. This is different. This is different. This is different than Narmer or Nimru or anything like that. This is a different time. Okay? So now 4,000, and then you get the Sudanese, then you get Nakata too, right? And just know that this dude, George Reisner, he done been debunked on this Nakata thing, on this ABC thing and all that. They've been debunked on most of this stuff, but we just going through it so you can get the timeline for Babylon done. This is getting you a little bit correct. So now, the Nakata are the Amratian people, 4,000 BCE, Sudanese and Nekin, the city called Nekin. I'm giving you the backup. I'm giving you the people that was there, Sudanese. I'm giving you the city, Nekin. I'm giving you the date, 4,000 BC. I'm giving you the original name that they call it in the linguistic book, Amratian. And I'm giving you what we called it in the city where we're from, Nakata. And they call it Nakata 1. I'm giving you all that. So don't say he on there babbling, rambling, not giving me sources, not helping me out, not to you ass ain't listening. Listen. Okay? So now the next one was Nakata 2. And that was the Gerzian. I remember I said we'll get to the Gerzian, and the brother mentioned Gerzian, right? Gerzian, that's actually an Arabian god. We'll get into that Gudea, all that. But Gerzian, right? 3,500 BCE. The Amratian Nakata 1 was 4,000 BCE. Now the Gerzian is 3,500 BCE, and that's Nakata 2. Now that's 500 years apart. Are you freaking kidding me, Reisner, y'all? Are y'all kidding me? You mean to tell me in 500 years we get a new civilization? So how long did they live before 4,000 years? Because you're not going to tell me they only lived from 4,000 years to the year 3,500. The whole nation of people lived 500 years? And they accomplished all that, being ridiculous. So these the same people, the Amratian people, the Nakata 1, they go back to the 13,000 years ago. They go all the way back to the Green Sahara, all the way back before the Green Sahara, 13,000 years ago. Okay? So now, but we still at Nakata 1, Amratian, Nakata 2, the Gerzian, that was 3,500 BC. That was the Nubians, who they call the Nubians. Yeah, a lot of people gonna say, ain't no such thing as Nubian. Yes, it is. It's the Nuba people from the Nuba Mountain. And we ain't talking about no Nubian like that. We talk about the Nuba people and the Noba people as well. N-O-B-A and N-U-B-A. The people of N-U-W-B, Nuba. Yeah, those people existed. Facts. So now, these people lived in Hierakonpolis, which is another name for Nekin. You see that? It's because Nakata 1 is Nakata 2. That's why it's debunked, because it's the same thing. You're making up. It's the same people. The Gerzian people, they changed pottery, they changed burial weight, they changed this, that, clothing color. They might have changed the god, but it ain't changed the people, bro. That's what's silly. 500 years. Ancient people. So the Gerzian 3,500 BC, Nubians, they Nubians, right? They Tarseti, right? This the Ta-Nehesi. This the Kushite dynasty. That's who this is, 3,500 BC. That's who this is. This who this is. This is the people. Pre-Bible. Pre-Bible. So this the people. Now, so then these Nubians, this Nahesi, you know, I heard them say that the snake is a pep and all that. Yeah, but also the word Nahesi is a snake. Do your linguistics, do your homework, and because Khufu, right, was both a Sumerian god and Egyptian deity, a Sumerian pharaoh and Egyptian pharaoh at the same time. He ruled both of them, and so was Taharqa. He ruled the whole thing. He ruled Assyria, ruled all the things, Babylon and Egypt. What you think? If I conquer the Assyrians, I'm the ruler of the whole thing. That's what they don't understand. They think he just conquered them. They done ran up in my thing, and I beat their ass, and then I don't go there and take over. No, y'all paying me taxes, tariffs, embargoes, sanctions, everything, bro. I want it all. Y'all finna pay. Y'all came over here, started some with me, reparations, restitution, repatriation of my nation and people that y'all took. This is what we coming over here for. So we want reparations. We the winners. That's right. And that's who get the reparations. The winner. The winner get reparations. Another secret they don't want y'all to know. The winner of the war gets reparations. France got reparations over Haiti. The people who ran in on January 6th and caused the ruckus, they get reparations. America runs in on Iran, right? On the Strait of Hormuz. What they paid them? $300 billion in reparations. Know who won? Iran won. Because America paying them the reparations. Whoever get paid the freaking reparations won. Do you think the loser get paid? Not even for a second. So when niggas asking for reparations, they don't even know what they're asking for. Only the winner get reparations. And they say they losers. They say they losers. They say they lost dominion in the Bible. Adam lost dominion. I say, where say that in the Bible? They say, well, we lost our dominion. We fell down, fell from grace. I say, where you get it from? Where does it say that in the Bible? Where does it say that? I mean, the nigga received his punishment, and after his punishment over, he served his time. He done with it. He back to being a master. He the same nigga he was. He still got dominion. But they say, no, he lost it. They under the devil. The devil is the prince of the air. He rule over them. They done gave up the fucking ghost. These niggas are losers. And y'all following them. Y'all believe them. A loser. Lucifer. Fucking losers. Oh, let me get my language straight. Okay, so now, so this Akkadian, and then we got Nakata 2, right? The Gurjan 3500, the Nubians, Hierarchopolis. That's still pre-dynastic Egypt. That's still pre-dynastic. And they doing painted tombs. They doing everything. But this pre-dynastic, they got pottery. They got everything. Okay? Then you get Nakata 3. So Nakata 1 is the Amratian, 4,000. Nakata 2 is the Gurjan. Nakata 3 is the Samanian. Yeah. I kind of hesitate with the Samanian because I know what Simeon means. You know, but Simeon can also mean here, but I sometimes hesitate with that. But that's Nakata 3. So they don't have a Nakata 4 because they never do things in 4. They always trap you on 1, 2, 3, and they stop right there. And that's why I stopped with them. Nakata 3, the Samanian. And they're in the same place. They're the same people. They just call them by different names. And they did the same thing. So now, but in the video, they talked about 2.5 million years ago, days took place, glaciation and human evolution started then. That's what they say. Now, I don't believe in evolution. I don't buy evolution. I'm telling you what the video said. I'm kind of like my teacher. I'm only giving you the facts, all right? I'm not telling you the truth. I'm giving you the facts. When I tell you the truth is when I say, I said it, I thought of it, it's mine. That's when I'm telling you the truth. That's when you know it's the truth. When it's my word, it's the truth. So now, 2.5 million ice age, glaciation, human evolution. Then they talk about Mount Toba. I know I had never heard of it really neither. But Mount Toba, T-O-B-A, which is T-O-B-A means good. Like Tob means good. Toby, like Punta Kinte. Say Toby, boy. Toby, it means good. In Hebrew, it means good. Tob, good. So now, but Mount Toba eruption 80,000 years ago. It's a cognitive leap right? They say we took a cognitive leap after the 2.5 million ice age glaciation, human evolution. Mount Toba took place in eruption 80,000 years ago, and they say humans made a cognitive leap. Cognitive, I explained this the last show that I was on. You know, cognitive deals with the brain and the body. It's not emotional and it's not mental, but it just means you made a brain leap. Your brain grew in some type of circumstance by magnitudes. It was a leap, cognitive leap, a technological leap, right? Now, then another one happened called Campania, an eruption, and this caused the extinction of what you call the hominins, and the extinction of the hominins to cause the extinction of the Neanderthals, right? That's what it caused. The Campanian, or Campania, look it up, Campania eruption, it caused the extinction of the Neanderthals, or forced the hominins to outstrip the Neanderthals, right? And then later they talk about the Younger Dryas. So we had about 10,000 years now, the Neolithic Revolution, the subpluvial, the Green Sahara, 10,000 years ago, and blah, we within the 13,000 years what I started talking about, and now we down to there. And after the 10,000 years ago, the next major point they mentioned is called a 5.9 kilo year. That's literally a real, real name for it. 5.9 kilo year. That's really close to 6,000 kilo year, but 6.0 kilo year, but they say 5.9. Let's go. They say 5.9 kilo year event where the Nile River people converge. So remember, I told you the 8th millennium and the 4th millennium BCE. Now we're saying 5,009 kilo year, 5.9 kilo year event. The Nile River people converge, unification. They converged at this spot and established what you call modern Egypt, or the dynastic Egypt. They started establishing that. 5.9 kilo year. Okay? Not 2,000 years ago, not 2,000 years before 2,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago. No. About 8,000 years ago, or somewhere down to 5,000 years ago. Okay? Yeah, that's what we're working with. So now I'm gonna give you a little bit of something that I made up. This is my own chart, and this is a little bit of something. It's this kind of subjective. I just said what I said is the truth. I made this up, but it still could be kind of, it could be added on to. There's other words you could use, and there's other ways you could view this. But let me give it to you this way, because we went through that chain. Now I want to give you something that I call my civilization. Okay? The beginnings of civilization. Right? Because they say civilization, hunter, culture. So you started out as a hunter. You hunted your food. You hunted. You hunted culture. Then gatherer. You became a gatherer. You hunted stuff. Then you realize, hey, I can get some leaves with this chicken, or some leaves with this deer, and I can mix it in a pot. And now I'm gathering leaves, I'm gathering herbs, I'm hunting and gathering. I become a hunter-gatherer culture, civilization. Now, one culture that they rarely mention, and they mention this really at all in the video, at least they mention it as a subtext in the wrong place, but this is a civil part of civilization that you rarely hear mentioned. I'm calling this the pescatarian, because I like the word pescatarian, because one of the tribes that I'm related to in North America is called a Piscataway tribe, and Piscataway, like Tawi. And another tribe I'm related to is called a Tubare. Like we said, Toba Mountain or the Toba explosion, Tubare, it means good ray, Tubare, good ray, good sun. And then the Piscataway, the Tawi, Piscataway, those are Native American tribes, y'all. Y'all can look it up. Think I'm fine, don't believe me. But pescatarian, right, is fish, right? Pescatarian. But we could have called this the fish culture, whatever we wanted to. But we call it pescatarian because we keep it in line with civilization, hunter culture, gatherer culture, pescatarian, river culture, sea culture. So from hunter-gatherer, you move to a river culture and a sea culture. And it was almost synonymous with these cultures, because while you was next to the beach, you would hunt fish. So you had spears and stuff. So this really is synonymous culture. I just put it second because they always say hunter gatherer, but no, that the sea people and fish and the river culture and the sea culture is just as old. Trust me. Look at the pottery throughout Egypt and anywhere in Sumer. They all got boats on it. The one thing that's on the pottery is the boat. On the oldest pottery, before the pyramids, before the culture, before on this Gurgian culture pottery, on this Amratian cultural pottery, on the Sudanese pottery, on the one that came before 13,000 years ago, on all of these pottery, on their wall paintings, on their picture glyphs, they got boats with oars, with people in it, with a hut on the boat, with the bark on the boat. With the reed hut, with the temple on the boat. Yes, with the bark of raw on the boat. Way back then, 13,000 years ago. So no, so this is old. Go ahead, somebody want to say something? Oh, I thought there's something, but my cat's going crazy in here, both of them. I got a black cat, look like Bastet, she a girl, and I got a striped cat, gold and black, and he reminded me of Bess, right? So I named him after my mom and my dad, Simon and Carol. But my dad nickname is Saint, and my mama nickname is Stoot, so I call him Saint and Stoot. And Stoot is appropriate because my cat is black and my mom was really black, so they called it Stoot. So there you go, my cat named Stoot, and my other cat named Saint and Stoot, from my mom and dad, Simon and Carol. So yeah, so that's how we do it. And then so now we got pescatarian, we got the river culture and the sea culture. After that, we get the pastoral culture. That's herd cows, that's herding any kind of animals like that. But look, that brings me up back to something that was said earlier and I didn't finish it. The Hyksos and the word Hekakasa. The word Hekakasa, Heka means ruler, and Kasset means over the mountain or foreigner, foreign ruler or ruler of foreigners. So the Heka Kasset was rulers of foreigners or foreign rulers that were in our land, and they rule over foreign people that we gave a district in our land, and they tried to take over. This is who the Hyksos are. Now watch this though, because there's more than one set of Hyksos. Because you got the Hyksos called the Heka Kasset, which are the foreign rulers, which I'll say came in peacefully and took over and tried to do this thing all them years ago around the 15th dynasty, right? Right? Dr. Ben told us about that, right? Another thing he'll write about. Yeah, they came in with that. Now, but when you read these people like Neteru and all these people, these Greeks and Romans, they got writing and stuff, you know, Plutarch, all this, they say that Hyksos means shepherd kings. Not foreign rulers, shepherd kings. Now you notice El got on a shepherd hat, they say, holding back lions, right, from his herd. And then you see that Pharaoh said he wanted put the rope around the bulls. He got the 4 bulls in there, one black, one red, one white, one speckled, whatever, sob color, you know. So then he got them. That's his cattle. That's his herd. The Sumerians treated everybody like a herd or a cattle, or you know. That's where you get chattel slavery from. They don't want you to know this. They keep on bullshitting y'all. This is where they get chattel slavery from. At the beginning, when I first started out, I was gonna say when that war started out, they call that war a xenophobic battle. A xenophobic. You know what xenophobic means? Racial. They race phobic, right? They got a phobia about race, skin color. Xenophobic. A xenophobic battle between the Sudanese of the south versus the Kadan of the north. Remember I said that, a xenophobic battle. So that xenophobic, they try to make like these people didn't recognize color. If they recognize red and brown or dark skin and light skin, for sure they recognize Caucasian white people, bro. They recognize where the leper is. They recognize who these people are and the differences between Asian and everybody else. They painted them. They said it. They showed it on the wall. They not stupid. And ain't no need in us playing stupid and saying, well, you being anachronistic and you're taking the word black from American black and you're using it there. No, they got a word black. It's called Kemet. And they use it for people color. Peppy Kim, Kim Suit, Kim Sit. They use the word Kim in people's name. They use it for black. Now, whether they use it for black person, that's y'all argument. But I told you that the word Kemet is black people. The word Kemet, Kimta is black people. If it's got the determinative of a male and a female and 3 strokes behind it for plurality, something like that, and it says Kemet before that, that means Kemet, black people. That word is describing the people. The people is the determinative or the classifier, the determinative, and the 3 strokes is the classifier, I call it, and the people are the determinative. They call it both the same. And these tell you what the word means or what the word is referring to. So if the word Kemet means black, and it's got people sitting behind the word that determine what the word means, and it determined the classifier determine how many, that it's a quantifier telling you how many, which means plural, like the U. It's a U, like Neteru. Those 3 strokes is a U in Sumerian. It's a U sound in Egypt, symbolized by a bird, a quail chick, and it means U. It's a plurality. U, Neteru. So this is what's happening with the language and with the teachings and with what everybody's saying. So now, when you think about the Hyksos, think about what I'm saying. The Hyksos was called shepherd kings at one time. And in Egypt, the name for Hyksos is Hekakasa. And then you have the modern term Hyksos. So you have to break all that down. You got to know what the Hyksos are, who the Hekakasut are, and you know who the shepherd kings are, and who the what they call them, the foreign rulers, or the rulers of foreign lands. The rulers of foreign lands, because the land symbol for Kasut is a land symbol like a hills. So the ruler of that land, the ruler of a foreign land. So is the ruler of a foreign land the same thing as a sheep herder? The shepherd king, the sheep herder? And is the sheep herding the same thing as a pastoral of the bulls and the cows and the different other animals that we have? Is that the same thing with sheep and goats, stuff like that? This is the questions that you have to ask yourself. Is this the same culture? Right? So when they say the Hyksos is what I'm trying to show you. When they say the Hyksos, and they don't recognize that we recognize the xenophobia that took place between us and the Hyksos, our dark skin and these people right here, and what was taking place. We recognize that, y'all. That's why they had to get up out of there. And that's why it was people from the South that did that. Kathmos and Athmos and them. Yeah, that's why that happened that way. So I was on my thing, civilization, hunter culture, gatherer culture. Then I said pescatarian, which is river culture and sea culture, like the Red Sea culture, the Mediterranean Sea culture, like the Nile River, Nile Valley culture, like the Tigris and Euphrates River Valley culture that they now call the Levant. That's called a valley. The Tigris and Euphrates River Valley. That's called the Fertile Crescent that included the Nile Valley too. Yeah. So those are the valleys, the river culture. I gave you places. And the sea culture, I gave you places. Hunter-gatherer, I explained that. Then the farm culture and the ranch culture, I just explained that, hey, that's pastoral. But don't make a mistake. Kekakasut, Hyksos, foreign rulers, shepherd kings, these are different analogies about similar people, not the same people. Get your timeline straight, your chronology. Now, we talk about pastoral. Remember, pastoral is bulls, not sheep and goats. And this is what the Israelites came in with. They were herding sheep. Jesus got a lamb around his neck, not a lion. He holding a lamb, not a lion. Not no bull. Jesus ain't called a bull. He's not El. He's not this. He's not Narmer. He's not the bull. So he's not Ptah. He's not men. He's none of this. He got a lamb from a different culture. Right? So now when he come into Egypt, right? He got the lamb. Okay. Now there are Egyptians with lambs around their neck where the Hebrews get it from, but I'm just pointing out at the beginning of this culture that herding sheep is different than herding bulls. It's different. Herding cows. It's different. Different. Sheep ain't even that. Sheep can't live in the wild. Sheep need you to take care of them. I'm married to a Native American. I live on the reservation. I got 3 Navajo children. Part Diné, should say. Diné meaning Diné Ta or Ta Diné. That's the same word. Diné Ta is the way we say it in Navajo. In Diné. Right now in Navajo, the land is called Diné Ta. Ta. Diné Ta. Right now, if you ask a Navajo person, how do you say, what do you call your land? Diné Ta. Okay, that's what they're going to say. Now, if you look up the Dogon, what they land, they're going to say Ta Diné. Ta Diné. You go to the Hopi, they got the same face mask in the ceremony that the Dogon wear. The exact same face mask. It's called a Naga mask. The Dogon called their leader Elder a Hogan. The Hopi called a place where their leader stay a Hogan. You get it? So the Hogan is an 8-sided, 7-sided, 6-sided, 5-sided shape. Even 9, but 5-sided shape. It's called a Hogan, male and female house shape. Hogan. That's where you get the word octagon, pentagon, septagon. You get it from the word Hogan, Dogon, from the shape of the house and the shape of the Dogon building. That's right. That's where you get your hexagon from. Yeah. So now, then the Dogon, right, taught the Hopi. Because remember, I told you that they tell you that Africans only African on the continent and they only look one way. They only got, no, you see the Khoisan, you see the Bantu people, you see all of the different ways that the African people look on the continent alone. And so if you take that and understand that the continent was bigger than Africa, just like Asia is bigger than just China, they include South Asia, India, and all that. Then you include all of these other lands. Basically, they half and our half. Then everybody else is black. And everybody else, the Hopi, and all these people are black people. Where you think they came from? But no, you convinced that everybody from Asia. They walked over the Bering Strait, a story that's been debunked. They crossed over land bridge, an ice bridge, which is straight stupid. It never been proven. Ain't no ice bridge. And the person that did it, guess what his name is? Guess what his name is? His name is he named after a phone company, Ericsson, Leif Ericsson. Now, y'all really believe that a man more than 10,000 years ago named Leif Ericsson, L-I-E-F-F, Ericsson, E-R-R, there go them double letters, but I-C-K-S-O-N, Ericsson, or probably S-S-O-N, Ericsson. Yeah, they say he sailed over here or came over the land bridge, over the ice bridge. I keep saying land bridge. The land bridge, a land bridge is what you have between Egypt and the Levant. That's a land bridge. An ice bridge is fictitious that you have between America and Asia. When America is closer to Africa than it is to Asia. Don't believe me? Do the math. Do the math. Do the math. Don't believe me? Just do the math. So now, these people, right? These Hopi got their temple. They call their land Diné Ta. The Dogon got their land. They call it Ta Dinig. The Hogan, the elder, and the temple, both in the house, both of them, named Hogan. Then these some of the similarities. Then they both wear the same mask, the Kanaga mask. They both have the same ceremony called a Sagui ceremony or corn ceremony, the same one we got in Egypt called a corn ceremony. And every time they say, it's not corn like you got in America though, it's another type of corn. No, it's the same grain. It's the same grain. You grow the grain. Give y'all another secret. If you wait long enough, if you take the grain off while it's still looking like a grass grain, it's called grain. But if you let it grow long enough and you water it like we did in America and you temper it, then it grows into corn. That same grain grows on into corn. Okay? The same grain. It's called asiente. 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 Okay? Asiente. And if you look up the asiento agreement, asiento, asiento. If you look up the asiento agreement, it's pre-transatlantic slave trade. It's called the Trans-Pacific slave trade. And it's not the sub-Saharan slave trade. It's called the Trans-Saharan slave trade. See that? Now see, if you really listening to what I'm teaching today, this morning, because it's morning where I'm at 5:46. If you really listening, bro, you getting the real deal. You getting the truth. You getting the real deal. You go listen to anybody else, you're gonna get some lies. And you go listen to them talking about, hey, he did that. Man, I don't want to hear that. I'm telling you the truth. Okay? I'm giving you the truth. So now, this the Tardaneg, the Dogon Hogan, and they got all these similarities, the same mass, they got the same ceremony, except, watch this. The Hogan ceremony is every 50 years. The Dogon ceremony is every 60 years. But they line up every 300 years. We killing them. The Hopi got a prophecy that the black brother, talking about the Hopi, the black elder brother, wearing all white, talking about the Dogon, left them here in the West and is supposed to return to them coming from the East or the West. If you come from the East, it's a good day. It's a great day. If you come from the West, it's a dreadful day. This recorded in the book of Malachi, the great and dreadful day, and the great and dreadful day. And I hope he also looked this up in the Bible where it say, and the Lord shook the earth with one hand and shook the earth with both hands like that, or shook the earth twice, whatever. The Hopi got a prophecy like that, and it say that in the 1960s they went to the Micah house, the Micah house. You know what they call it, the World Trade Center. Yeah. They went to the Mike House over there, the World Trade Center building and stuff like that. And they tried to get an agreement, and they tried to make an agreement, but it didn't work out. And they say that was the Great Spirit shaking the earth with one hand. But they say that failed because that was just the red brother going along. But the red brother needed the black brother. Remember the paintings on the wall now. The paintings is always the red ochre brothers and the dark skinned brothers, the brown brother. So the red ochre and the dark skinned brown are the black brother, right? They say that the red brother and black brother gonna come together, and when they do in this land called America, that's gonna be the real revolution, and that's the shaking of the Great Spirit with both his hands of the earth, and that's when we're at a real revolution. This is a real hope and prophecy. I live out here. I live on the reservation. I went off the grid like in 2000, right? Well, a little bit after 2000, like 2003, maybe, yeah, somewhere around there. Because Dr. Yorhead went to jail. My wife grandma passed away. That brought me out here to the reservation. That's when I got started. I went off the grid, lived without water, nothing like that, off the grid. So all that Native American stuff they be doing, all that what is his name, Dane Calloway and Top Cats and the Pretendians and all of that, call me what you want. Them niggas get that from Babylon down. The whole thing, the whole grift of being Native Americans and being indigenous to this land, all that, everything, the whole thing about we wasn't slaves. Nobody can tell you how we wasn't slaves. All that, I got whole doctrine on that. I can read you a whole book out of my mouth of what I taught on why we not slaves and why we was never slaves. And if you ask anybody who make the statement, they can never tell you why we not slaves. They can never tell you why we ain't never been slaves. But all of them keep saying it. And they have to go to some stupid stuff like Pangea when humans wasn't even around. Like, for real, bro. It's crazy. So, I mean, y'all, it's just so much stuff, so much misinformation out here, bro, that that got started from righteous beginnings and that I tried to start, like Black City. Somebody stole that. I used to work on the reservation, bro. I worked in the what you call the land department, right? At the chapter house, right? I worked in the zoning, planning and zoning. I was a planning and zoning officer, right? And I wrote this document called what was the document called? It was called, I can't think of the document. What was the document called? It was called because I keep thinking of the city, my new city that I did one for us. Because based on my work with the Navajo people, I was thinking about my own people at the same time. And I got 361 acres in Georgia. So I wanted to bring my people out to our land and do something like that out there, and have some sovereign land, do some things. But that was back in the day, when people were doing stuff like that. Right now, that seemed kind of cultish, kind of inappropriate. And wait, so I don't think I'm trying to convince y'all to do that, to come out there and live for free. Hell no. So let's move on. But nevertheless, so now, but I did have the plan in mind. I even talked to the architects at Frank Lloyd Wright. I got an estimate. I did classes online over Blog Talk Radio. I talked for years about it. Even had a ceremony, Chief Black Thunderbird Eagle ceremony during the eclipse, year 2017, 4 years straight ceremony. Built the ceremonial temple, everything. All this came from Black Babylon Done. And then, for some reason, Reg Mabry comes out. He got a new city. The same thing like my black. He got a black city, just like my new city. Just like my new city. Like my new. God, I can't believe I can't think of the name of my own plan, but I did it so long ago. But it was a plan, and but it was a unification. That was the name of the plan. It was called a unification plan. It was a unification plan. So yeah, because I was trying to get the city to work in the Navajo land, the chapter to work with the government and with commercial businesses, because on the reservation, they really just have business out here that they start and they don't really work with commercial businesses. So I was trying to get something like that popping. So I did the estimate for a whole community, whole city, everything, man, everything. It was in the billions of dollars. I was even calling and had contacts with the UN, the United Nations, getting BIN, EIN, not an EIN number. I got a BIA number, things like that, doing stuff like that, trying to work this. My children have a CIB number, certificate in Indian blood. So these acronyms, 3-letter acronyms, sometimes they get kind of catchy, but y'all get the plan. So I had the BIA number and doing all this stuff and trying to get my city established, had drawings, had architect estimates, everything, full city, substructure from underneath the ground to utilities to everything, the city, buildings, barbershops, you name it, anything you can name, everything was in the city. I had it all laid out. So, but they stole that. I said, hey, we should develop a hip hop museum and have our own name here in America. We have to revamp ourselves and redo this. Now she got wind of it. All of a sudden, he got FBA and he doing a Black History Museum. Goddamn, Babylon Dunn can't even say that or do nothing without people just copycatting. But he went somewhere. But let's see how far it go. Babylon Dunn, school teacher, right? I teach mathematics. Taught mathematics on the reservation for years. Talked about opening up a school, different things like that. As soon as I said new university, that was my website. That was my YouTube channel. As soon as I said it, new university, every nigga and their mama that had a channel had a university. Saw Neteru University, this university, that university, this. I'm just like, God damn, bro. Y'all niggas is crowding me out. I can't even make a name for my fucking little bitty self, because every good idea or every hot thing come out, y'all fucking take it and run with it and say he ain't got no followers, so I'm gonna take that shit and then I'm gonna use it, and then ain't nobody gonna know because don't nobody know that nigga, so I'm gonna use this shit anyway, his name, everything. I say outside the cube, outside the orb, Babylon Dunn, teaching outside the orb, Babylon Dunn, teaching beyond the box. I say Babylon Dunn, thinking outside the orb, Babylon Dunn, teaching outside the box. I say the cube is an orb, the cube is a hex, The cube, I name all the 3-letter things that the cube is, and I show you the hex, the gun, like gun, whole gun. I show you the gun. I show you all the things that the cube is and how it's the 6, and it means sex, sexagesimal, the 6. I show the people all that, and I say outside the cube. Don't you know it's a brother with a show called Outside the Cube? Already, I kid you not. This is how it go down in this community, though. You can't really think of nothing or really put nothing out because it's gonna get taken. It's gonna get taken by people that just run with it. They ain't gonna give you no credit, nothing. They'll even call you an outcast and a low life, slam everything, but no credit, right? So like things that I brought to the community is stuff like solar return. If you hear people say solar return, that's Babylon done. Not happy birthday, but solar return. That's Babylon down. If you hear somebody say rise in power or rest in power, that's Babylon down. That's me. I made that up. I thought of that. They took it. So just things like that. I'm just trying to show y'all that I'm a legit person. I can't run through all of that and all of that be a lie. Now, if every nigga that I just said come back and he lying. Come on, bro. I'm lying on all y'all. And then look, I'm blackballing on all y'all channel. So I'm living proof that y'all don't even let me talk on y'all channel, and all y'all got something. From Amin Ra Squad to all them names like that, right? Back in the day, before they ever did it, right? I had a group on Facebook that I call the Royal Guard of Amin Ra. That was the name of the little group. That was the name of the little thing that I taught and I teach people on that. It was called a Royal Guard of Amin Ra. Then soon as that, Amin Ra Squad, Dagger Squad, very uncreative, very just naming, just doing stuff. I ain't even gonna go through it. This what happened though. But the person that's the creator never gets credit. Okay, the person that started that never gets credit. That's what I'm trying to show you. Just like Tesla started something, he didn't get credit. You don't get credit if you do it for real. You're the one that don't get credit. If you do it for fake, you get the credit. Cause you ain't did the work. So you can just see stuff and capitalize off it. Cause it's a capitalist place. So you don't have to do the work. You can just see stuff. And if you're in a better position, you can capitalize off it. Right? So that's how it goes. But, and there's a guy running around here named Indigenous Black Man, and I always used to write copycat on the thing, copycat. And now he say that everybody copy him. I ain't seen him put out no information, but he say people copy him. I'm going crazy. I'm just like, man, like why they sending out all these goddamn doppelgangers to just to stop what I'm saying? Bro, it's the truth. Y'all are not letting me on the platform, and y'all blackballing me from the platform, and y'all mad because y'all stole my stuff, and y'all mad because I could teach my own stuff better than y'all. And y'all know I'm gonna take it further than y'all can ever take it. And y'all just doing stuff, playing on the community and playing on people's mind, and y'all ain't got none of the information, and ain't none of it real. Y'all fake rappers. Fake rappers. Y'all ain't the real rappers from the hood. Y'all the fake rappers from the fake hood. I'm really from the hood. I'm really from Dennis Home Project. I'm really from the hood. I really got 7 brothers and 4 sisters. Really grew up poor. Y'all niggas ain't poor. Y'all niggas ain't real. Y'all ain't real. I really been to jail. I really got locked up when I was 17. I really lived the streets. Y'all niggas ain't live the street. Y'all niggas ain't real. I really had my first child or got my first girl pregnant when I was 16. I really got like 9 children on the planet. Like y'all niggas ain't real. Y'all niggas fake. Y'all living a fake life. I'm living a real life. You see what I'm saying? Like that's how I go though. But all this, the real nigga will get put down. The real nigga is not called real. The real nigga that really did it is not really called real. The fake nigga is called real. The fake nigga is taken up. The fake nigga is loved and given all the credit. Yeah. So, we did the farm culture. We did the ranch culture. Now we're gonna go down. Oh yeah. Now the farm culture and the ranch culture. Y'all don't really hear that. But yeah, we had ranches before we had farms. I should say ranch culture, farm culture, because we was pastoral. Coming from the river and the sea, hunter gatherer, river and the sea. Then we became ranch. And then once you're on the ranch, why not build a farm? So now the ranch farm culture. So now after that, we go to agriculture. So now we really move to Noah's Ark. We become a husbandman. We truly got a farm culture. It's got animals on it, it's got food on it, and we living off the land. And we got a garden. This is called a farm garden culture. Okay, hold up. I got an alarm going off. Yeah. So that's the farm culture and that's the garden culture. So that's the last of the culture. So what I gave us, I said civilization, hunter culture, gator culture. That's 1. Pescatarian, river culture, sea culture. That's 2. Pastoral, ranch culture, farm culture. That's 3. Agricultural, garden culture, farm culture. That's the seed and farm, seed and grain. That's growing everything. That's the 4th culture. And then the 5th one, I got communal culture. That, I separated these into one egalitarian culture, where we had ceremonies and we had cemeteries. Now watch me on the wordplay too, because I'm slick with that too. Watch me on the wordplay. I'm a linguist, right? Mathematician too. Watch me. Not a potty mouth, but a polymath. Watch me now, because on this thing, on the ceremonial, right? C. Culture, C. Communal, C. Cemeterial, C. Commercial, C. Just like land, language, law, and lineage, you get culture, ceremony, civilization, and community, or commercial, right? Commercial network, trade, right? So those 4 C's and those 4 L's, and we can do this all day, all right? So this is the communal culture though, and this all African knowledge. See, based on 4, this our knowledge. Egalitarian culture, ceremonial, cemeterial, and they put people in the grave in different positions, like the fetal position. Sometimes they even put people in jars, like the Nura Yacht Man. That's how that's our culture. This is what we did. So now, once we did that, later we developed what's I call systematic culture, and the video called this too, systematic culture. But they did mention this. This is honorific burials. This is necropolic burials, tomb burials, coffin burial. So notice in egalitarian communal civilization, egalitarian culture, we had the ceremony, but we had a cemetery, and we had a position where we buried people in, and we had the pan graves. But look, we wasn't really doing a lot of the tomb work, a lot of the coffin work, sarcophagus, and necropolis, and doing it that way, you see? So that was the systematic, and that became culture honorific burials. So the egalitarian culture brought about ceremonial and positional cemeterial burials, and the systematic culture brought about honorific or necropolic or tomb and coffin burials with painted tombs that I mentioned, like in the 4000 during the Gerzian area. Remember I mentioned that? Back before the Gerzian, the Amratian area. Because Gerzian is 3500, Amratian 4000. I mentioned painted tombs at Neckin, and the painted tombs at Necropolis, at Heroncopolis. Heroncopolis, like Necropolis, Heroncopolis, the Necropolis, city of the dead. See, like a cemetery is a cemetery, it's a space, community for the dead. But a necropolis is a city of the dead, politic, a body politic, a police, polis, necropolic, polis. It's a polis meaning the city. It's a sepat. It's a known. It's a city. It's a city. It's a citadel. Yeah, I'm just giving you different names that people call it. It's a citadel. It's a city. It's a township. It's the X marks the spot. It's the Newit. It's the DeWitt. It's that place in ancient Egypt, right? It's that place, right? Which is a very big secret to another place. Okay? So now, commercial trade. From communal trade, from communal civilization, we move to commercial civilization or commercial trade. That's when we started with the pottery, stone, clay, terracotta, ceramic. Remember I mentioned that? That's when we was doing that back 8,000 years ago. Back then, eighth millennium. Pottery, stone pottery, clay pottery, terracotta pottery, ceramics. And we also was mining minerals, gold. Now, you already got to fire the clay, you got to fire the terracotta, you got to fire the ceramics to get the colors, to get these things. Everybody know about our beautiful pottery, our ring pottery, our lime pottery, everything. Everybody already know about it. So we ain't got to discuss that. But just know that you can find terracotta in South America. You can find ceramics in South America. You can find clay in South America. You can find stone in South America. You can find pottery in South America. Just making a relation, just letting you know that this pyramids, same, but they want to make like somebody making something up. That's stupid when the stuff exists right there. It's not making up. It's not a coincidence that it's the same culture, and it's not a coincidence that they got the same words. Just like with the Dogon and the Hogun. Tadane and Tadanig. It's not that's crazy. Same ceremony, ceremony, same culture, same civilization, see? That's right. And the same community, same commercial stuff. So in this commercial trade, we had gold, copper, tin, bronze. This is some of the stuff that was in Africa. Now, outside Africa, tin, then we mixed that with the bronze. So not only were we firing pottery, but we were smelting gold, smelting copper. We was making faience. We was putting gold layers on top of stuff. We gold layering, man. Like we doing chrome. But they saying that this don't exist, but it's all over every temple. We gold leafing whole temples. We gold leafing a whole check. We gold leaf a whole anything we want. All right. So then, but we also did gems like obsidian, Ethiopia, hematite, right? For the ochre and the color black and red. That's hematite. Look up hematite. It's either red and it's black, right? So that's the colors that they use to paint the walls. Hematite. And you got the malachite, green, and the lapis lazuli, which is the same thing. The Hopis and the Navajo, like lapis lazuli and turquoise, same thing, same culture. The green, the jaguar, the green, same thing, same culture, just different animals. When you're on a different land, you use different totems, like the brothers Humble and the brother Oli was saying, right? They mentioned that. So, and then we got so after that, started doing art, tools, weaponry, technology, and I heard the sister mention that technology. Ta did represent technology. He was the father of it, just like Tahuti represent. See, Tahuti represents stuff like that. So yeah, these people represented technologies and different forms of technology when they came. So I'm gonna stop right there. We could have talked about the Terra Neteru. We could have talked about the Anu deity versus the Anu people. We could have talked about the Kustul incense burner and the Nubian people and them being Egyptian. We could have talked about the ostrich egg along with the ostrich feather and the Sumerian and Nubian tie and how that's Kush and Taseti. We could have did that. We could have talked about the war scroll. We could have talked about the solar calendar, Essenes and Quran caves. We could have talked about a whole bunch of stuff, bro. We could have went ham. Well, not ham, because we don't eat ham, right? We could have went veggie, because we don't do the piggyback. We do the veggie back now. I don't eat meat. So, yeah. So, you feel me, though? But that's that's where we coming from, though. That's what I'm trying to say, though. I think I cleared up enough. And my voice getting sore. So, I'm going to stop right there, and I'm going to end right there, and I'll talk to y'all another time. And, oh, yeah. If y'all feel generous or kind, yeah, I'm giving my cash out. My cash app is $361 degrees. $361 DEGREES. That 361 degrees, like you heard the brother Oli say tonight, Humble say tonight, that the symbol for Ra is a circle with a dot in it. That's 361. Okay, we keep it real around here. That's what 361 is. The 360 is the cipher, and the 1 is the dot. That's the 361 day calendar, the real true Egyptian calendar. 19 times 19 equals 361. They had 361 days and then they added on the additional days, right, for the leap year and for Osiris or Usir, Aset, Nephthys, Set, right, and Tahuti, right? Those were the 5 days, and that leap year day, that leap day, is for Heru. That's the day. Like the brother said earlier, the word Heru means day. The word Heru can be falcon. The word Heru can mean face. Like the face of Egypt is Heru. The word Heru can mean upon. It can mean over. It can mean to be on top, to be on. Like it can mean a lot. It can mean inside, to be. Heru means a lot. Light, rays, shine, Heru. So that's called a homonyms, right? So you know, like, how can I say it? You got synonyms, antonyms, homonyms, homophones, homographs, pseudonyms, acronyms, onyms. That's a shout out to you, Oli. You know what an onym is? An onym is the actual nym. Nym is what connect all these words. It show the relationship. That's why all of them end in nym. But the onym, right, is the actual, it's like the real deal out of all of these. It's the only one that is what it is. The other ones, you know, synonym, sound like it, look like it. You know, antonym, it ain't like it. It's against it. It don't have the same meaning. A homonym, it got the similar meaning or same meaning, something like that. And a homophone, it's got a similar sound, spelling or something like that. A homograph, similar spelling, something like that. You know, like that. Yeah, the graph, the spelling. And then the pseudonym is what an author used when he want to fake out a name and use, like, I don't want to use these white people names. You know, just, you know the names. When you use a name, like when they use a name other than ours, like they do me. Instead of using Babylon Done, they put their name, but they know it's my stuff. That's a pseudonym. Y'all niggas pseudo. Y'all niggas are pseudonymers. Sumonisms. Okay? And then you got the acronym, which is a word put together. The acronym is important though, because it worked like the Rebus principle that I was talking about, like banana language, you know, the double letters and double consonants. Yeah, you remember that double letter and that double consonant. That's going to be very important in you recognizing the age of a language and where that word came from in the language. You see, because when you speak, when you speak, I almost said it myself, when you speak Ernie Kimmett or Rennie Kimmett, when you speak these words like ke, per, re, you see that? Like 1, 2, 3, it's a vowel after the consonant. But in these other words, there's no vowel between certain consonants. It's only a vowel after between the first and second consonant, and then a vowel after the fourth and sixth consonant, something like that. But it's between letters, so these vowels. So, and then you get 2 consonants rubbing together, which is not really something that actually happens in the you know, in ancient language that they talk about. They always put a vowel sound, not necessarily a vowel letter, but a vowel sound in between, okay? Because you can't really say a letter without saying a vowel sound in between. The minute you say ba, you just said B-A. Everybody know that. Or if you say B, and you got the vowel there. So you can't really say the letter or the alphabet without saying the vowel. But these vowels became distinct and succinct on their own, like A, E, I, O, U, and sometimes Y, right? And then so like that, then that's the word Yahuwah, because those vowels make up the sound or the tone of the name of Yahweh or Yahuwah. That's one of them Babylon Done things that other people say that but that's straight from Babylon Done, bro. That's straight from Babylon Done. The fact that gravity is related to buoyancy and all Babylon Done, all day. This is what I do. I introduce new things into the community without getting credit. That's what I do all day, every day. So this is what's going on. We should talk about Trump though. Y'all should talk to me about other stuff, politics, government, what's going on, bro. Because that's really what's going on for real. Epstein file, all that. We can do the same thing just like we did today. A whole rundown on that. Birthright citizenship, sovereignty, reparations, restitution, repatriation. What's another R? What's another R? You know, whatever. Reclamation. Yeah, reclamation. Reclamation. Yeah. Cause we got those same R's. Cause you know, we call it what? Reconstruction. Yeah, so all that, man, we need to do all that good stuff right there. We need to do that together. And it's the same way I used to be on for hours, used to teach back then. But I'm telling y'all that this ain't about teaching. This is just about reminders, remembering, and then giving credit what credit due, man. Holler at your boy, talk to Babylon Don, get some real knowledge from somebody that really teaches this stuff, really cares about it, then did his own homework and actually willing to share things that you probably, and some of it that I know you didn't see. And nobody don't teach on. So I pride myself in that. I tell everybody, you can't find what I teach in a book, in a library, online, in a college, university, in an organization or association. No alliances. Nobody. Masons, nobody. Eastern Star, nobody don't have this information that I'm putting out. They may have information, whatever they call it, but they don't have this. And they haven't taught this, what I'm teaching. And if you say, right, that you made me, since everybody think they made me, you know, that's a weekend quote, right? The weekend. But everybody think they made me, then show me. Show me. Show me. Show me how you put that out first. Show me how you put out the Black City first. Show me how you put out the museum first. Show me how you said, you know, rest in power first, rise in power first, solar return first. Show me how you did it first. Show me where you put it out at. Show me where you got the knowledge of slaves, us not being slaves. Show me where you got the foundation of Black Americans. Show me where you get it from. Show me your foundation. Show it to me. Show me the source of where you get it from. Show me the day you had the epiphany. Tell me what made you think of it, where you got into it, like I can. Like I do. Like I could tell you where I was and what I was doing and who I was with and what I was doing and why my girl was there, my wife, and when I was married and when I wasn't, and who I was, everything, the whole damn thing, because it's true. Because it's true. And they can't do none of that. No details. Because it ain't true. They make it up. They don't have a source. They never worked in a planning zone office. They never did a plan. They never did a plan for a whole city like I did. I'm still mad at myself because I can't think of the city of my plan. But yeah, you know, just things like that, man. And this is not bragging. I'm saying, because they ain't got much to show for all this work. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no money, no limousines or nothing to show for this work. So that's not the real big deal. I'm working on a book right now in silent. Been doing that for more than 20 years. This is a math book based on math that people ain't never seen. I've been trying to give this math to our people for more than 20 years. They've been ignoring it. Know why? Because the white man ignored me. And when the white man ignore you, you ain't nobody. I heard Neely Fuller say that. I got that from him. One of the great elders, one of the great teachers. But this is how they do. So they ignore you, right? And then you don't have no follow, you don't collect no money, they don't shout you out, they don't put your name out there, they don't let you on the channel, they don't put you up there, they don't announce you cash out, nothing. They just let the person that's putting out all the information wither and die, and they live off that person. And everybody else in the community appears to be, from time immemorial, have been willing to go along with it and let the sham go. Even in the face of the person living right there telling them, yo, wait, hold up. Look, can I get something? Can I eat too? Like, that's my shit. Can I eat too? Like, no. So that these things right here, these are things too that I would like to address in the community. Like, why certain people are blackballed from certain things. And, you know, like, you see, I've been here a long time, and it's no vulgar or profane language done been out of my mouth other than people want to judge a couple of words that I say and call them profane, but it hasn't been directed at nobody. No bad, no nothing, no cussing, no fussing, no jumping in the air, no yelling, nothing. Know why? Because I'm by myself. Because them niggas can't sit still when I'm in the room. Them niggas be moving around everywhere I go. Every time I meet them, I see them in Atlanta. I've been to 125th Street. I lived in New York. I've been there. Got in a fight there. Jumped on. They still no camera view, no interview, no talking on the mic, no nothing. Just no, don't have that brother over here. No. It ain't like I stole nothing from the community. Nobody never gave nothing. Ain't like I hurt nobody. Ain't like I never did nothing wrong in the community. Ain't like I got no charges or nothing that's bad on nothing. These niggas just tripping. They mad because I have what you call a certain amount of information that I wield and they don't. And that's why they doing that. That's why they blackballing and that's why they do that. So I'm asking y'all to just wake up, man. Just look at the big picture, man, and support people like myself that's having a holler from the back and say like, yo, and not only do I hear you in the fucking back, but I'm the one that was talking in the front. But them niggas done took my place. They smiling in your face, and all the while they try to take your place. Backstabbers. Backstabbers. That's one of my favorite songs. One of my other favorite songs is, you know, smiling faces tell lies. Remember that. Smiling faces. They tell lies all the time. So I always remember that. So all these smiling faces, they stabbing you in the back and they telling you lies. The nigga that stay frowned up, cussing, and always mad, he the one really trying to help and get your attention. That's the nigga that's called an outlaw and a crazy one. And y'all let that fly. And y'all make that nigga look more crazy by sitting there acting like y'all don't know that that nigga got a reason for yelling out like that and saying the things he say. And y'all say, well, he always fighting. Yeah, he fighting the wrong. He righting the wrong. Them niggas telling you the wrong thing, and this nigga fighting against the lie. He fighting against them. He grabbing their hand from stabbing you in the back. He holding their hand from stabbing you in the back. But you sitting there with your back turned saying, no, let him stab me. He told me he gonna give me a massage. This is what's going on in the community, man. Y'all gotta turn around, face the truth. Don't do that. Can't put your head in the sand like an ostrich, right? These are symbols: an ostrich feather, the ostrich egg, the ostrich head in the sand. Can't see, right? Sankofa, go back and get it. You know, you gotta know when to change up. No, that's Babaluaye, all right? Oludumare, Shango. You know which realm you in. Know who you working with. Know what you doing. Don't just be driven around. Be initiated. Now, I ain't saying like go join some fake Egyptian cult. Cause plenty I seen that. And Hebrew coat or whatever, Moorish coat, science civil coat, whatever coat they get, 5% coat, whatever coat they got out here. All y'all niggas coats. All y'all niggas coats. And ain't nothing wrong with coat if you know how to use the word. Coat mean cultivating a culture. You should be cultivating a culture. See? Coat, see the letter C, culture, cultivate. Community, civilization, community, commercial. No, like that. Keep them C's in order. Cosmology, cosmogony, keep them C's in order. Calculator, computer, qubit, coins, change, cash register, calculator, keep these C's in order. Because remember, his thing is based on 1, 2, 3 or A, B, C. See? So that's why you need to see. That's what I'm showing you to see. So you can see. All right, A1. I'm about to be out. I hope I ain't put you to sleep, bro. But I'm done
Have a
right
good
there.
day, bro. Have a good day.
Okay. A1.
Peace. Can you hear me?
I heard you when I'm gone.
All right,
I clicked out. Yeah, I left.
Yeah,
Peace,
have a good
bro.
day.
Love and light. You too, bro. Love and light.
I'm gonna end with some songs from Titan Radio. And y'all have a beautiful day. Remember my motto, treat your smile like your money. Never let them steal it. Peace. We out.
into it, it don't stop. We stay ready to go. I'ma take my titans with me wherever I go. Don't forget about me, don't forget about me. I know. Y'all playing games, this ain't an arcade. Late night debates hit like a buffet. Yeah, feelings who we on me, who wanna talk, yeah. And talking too fast gon' get you sparked, yeah. My team sourced up as long as you know. My hitters hit your hitters if they pseudo. They ask how everyone know what my name is. Cause I stay hunted on the same shit. Yeah, history and logic going so hard. I built this from the bottom, made my own start. Yeah, wake the neighbors up, we be going so hard. I love this game, I gave it my whole heart. Yeah, V12 in it, it got horses. My phone ring, they want sources. Unload the clip on, turn them to corpses. Heard I'm trying to copy my recipe, that is hopeless. Yeah, hood luck, think that hating gon' work, tell them good luck. Titan gang or don't bang, throw your hood up. Gang, we got the knowledge on tap, could get you hooked up. They like A1, look at all this wisdom we done cooked up for the community. Courtesy, of arguments. You know, I know. I'ma take my titans with me where I go. So don't forget about me, don't forget about me. Y'all playing games, this ain't an arcade. Late night debates, hit like a bar face.
Yeah. All this knowledge on the flow. I've been golden from the go. Let these pseudo scholars know. Baby, welcome to the show. Yeah, show you how to flex with a strong point. Wait. Show you where the facts and the stats and the proofs point. I've been grinding leases in the late night. Wait, standing on the stage with the main light. Enlightening. Philosophers, scientists, historians united. Warriors of logic who want the smoke, get excited. Bring your primary sources, don't get ignited. Slide on my prompts, look it up, read a book. Never going back to the dumb, take a look. Woke, not broke, we run the show, sport the glow. Titans in the league, watch the intellect grow. Coliseum arguments locked at the door. Welcome to the show, floor full of lore. I'm the GOAT, with the flow, there's knowledge on the flow. I've been goated from the go. Let these pseudo scholars flow. Baby, welcome to the show. Seems only time when I'm speaking, reason, peeking. Like the truth that they all have been seeking, my logic weaken. To them that's important, show up, don't be late to the debate. Never see myself falling. Picture me falling off back to ignorant and stalling. Got the citations loaded in order, crossing every intellectual border. Hey, I could've never seen a day. All this knowledge on the flow. I've been goated from the go. Let these pseudo scholars know. Baby, welcome to the show. Yeah. All this knowledge on the flow.